Hello, Internet. Good morning, and welcome to Marketing and Promotion with Sue Bryce. My name is Russ Andes. This is Susan Roderick, and we are happy to be your host today. Susan, how you doing?
I'm doing excellent. How are you today, Russ?
I'm fantastic. We're going to do about 5 minutes here of pre-show just to make sure that everything is working right. Susan?
Well, I'm really excited to be here. I'm excited about our exclusive in-studio audience that we have today. We also have so many folks joining us from around the world at home. And please let us know in the chat rooms where you're joining us from, and I will go check in on you and give shout-outs.
Let's say hi to everybody.
All right, cool.
We also have a bunch of people here in our studio audience who we would love to get to know briefly. So we'll start here, and go ahead and tell us your name and where you're joining us from, and what your Twitter, Facebook, how people can find you.
Right. Well, I'm Christy Weber. I'm the executive editor of JunebugWeddings.com, and from here in Seattle. You can find us at JunebugWeddings.com, on Twitter at JunebugWeddings, and on Facebook, same thing, Facebook.com/JunebugWeddings.
And I'm Blair DeLaubenfels. I'm also one of the owners of Junebug Weddings. I'm a former wedding photographer and a consultant for wedding photographers and wedding professionals. And I'm also from Seattle, and my Twitter is JunebugBlair.
My name is Mapuana Mataele, and I'm from Hawaii. You could find me on Facebook at facebook.com/MapuanaReadPhotography.
Hi, my name is Dawn Nash, and my website is theromancespecialist.com, and you can find me on Twitter at romancebyTRS, and I'm from San Diego.
I am Christy Houston, and I am with Christy Francis Photography. You can find me at christyfrancisphotography.zenfolio.com, and I am from Yelm, Washington.
I wanted to really hit home with a couple of things today. Well, more than a couple of things, but I want to really hit home this one thing here. I need to level you all up. I'm watching you all introduce glamour photography as a brand, and then I'm watching you all build your portrait and wedding businesses because I did that marketing survey, and it basically showed me that over half of you are also wedding photographers. In fact, over half of you are shooting multiple genres, and 98% of you are shooting multiple genres, and some of you up to 7. So it was really enlightening seeing that survey, and I'm gonna really show. I'm going to show you how amazing that survey was. There are 23 shooting videos on 28 days, so a lot of the people that are watching have already started, are already doing, have watched all of 28 days and are working through them. So out of 28 days, I did 28 shooting videos. And I know that I could do 28 more videos on business and marketing. So today is about leveling up the other areas. Because if you are having any issues within your natural light studio, go to that video. If you have any issues mapping your sets, your outfits, and your program, you go through your mapping and sets. Your one composition, 5 poses is something you just have to keep practicing over and over and over and over again, is changing those hands. I'm still seeing too many hands coming through for critique on In Bed with Sue that are gratuitous hands that just don't need to be in there. The flow posing was about giving you 63 poses in a very small space with lots of flow, and that's something, again, you just have to practice and master. Then I put up shooting videos that correlated to marketing and promotion. So I wanted you to show couples in your advertising so you could market to couples. When we bring the boys into the shoot, we make more money. I wanted to show you how I get that incredible connection through the eyes, because I needed you to know that that connection is more important than anything else that you can capture. When you photograph somebody in a portrait, interestingly enough, I saw a few comments on Facebook that Sue Bryce's says connection first, but I also say focus and exposure, don't I? Because let's get it, I can't fix an expression, I can't fix a focus, and I can play with an exposure within 2 stops on either side if it's in a raw file, but let's face it, if you screw those 3 things up, you haven't got a very good photograph. So I really want to see more shooting, more connection. I want to see less gratuitous hands, more shooting, and I want to see you starting to, well, you know my rules, chin, shoulder, hands, hourglass, body language, connection. These are the rules I've always had. The shooting curve section of 28 days is also as good as the curves on my website. You know I teach curves a lot. I want to see more curvy girls in your marketing. I want to see more real women in your marketing. I love the conversation I had with Dawn Nash, and I'm going to talk about that later because I watched Dawn really light up when she talked about what she loves to do, and Dawn said, I love to photograph women like me. So do I. I love to photograph women like me, women my age, women older than me, women curvy. You know, I want to see more real in your marketing. There's another shooting video which was all about posing 2s, 3s, and 4s, but the reason I showed you how to pose 2, 3, and 4 was so that you could do it, so that you could market it, so that you could successfully advertise and bring 4 women into your studio in one sitting, because that's 4 separate sales. Okay, and I threw families in there so that you could entice the woman and then get the man in and get the other boy children in so that you could create a family portrait shoot, because that bumps up your average. I showed you how to shoot before and afters so that you could market with before and afters. Do you understand everything about every one of those shooting videos? It was to teach you how to market your business. So posing teens was about seniors, marketing and shooting family first demographic, corporate headshot, introducing an entire new genre into your studio, and then getting more peripheral marketing from that. Glamour on location was about not having a studio. That's going to come back up again because that was a big one in the marketing survey. Shooting outside, mothers and daughters. Now these were all the big marketing demographics. Mothers and daughters are my biggest pull-in. Okay, and then I've got my 50 and fabulous, also one of the biggest demographics in the world. I'm going to explore this a lot more. I'm going to shoot a lot more 50 plus in the next month to show you how amazing. I've come up with this really cool idea for a marketing campaign for my own shooting business, and I'm going to execute it and then to the public and then see how much I can get this 50 plus market. So I'll tell you about that later because that's really exciting. I showed you how to shoot in the backlight because that is my most requested image off my website. So when somebody comes to me and says, I really love how you shoot, I want a shot like this, that image is being requested. When something is being requested from your website, you know you have a product that is good because you know that you can just repeat it and then get repeat business. But this girl, this demographic, was one of the biggest shooting demographics that I'm seeing, and she's the lowest spending of the 4 demographics. So I want you to go back to those videos and just watch the end section when we talk about marketing, how we introduce other people to every one of those marketing demographics, how I shoot that beauty shot, because the beauty shot is what I use in my advertising, because the advertising then looks like commercial advertising, not like portrait photography. Okay, so every single video had a reason to be shot, had a reason on how I would market it, how I make money of it, how it's relevant in my business, and how I represent my brand with these shooting videos. So you can look at 23 shooting videos and say, I want more marketing. Every one of those videos was about marketing. So then I showed you all the demographics. So I showed you the younger girls, the 50 plus, the 40 to 50 with no kids, and then I showed you about shooting men. Okay, so I covered every single genre that I could possibly shoot in my studio on how I build a business. I covered every single genre, and now I need to show you how to market with it. Because I feel like I have shown this in every single keynote I've ever done, and yet, interestingly enough, I still need to level you up, because as your shooting comes up, your marketing comes up. As your shooting comes up, you start building your brand. I've never seen a brand that's not evolving. I've never seen a photographer that is not saying they hate their website and they want to do this and they want to do that, because you get sick of looking at it. But the people who are looking at your website don't. And even though I've changed my website and my brand over the last 10 years, there are images on my website that are still from back then that are my signature images that people still love to this day. So I wouldn't just change out everything unless you were really growing, you're in your newbie phase. I'm going to talk today also about how to level up on this area here, because I threw in an interesting little thing on one of Mapuana's PDFs, which is going to be kind of cool to see. Production is about service and turnover. Every single one of these, it could be another 10 days. Because the thing is I've been in a studio for 23 years, 24 on August the 15th, so almost 24 years. There is nothing I haven't seen in a studio. Okay, I've been from the lowest of low to the high-end studio. I've done 101 weddings. I've done a $17,000 wedding. My highest single portrait shoot was $9,000. I've been at the bottom of the barrel. I've gone up through the elitist, 2 global financial crises, you know, drama with staff, drama with bosses, changing studios, an entire genre dying. I have such a wealth of information in my career because I've spent my lifetime doing it. And during that lifetime, I've spent my lifetime learning about myself, okay, building myself. Because I didn't come from money, I had to learn how to make it. I didn't have a marketing degree, I had to learn how to do it. And I figured that I'm seeing a lot of, well, I'm doing this and nothing's happening. Well, you can't be doing anything. I booked a shoot on a Delta flight from New York to Phoenix with no makeup on, my hair in a bun with trainers on. Why did she book with me? Not because I looked glamorous, because I certainly didn't, but because I told her so excitedly what I do. You know, I can book a shoot anywhere I go. I can book a shoot at the gym, I can book a shoot at the local store, I can book a shoot when I go for a walk. And I just love doing what I do. And it's really easy to talk about it. All right, so you know, I mean, I've heard this a million times. I've heard it a million times with people that talk about marketing and stuff like that, but I want to get to the truth of that. So what are you prepared to complain about versus what are you prepared to master? Like, I put up 23 shooting videos that all have a relevance to marketing and promotion. All of them will make money or have or do make money in my business. And I just want to know, what are you prepared to, of those 8 things, what are you prepared to actually master? Okay, because if you want to master the shooting but you don't want to master the business, that's okay. But you must find a business partner. Now, I currently know a photographer here who is an extreme talent. I've been working with her for about 1.5 years. I cannot unblock this woman. She is so blocked when it comes to business that I see her business closing in the next 2 months. She hangs on by a thread month by month, and the pain that she endures to get to each month is just too hard to watch. So I said to her 6 months ago, get a business partner, not a photographer, a business partner that only wants to make money and sell your work. And she said, I'm not going to give half my business away. And I said, you don't have a business. You don't have one. If you are struggling right now, today is the day that you find out where the struggle is. Because a lot of you filled out, 1,178 people filled out my marketing survey, and I asked you what your obstacles were, and every one of your obstacles are personal blocks. And when you say it's the industry, it's oversaturated, there's too many people doing what I do, they're not true, they're your blocks. And I've talked about blocks. So I thought, how do I fix that? How do I take something that's worked for me, and trust me, not everything has worked for me. By any stretch of the imagination. I have failed so epically that there is nothing you can't hit me with, confront me, question me, ask me, that I have not experienced on any level, both personally, business, you name it. So I just am so excited about seeing this questionnaire. Because when I saw this questionnaire, it's like your voice. Normally when you listen to me talk, you listen to me tell you everything I do. And I'm trying to teach you to be like me. And there are aspects of what I do that you like and take on, and aspects that you don't, aspects that resonate with you, and aspects that don't at all, never will. And that's fine. I'm just trying to tell you my journey so you can pick it up and say, this is what Sue did, and I'm learning this, and it's worked for her. But today, it was about what you guys need and me trying to answer your questions. Now, one of the hardest things is I cannot answer 1,185 personal obstacles, and I'm trying to think of ways that I can cover that spectrum. So I think I've nailed it. So it's going to be really neat to watch this unfold. The most powerful tool that you have is your website. We know this. It's the first place people go. It's your online gallery. It's your online life. If I'm out jogging and I see somebody, I start talking to them because I'm not really jogging. If I'm going shopping, I don't know, I like to say that I was jogging, but really I was shopping. So same thing. It's my cardio. So I'm out shopping and I see somebody and then I say, you know, I start talking to them and I don't have a business card. I still have an iPhone. I've got a mouth. You know, I'm a walking, talking marketing, tool for myself because I'm so excited about what I do. And then I tell people what I do. The first thing they do is go to my website. Now, I have written an address of my website on a McDonald's napkin, standing at McDonald's with no makeup on, in trainers, looked at this girl and said, oh my God, you're so beautiful. And she had this amazing hair, and I said, I'd love to photograph you. And I wrote my website on a napkin in McDonald's and gave it to her, and she probably thought I was the weirdest person on the planet. And by the time I drove to the studio, went home, showered, drove to work, she had looked at my website and emailed me. Okay, so my website is my online gallery. Now, today, I have bought Junebug. I call them, and it's funny, I shouldn't refer to you as Junebug because you're Blair and Christy. I bought Blair and Christy from Junebug to help you critique your own website. This is going to blow you away. Okay, nothing prepared me for this. Now, I've built a very successful portrait business, and I've worked in one 12 years before I built my own. Building my own was the biggest eye-opener in the world, and I did, in my first 4 months, pay a business coach. Just like you went and got extra training for photography, you did my workshop. You know, I don't know what you did, Christy, but, you know, we always are paying for education, and so much of that education is to be a better photographer. But now that you're actually shooting, you actually need to start educating or consulting in your business. So I'm launching a new brand next month. It's such an exciting new business for me. And I've been planning this for about 7 years. So I've written it out, and now it's time to actually make it happen. And so I thought to myself, what do you do when you really want something? You go to people that already have it. Okay, you go to people that are already doing it. So I went to Christy and Blair and asked them to consult me. So I've been so blown away by what they've done for me that I brought them on the show today so they can consult for you. So Junebug is a luxury online magazine, and it's actually obviously wedding driven. So I'm not a wedding photographer. Why would I go to wedding consultants in order to build a business? They're not wedding consultants, they're business consultants. Okay, wedding photographers 15 years ago, they built Junebug in 2006. And why did I choose them? Because they've done the work and they're doing the work. All right, now, best educators in the world are people who have done it and are still doing it. Not the people that almost did it and are better at teaching it. Not the people who want to do it and are trying to teach it, but the people who have actually done it and are doing it still. So they created a luxury online magazine, brand, and blog, monetized it, and that is their business. They have staff, they have an incredibly successful business, and over half of the photographers that filled in the survey are wedding photographers. So this doesn't just apply to wedding photographers because I've applied their consulting to my brand. So this afternoon, they've put their consulting website up. And you guys are going to be shocked because I think there's about 80 things on the list, and I think I'm doing 3 of them. me. So it'd be really interesting to see what you're doing. So my new business model is called My Beauty Evolution. And it's so incredible. It ties in with all of my highest values. It ties in with everything that I've wanted to do with glamour photography throughout the world. It's an umbrella company for the top 1,000 glamour photographers in the world. So I can market them and create an umbrella for them to give women the gift that I've been giving for 23 years that I love to do. So you're going to hear more about that later. So I sent out a marketing survey. The marketing survey was just incredible. I got 1,178 people fill it out. The first question I asked is, what do you shoot? Out of 1,178, 83 said they shoot one genre. Okay, and that ranged. It ranged from portrait to glamour. And then the rest, 195, shot multiple genres and some up to 7. Now the highest rated genre in that was family portraits, kids, wedding was 3rd, newborn, glamour was 4th, boudoir was 5th, newborn, and then they trailed off fashion, pets. You know, so I got to see what it was that you were all shooting. So family was right up there at the top, which is absolutely incredible, because I really want to spend more time at another time talking about family portraits and family marketing, because we don't have enough of that. We don't have enough education around it. Okay, then I started to ask the question, when do you blog? 3 times a week, 35 people. Out of 1,178, 35 people blog 3 times a week. Twice a week, 66. Okay? Once a week, 230. Once a month, 276. Sometime last year, 138. Too embarrassed to say, 433. All right. One of the first things I said in my workshop was, if you are not a blogger, don't blog. Because if you can't write, don't want to write, don't enjoy writing, don't have a blog. And I realized that I wanted you to play to your strength, and so if you're not a blogger, don't blog. But then I've learned something over the last year, and I've realized you're actually doing yourself a disservice if you don't have a blog. You're doing yourself a greater disservice by not filling it in. So I started to build my blog in the first 2 years of my business, and I got it up to 78,000 hits a month from nothing in the first year. Then I built it, and I built it, and I built it, and I started to break into the 100,000s, and I used that simple recipe right there. Okay, that was it. I've showed it to you before. 40% knowledge, 40% positive opinion, 10% personality, 10% self-promotion, blog twice a week. I consistently blogged twice a week for 1 year, and I just built this following. I gave information, I showed images, I spoke from my heart, so I wasn't always grammatically correct. I have terrible spelling because I have typing dyslexia because I type too fast. And you know, I spell check and I grammar check, and you know, I think when I first started, somebody said, you're stupid, you can't even write properly, and I was like, yeah, well, I write like I speak, so look out. But what happens is that translates into realness, right? Because I'm writing exactly as I speak, and people connect with that, and then it comes through, and then everybody just sees the real me. So what I then realized is I started to build my Facebook second. So blog first, Facebook second. And as I started to build my Facebook page, my business page got up into the 30,000s, and I stopped blogging because I was Facebooking twice a day. And I was Facebooking twice a day, and then all of a sudden I started to get emails coming to the studio. Where was that video link you were talking about? Where was that link to Creative Live? Where was that thing link? Where was that video? Where was that ballet shoot? Where was that, you know? And I was like, oh my God, people, everything's on Facebook. And then I thought, no, it's not on Facebook. It's only on Facebook for 30 seconds. Because a news feed is moving so fast that once everybody else gets on, your home feed, you're gone. Unless you come and visit my page, or you have notifications, and let's face it, most people have turned their notifications off. I've turned my notifications off 1.5 years ago. If I want to see what my friends are doing, I have to actively go to their pages. So if people are not actively coming to your page, they're not seeing what you're doing. Have you considered that? You think you're advertising, and the only people that are responding on your threads are people that happen to be on the home thread when you post. So they happen to be online at the same time, having a chat with you. Well, if I've got 37,000 friends on my Facebook page, it stands to reason 100 of them are talking to me at once, but that's only 100. Once that's gone, they have to actively come to my page to say, oh, what's Sue Bryce up to? So the question you have to ask is, why would anybody come to my page? So now I realize what I have to do is I have to put everything on my blog, and I look at it as an archive. And so I Facebook, and then I blog it immediately. Now, I'm not talking about Facebook, the link. I'm actually writing pretty much the blog, unless it's a long-winded one. You know how I get those long-winded blogs. Unless it's a really long-winded one, I'm pretty much putting the short version on Facebook with the image, and then archiving the longer version on the blog. And if there is more to the short version that I want people to read, I'll say more on the blog. But I used to just say, go to the blog. And then people would bounce straight to the blog. And then I stopped blogging at all and just Facebooked. And then people were confused. They're like, where's the information I need? And they were missing entire shoots. I know this because I would look at my best friends and I would say, did you like the shoot I did with the girl in the red dress? And they'd go, oh, I didn't see that. I go, I Facebooked it. And they go, oh, yeah, I don't read your page. So. And I was like, oh. And then I realized not everybody is reading your feed. Not everybody is looking at your feed. Most people may have even turned it off. You know, so you need to consider that. And you need to consider that you're talking to thin air, or whoever's online at the time, which could be anywhere from 3 to 100 people, tops. And once your thread is gone, it's off the page and it's done. Unless somebody is actively seeking you, they will not see it. So we're overusing Facebook, and we've stopped blogging. But those statistics really are alarming, because that's 433 people that want to market their business that do not have a blog. And I believe you're a creative photographer, which means you should be shooting something every week. And if you need inspiration, like if you've got no bookings and you're just starting out and you want inspiration, follow Hayley Bartholomew. Because Hayley can do the most amazing Instagram shoots. She'll find anything to shoot. She photographs her own children in the most incredible way. Like, everything stimulates Hayley. So her presence online is way bigger than her brand. You know, because everything she does just drives back to her brand, because she is a constant presence on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook with her beautiful little iPhone shots. So she's constantly stimulating people with that, and then she makes grids out of them, she puts them on her blog, and she's constantly finding things like that little project she's doing right now, finding love hearts everywhere, and now finding hearts has become a hashtag, and now I'm out finding hearts when I'm walking, taking photos of little heart-shaped things and hashtagging finding hearts. That's smart business, because that is constantly driving traffic to her. Whereas we won't shoot for 2 weeks, and nothing, and even worse, you'll get stagnant, and your Facebook will stagnate, your blog will stagnate, you look stagnant, and there is no work on there. And the truth is, the greatest marketing tool you have right now is your website and your ability to share it. Okay, and the sharing is what social media is. So everyone puts a lot of onus on social media, but the truth is it's just a loudhailer. Okay? Everybody look at my website. That's it. That's all it is. It's not your brand. It's not, you can't personalize it. There's nothing. It just exists as a loudhailer to announce things. So we've really got to get you into blogging. So we can talk about blogging later on, because the blog specialists are sitting over there. Now, that worked for me, but I think what works for me is a lot of things work for me that don't work for a lot of people. And there's one word in here, well, there's one line in here that makes me work more than most people in everything I do. The bottom one. Because when I set my mind to something, I am one of the most consistent people I know. So what I did, remember, was I set an alarm on my iPhone that at 10 o'clock on Monday morning, I would set off an alarm and it would say, write tomorrow's blog. And then on Wednesday at 10 a.m., alarm goes off and it says, write tomorrow's blog. For the first year and a half, every time that alarm went off, I'd go like this, I've already written it. because I like doing it that much, I was already ahead of my reminder. But you cannot afford not to be blogging. Stop blogging 50 images, 3 is enough. Tell a little story, and this is my theory. I'm not a wedding photographer, and yet this is so funny. Something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. Okay, I rotate 4 blogs. I want to do 4 blogs. The first one is something old, because everyone goes, what do you do when you run out of stories? And that amazes me. Who runs out of stories? I've never met anybody that runs out of stories, especially women. We love talking. So something old would be something I shot, something I learned back then, something I saw back then, something that influenced me back then, something that I loved back then, something that made me a photographer, something that made me shoot, made me make a dress, something vintage, anything old that's come from my career. Now, I'm lucky I have a long career that I can draw from, but you can find something old. Something new is what I've just shot. Anything I've just shot is got to go on my blog. So I want to rotate, pull up something old, talk about how it's inspired me, even show bad work, whatever you want to do. Whoever your audience is, just talk to them. Something new, something borrowed could be any inspiration you find, any image you find in a magazine, trying to recreate it. It can come from somebody else. My inspiration is Sue Bryce. My inspiration is Herb Ritz. My inspiration is something borrowed. It could be a guest post, a guest blog. It could be something you've read, a book that you've read that has given you enlightenment, or anything you want to share that part of yourself. It's anything you could borrow that comes from another source. And then something blue. Now, to me, something blue is something true from your heart, something that connects you to your audience as a person. We are in the experience society now. You know, we are not loud hailers. We're not just shouting out who can shout the loudest gets work. We've become experience society all across the board. Everything we do in our lives is shared online. Okay, so really you have to share a part of yourself. And if you don't want to share a part of yourself, share a part of one of your clients. Because I've never done a portrait shoot and not learned something incredible about the woman that I'm shooting. And if she's happy to share that on my blog, then I can write a story around it. And that connects me, it connects her to more audience and more storytelling. And the more you perfect this and hone this, the better the traffic is going to constantly be to your website. So driving to the blog instead of Facebook, huge mistake. Now I've reversed it. Now I'm archiving back on my blog, and I am still sharing a lot on Facebook. There's a lot of times you might be at work, you check your emails, you see the news feed, Sue's written a long-winded post, and you earmark it for later on, right? You might not sit there and read it, but you know it's there. You have a look. The information might be relevant. You're like, oh, Sue's written about that. I'm going to read that. And you might read it later, but you might not get to it. But then the next time my blog comes up, I know that that's going to be 3 down. And you're more likely to read 3 in one go than you are to jump in and read 1 straight away. Really, really important. Okay. What social media do you promote your business, use to promote your business? 1.8% of those people out of the 1,178 do not use Facebook. Okay, so it ended up being 7 or 8 people are not on Facebook. Now, they might be somewhere in the world that they don't have access to Facebook, I don't know, but Facebook's about to hit 1 billion users. I don't think you can afford not to be on Facebook. But we're going to have a look at how you can at least utilize it, because I don't think people are utilizing it. I think what's happening on Facebook is we're building a community of friends, and then we're building a community of photographers, because that's what we do. We look at other people in the industry, we connect, we meet other photographers, we follow photographers we like, and we've seemed to have lost that middle component out of there, which is the customer. And it's also really intriguing because when we talk about the website, that applies to your blog, and if it applies to your blog, then it applies to Facebook. Do you understand? I see Facebook, Twitter, and Pinterest as microblogs. It's microblogging. It's just a shorter version of blogging, and it feeds off your blog. It siphons. So if that's the case, then when these girls open up that website review from the consulting sheet, then obviously we can talk about how to access the blog and Facebook, because I think that is just going to be absolutely mind-blowing that we're not even utilizing it. 98% of us are on Facebook and Twitter, and 98% of us are not doing it properly. Now again, how have I managed to build such a big Facebook following and maintain it? Oh, I'm going to come back to this because this is important. Pinterest was the largest sharing social network last year, larger than all of them. Okay, more videos were shared because Pinterest now has video share. You realize this? So more videos were shared on Pinterest than on YouTube. Not uploaded or watched, but shared and tagged. Okay, and that is search engine. Okay, anybody sharing and tagging is driving search engine, right? So 675 people are not on Pinterest. Make it 676 because I'm not either. Okay, I have yet to even step into this arena, and I'm getting business from it. I'm getting people ringing me from all around the world saying, I saw your shoot pinned and how much to have a photo shoot with you. And I'm like, I'm not on Pinterest. But the people reading my blog are. And the people reading your blog will more likely pin an image they love and drive work back to your website. Okay, and that's why my web guy put a Pinterest pin on my blog images. One of the smartest things he could do. I bet you that's one of your questions that I got right. Okay, so 98% of Facebook and Twitter, 675 not using Pinterest yet. If I put up a Pinterest challenge and start pinning, will the other 675 and all the other people who didn't fill out the survey do the same thing? Did you hear that? All right, let's do it. Microblog etiquette. Facebook daily, connection. Tweet daily, retweet. Pin, weekly. Inspiration, create boards. You have to find a way to market on the periphery with Pinterest because you're not allowed to have business boards. Well, you might be able to now, but you weren't allowed to 6 months ago. So I saw it, what? I can't have a business board? Why would I have one? And then I realized, of course, there are ways for you to market constantly on the periphery without being a business board. So Instagram, at least twice a week. At least twice a week, and hit these social medias consistently. So again, connect all media archive to the blog, Vimeo, YouTube, Pinterest monthly. Okay, because the blog is your online presence that is constantly being updated and archived. Now, I designed my website 1.5 years ago, haven't touched it since. I have 80 images to go on the galleries and I haven't done it. Why don't you do it? It's something you never get around to doing it until somebody has to look at your website publicly and then you're like, oh, I better finish my website, because it's just something you don't. It is the most important part of your business, and it's the one that you always let fall. And then interestingly enough is none of these are being connected in the right way. Okay, so what you need to create is a Facebook media, social media presence that actively participates to an audience, not to friends. Okay, so it's something that gives back to people, connects them to you, and makes it work. Now, I think what we're confused about is our personal Facebook and our business. And we're not building our business Facebook, we're spending more time in our personal Facebook. And I think it's really, really intriguing that you would spend all this time in the morning and the afternoon on your Facebook when the feed's going to be gone in 15 seconds and there's nothing else that exists for you there all day except for someone coming in online and maybe seeing your status update. You might get 7 likes on a comment and you've spent an hour on Facebook in the morning, and that's not actively marketing your business, not by any stretch of the imagination. So I recently got challenged on In Bed with Sue. None of my marketing's working. Nobody wants, nobody's calling from these vouchers. So the first thing I did was I went to all 3 girls that were complaining. I went to the 3 of their Facebook pages. Not one of them have uploaded a shoot in over a month. One of them 3 months. Are you a photographer? I don't think you are. I think you're lying to me. But one of them had advertised herself about 4 times on the special she currently has going on at the moment. To who? For what? Do you see me advertise special banners on Facebook? Right. You never see that, right? No. What do? I post images. So every time I post a shoot, everybody likes it, compliments it, talks about it, shares it, and it just keeps going and going and going. I get more traffic to my Facebook by posting my work than I do by talking about anything else, except for when like I tucked my skirt into my stockings and walked through Seattle Airport, and I got like 2,000. Oh, when I had my hair curly, and I got like 4,000 likes or something, and I was just like, really? But it just shows you two things. People want to connect visually, and they want to laugh. You know, people just want to lighten up. And so if I can just be my quirky self, and like when I took my sweater off in Nordstrom and punched myself in the face, and you know, I post that because it's me and it's real and it's stupid and funny and it connects you to me, but that's not what keeps you coming back. And then I will post the work that I do, and the work that I do is work that I love. Okay, and yes, people do not always give you the positive. You know, you can get 1,000 likes and one really horrible comment, but it's good to have equilibrium. Not everyone likes you, not everyone likes your work. That's a good thing. Embrace that. Don't be afraid of having your presence on there. Don't be afraid of joining In Bed with Sue and putting your images up for critique. But understand, if you're going to cry about it, then you're living in a fantasy world. You're living in a fantasy world if all of this connection, putting it out there, is scary to you that you're not going to get negative feedback. The internet is trolling, and it can be so cruel. Twitter is anonymous. I call them drive-by shootings. Somebody can literally drive past you, shoot you, you don't know their name or their website, you can't track it, and next minute you're crying and eating a pound cake and drinking a bottle of wine. And the truth is that you can't have 1,000 people tell you you're amazing and not have one tell you you're crap. So, those 3 photographers that were complaining about not getting work, not one of them had posted a shoot. One of them had posted a discount on what? You're not showing me anything. None of you are doing anything. And if you are doing it, why aren't you showing it? Stop telling me and trying to sell me what you do, and show me what you do so I can get excited about it. Like, show me. Show me, for God's sake. And if you haven't gotten a booking, go and shoot someone for free. It costs you nothing but time, and unless you're working full-time and you're trying to build a business in the weekend, but I'll tell you something about somebody who does that, because I remember doing the same thing. If you are working full-time and you are shooting part-time in the weekend, you're hungry. You're hungry to do this. Because there's part of your soul that knows that you clock in 9 to 5 and hate your life. And you know that on that Saturday when you get to do that wedding or that shoot or that portrait shoot, that you are finally free. So it's not that woman, it's not that man that's doing that. That person is loving it. It's the person who's sitting at home not doing it and complaining about not getting it. So get up and do something. There is no way I'm going to write you an action plan today with 200 slides in it and not hold you accountable. Everything I ever did in my business is because I worked so freaking hard at it. Because I love doing it. God, what part of that don't you get? I reek of it. You think I stand there and tell people what I hope to be? You couldn't stop me from doing this. Even when they said I couldn't. I've said that over and over and over again. So what are you looking for? Are you looking for that passion today? Are you hoping to get that? Because you're the only person that can tell me what spins your wheels. You can't look at me and go, I'll have what she's having. You can't do that. That is ingrained in my desire to want to be something. I want to be a photographer. I want to be successful. I want to photograph women. I want to make them look beautiful. I want to show them their true selves. I want to experience that every single day. Like, that's what I want. So if you can't write down what you want, and if what you want is more shoots at a discounted price of $375, then what you want is 3 times $375. Go and get a job. Go and get a job. If you're not prepared to fall in love with what you're doing or actively do what you love doing, then you're in the wrong place for yourself right now. And you need to learn this. Every week, I want to see shoots on Facebook and I want to see it archived on your blog. I don't care if you are giving away shoots. Don't give them for free. Give them a gift voucher with a dollar amount, remember? Then when they show people their images and share them on Facebook, you can say, I won a gift voucher, or I was given an amazing gift voucher. I got $300 worth of photographs. I got $500 worth of photographs. They are telling people that they got the value with you. And so if people hear $400, $500, $1,200, whatever they hear, and then they like the product, they're going to go, I want to do that. I want to do that. But if the person said, oh, I just did this free shoot for this friend of mine, then clearly it's not building you. What free shoots will do, and we never call them free shoots, so what gift voucher or complimentary shoots will do is get you a beautiful folio, will connect your social media, market your business, and keep you in love with photography. The second your energy shifts around that, you will attract clients. And I want to see the work. Of the 3 folios of the 3 women that complained that they're not getting work, that I looked at, which is the reason I wrote that Are You Good Enough blog, I looked at the work and I didn't like it. So maybe nobody else does either. Did you think about that? Maybe you're just not good enough. So you're not in love with what you're doing because you're not showing me anything. You want money for it, but you're not that good at it. You're not actively showing it off, so you're either not doing it or you don't want to show it off or you're too scared to, and you're complaining about not getting anything? There's a cycle here, right? Okay, this is what I want to break. I've got to break this cycle. Everything we do right now is an experience society. 1 billion people own iPhones, smartphones, more. 2 billion people own smartphones. We're now connected to the internet, online, everywhere we go. Your clients will share every experience with you and everyone else. Every experience. So now, and I don't know how many times you have to tell this to people because this is the hardest one for me to grasp in terms of being a business owner. This is where I drop the ball. I drop the ball in my customer service and my experience service all the time. It's the only place I drop my ball. I drop it, I drop it, I drop it. And the problem is the person you're sharing with is also sharing with everybody on here. You get that? Good and bad. Okay, if they like you, but they don't think you were that good, they're not going to put it on any of their social media. If they love you and they love the experience and the images, they're going to put it across the board on every social media. If they hate you, they're going to put it across the board on every social media. So the only time people are not sharing with you via text, pics, Skype, Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, and email is if they're passive towards you. Like passive is near-death experience. At least hate will bring you more traffic to your site because they're posting about you, so everyone's going to go and check out your work. So, you know, there is definitely bad press in being hated, but the truth is if you are not getting referrals, you are not either actively seeking them or you're not doing the work to get them. If people are not actively sharing your entire life on Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, and email, if they're not doing that, you're not doing anything to get that, either good or bad. Okay, because if your clients are passive to you right now, then you're not doing a good enough job. And my job is to make you a better photographer so you can make more money. Right? That's everything I've ever tried to teach you, is for you to define yourself, define your role, define what you love, and make yourself a better photographer so you can make more money. All right? So this is really, really obvious to me right now, and you need to ask this question. So we've got a critique survey, not the website critique. We've got 2 critique surveys that the girls have written for you. One of them is a critique to go out to your clients that you've photographed to ask about you. Was I good enough? Was I fast enough at responding? Was I kind to you? Did I make you feel important? Did you receive your images in time? Did I follow up my emails and phone calls quickly enough? You are going to be so shocked when you put that out, because we're going to teach you this afternoon how to create a private Google Doc survey like the one that you filled in for me that can be emailed directly to every one of the clients that you have photographed, so you can ask those questions and get the harshest feedback you could possibly get to find out what you did wrong. All right? Because if you're not getting work, whose fault is that? Who's responsible for that? You can get online and blame anybody you like, but who is responsible? All right, so, ooh, that is just, this is shake-up day. This is challenge day. I challenged you to 28 days. You challenged me to market your business. I got this. All right? You're going to challenge me to market your business, then you're going to challenge me to market your business. So I've got this. Boy, I'm going to use it.
Sue asked us for that, and we all got scared. So you should be as well.
Just from reading the comments here in the lounge, Sue, you are definitely shaking it up.
Oh, good. Christy, can I have that water?
And they do appreciate it.
Just so you're aware, thank you so much. Just so you're aware, I have said everything on this keynote at some stage in the last 3 years when I speak to people, either at a workshop, on stage. This is the first time I've been able to pull it together as one power keynote to make you see across the board what's going wrong. And if this could be the biggest wake-up call for you in your business right now, then this excites me like no other. Why do I feel like I'm so firm about this? Because I feel like what I'm dealing with, and I know for a lot of people it's true, is what I'm dealing with is a lot of apathy. A lot of people that are not taking action around this area. And I understand that. I hated marketing my business. I like it now. I learnt to like it, but I'll tell you why. I'll explain why, because I learnt to get excited about what I was creating. And I didn't value the marketing or selling portraits when I was in my portrait business because I didn't value myself, as you well know. And once I learned that, I also learned to value myself and give and receive. So there's a lot of personal components, I think, that block you. But I need to get the perfect balance between an action plan with really good actionable marketing tips that you can template and go and make, and sorting out the personal self at the same time, because I think they're in direct proportion. Have you designed a PDF email price list? This is for the 410 people that have it. Put out your hand. Are you serious, people? 778 of you. Wow, I've been saying this in every keynote for a year and a half. Design an online email. Are you hiding? Are you hiding? Now.
I've got the first page.
Okay, this is absolutely mind-blowing to me. Okay, 778 people have actually done it. That means there's thousands of others that have actually done it, and that there's 410 people just on this survey that haven't. So let's hit this first, because even the people that have designed it, I'm going to hit you to the next level. Okay, you've designed it. I'm impressed. Let's have a look at this. This was Mapuana's email price list after her first Creative Live in March last year. She designed it. How many months did it take you to design it? So even though I said it in March, it took you till August to do the first one. Okay, black background, white writing, never easy to read. All of the girls exactly the same demographic. Same age, same ethnicity, same hair color, same body type. Okay, so Mapuana is telling me no before and afters. I photograph really hot Hawaiian chicks. End of story. And that's cool, that's fine. Is that your market? No, your market is all women. Mapuana Reid, photography, hair and makeup plus photo shoot. Well, that's a bonus. You buy the hair and makeup and we'll throw in a photo shoot. Okay, and then we've got a CD with print rights, which is just confusing because nobody knows what print rights are. Wall portraits, 8 by 10 through 5 images, 10 images, 15 images, black box, which I don't even know what's in the black box, so I don't know that I'd want to buy it. And all up, you think that that's a great little representation of your business. And so then she had this, which was information that you needed. It was badly designed, you know, pink font, and it was important information to remember for your shoot. And my all-time favorite was no alcohol allowed in the studio and please come sober. Okay, it was too wordy, it didn't make sense, none of that sold the experience to me. So what it was essentially what everybody's done. They've gone and designed an information PDF with your information on it. But people don't just buy information, they don't want information. What people want is, what am I going to get? Like, what's in it for me? I'm the client, I'm paying, so you're giving me all these numbers for what? And what happens if I don't look like any of them? Because that means I can't go there. And what is it? Oh, it's hair and makeup. Okay, so it doesn't even accurately communicate what she does, or what she's giving, or what she's selling. So we challenged Mapuana, and the cool thing about Mapuana is we actually challenged her, and I did the critique of it. So this is the critique, and it's actually on my blog. So if you want to listen to it, listen to it. We'll keep the sound off for this. Basically, I showed her first two, and I told Mapuana what I would critique. I did not do it for her, and I did not write her a list. I just critiqued it. She went away, she came back, and she gave me the second round. And the second round she designed on issue. Okay, and I recorded the screen, and I recorded my critique, and then I put it up on the blog. And I think it's such a neat critique to see, because you get to see the evolution of her designing going to the next level. Now, she still had some communication issues. You know, like, as far as I'm concerned, we were laughing about this and how this didn't work, and we were laughing about the pink and no alcohol. And then when she went to that issue magazine, it was still messy. It looked more slideshowy than magazine. It was definitely looked like low-budget design. It didn't accurately communicate a product that was worth $1,250. Yeah, because remember the old story in the year 2000, I was in Paris, and I got approached, you know, when you're young and stupid, by this guy to go into Louis Vuitton and spend $3,000 on a handbag, French francs on a handbag for probably the Chinese underground or something, but anyway. So I did it because it was such an amazing experience, and I got $500 for it. And I remembered thinking in that moment, I was a photographer back then, and my average sale was $1,850. And that was what it cost in New Zealand dollars to buy this handbag. And I don't treat my clients the way I got treated in Louis Vuitton and on the Champs-Élysées in Paris. And so it occurred to me that obviously if you're not treating your clients for what you're worth, then obviously you need to have a look at relative product. So if my average sale is $3,000, then clearly I'm the price of a Prada handbag, and I need to treat my clients like that. So she went to issue, and she designed this, which looks to me like a photography album, which is fine. You're a photographer. This is our go-to. This is our go-to. It's messy. None of it's aligned design-wise. Nightmare. But, you know, in terms of visual component, I bet you your family wouldn't have noticed any difference, because unless they're designers, they'd be like, oh, Mabu, that's great work. Well done. Pat, pat, pat. But you're competing in a market with thousands of other photographers where your visual display is everywhere. And it's competing immediately with other people's versus design, experience, and what it's giving. And so as you go through, watch the critique, because you can hear what I do and what I don't like about it. It's on my blog, so you can just scroll down and find it. And I can update it if you want. Because what I really love is this. This is where Mapu is now. So this is her third design. It's her third design, and she's been doing this. She produced the first one for me in February, the second one in March, and this one in April. January, February, March, April. So in 3 months, she's now here. Again, she listened to that critique that was online, and this is what she's come up with. She's cleaned up all of her lines. She's gone full page bleed, and she's using her before and afters. She's simplified. So her first 2 pages are now not that messy album, but now full bleed, and it looks more magazine, right? Her work looks stunning. It's really easy to see what she does and why she does it. Okay, then this, she's linked videos, she's got behind the scenes pictures, and she's showing multiple demographics, because that's good marketing. That tells me more than one woman will come into my studio, and that looks incredible. I absolutely love this. I love this, good full page bleeding, and I love this. I love that it all features in there, and that tells me a story. This PDF no longer needs words. But you can click here for a behind-the-scenes video, right? So it's informative, it's beautiful, it's attractive, it tells a story. Are you proud of this? Yes. Yeah. Okay, you get to here, be beautiful and celebrate you, and then the price list, so much better. She's no longer selling a makeover with a bonus photo shoot. She's now selling a photo shoot, which happens to include hair and makeup, which is really wonderful. She's got her digital folio. It's not print rights or anything like that. It's a simple digital folio, wall portraits, and an album, a 5x5 album, because the public understand that word. And then we've got the Ultimate Glamour Collection, and that's her biggest price, biggest package, highest price line right there. So she's educating, she's enticing, she's simplified it, and it says, call me for a personal consultation. And before it had something about women and rah, rah. So to me, the evolution of this design is absolutely phenomenal. When I go back, and especially when I see the second critique, the one that I put on my blog, because I think the evolution of this is incredible, especially when I look at this girl here. And also, she's gone with an issue magazine, which I'm going to talk about soon, so just hold tight. And so the one thing that took me by surprise when I looked at it, I was like, I loved it, and I was like really impressed. When I looked at this image, I looked at the retouching on the face. Now I'm no longer looking at your work like a client, I'm looking at your work like a photographer. And I'm like, oh, a little bit over retouch for me in terms of, I see, what I call, whenever you watch my Photoshop videos, is bruising. Okay, so I can see a ripple in the cloning on the face. And so what I did was, I thought to myself, I'm going to show you how close you are to me. Because it's really important that you understand how close you are to me. Because if you put me up on a pedestal of being so far away from you in terms of what you're creating, then you're really misaligning your own capability. So I asked Mapuana to send me the image unretouched, and I was going to retouch it and design that PDF page. Okay, just to see how different I would do it just using my skills. Now, I've got mad Photoshop skills because I've been doing it for years, way before the computer was invented, and I had a paintbrush, and then I mastered Photoshop when I got it. And I think in the first 3 years of Photoshop, maybe version 3 and 4 and 5, 6 was my favorite back then, that I probably could do, I could pull anywhere from 12 to 15 hours a day on Photoshop. I loved it that much, and I mastered it. Like, Photoshop to me was something I needed and loved to do. So I'm just going to bounce from marketing just to Photoshop, just to show you, can Photoshop enhance your marketing? So can Photoshop and design give you a better online presence if you can't afford to pay a designer and a Photoshopper? Now, I learned to do it myself because I couldn't afford to pay anybody else. I could not afford to pay anybody else, so it was one of those things. On 28 days, there is a retouching video for the backlight to show you how to get that really amazing backlight that I get and finish it. I show you how to slim curves and and I also show you how to do the 2-minute body contouring and 2-minute face roll. That's already on your 28 days. I need you to perfect this, because it makes such a difference to your final product. All right, so the first thing I need to teach you, and that's what I'm going to do today, is how to extend those backgrounds. Because all design is full bleed, not boxing. And once you learn how to do this, Photoshop does this in seconds. You can do this on Photoshop so easily, it's not funny. You select that color, you swap over your background, foreground, you lasso, and then you use your gradient tool. You play with it, takes a little while, and then you clone it together. then you can create any professional advertising on Photoshop yourself, vouchers, anything you want that's not boxed in and album looking. And then you're creating really basic things like this that put you ahead of everybody else. And as a Photoshopper, you can learn this. You can outsource and pay a designer, yes. So here you are with your PDF, and I noticed that bruising a little bit, and your highlights are quite strong. There's a little bit going on in the background, and you sent me the image, and then I retouched that image on the right. And so the only difference really between you and me was I had a little bit more evenness on the face. I took off the burn of the highlights, and I pretty much took off the burn through the whole image, and I just gave it a slightly softer tone so there wasn't so much red in my contrast. But as soon as I did it, so that's the before and that's the after, just retouching. So I slimmed her arm and I slimmed her leg because her leg is pointing towards the camera, so it looks bigger than it is. She's not going to buy a photograph if her leg looks big, and then I slimmed her arm. So that's you, and then that's me. And it's a very subtle difference. But it's a more polished difference, but it's very subtle. And so that's how close you are. You know, and I think that's really, really important. I really want people to understand I can then think of 50 things to write in that top corner. You know, like I can think of 50 ways to write it, and all it was a better font and less highlights burnt out and a little bit better retouching on the face. But just with a slight polish of more Photoshop, a little bit more distance, you can take your designs to the next level. So what we've done is we've put templates in here. Let's look at them. We're going to template voucher. We're going to template PDFs. We're going to template the price list, referrals, rewards. We've got every single type of template could possibly be made from these. You could make 100 templates from these. Okay? So I want to talk about how we can make all of these gift vouchers work, because there's so much confusion around it. Because all I hear as feedback is, how do I give this away? How will I get paid? Because you're under the illusion that if you give this away, that you will not get paid. But the gift voucher is to get them into the shoot. It is not to give them photographs. You're giving them money to spend on photographs. So what you're giving them is an incentive to come to your studio. Now you personalize this in any way that you like. All of these templates here can be changed. The trilling can be taken off. The words can be changed. The fonts can be changed. Every single one can be changed in at least 20, 30, 40 different ways. Okay? These are the templates that we started with showreels. Okay? If you've got them, you've got these templates. I've added on also. Here we go. Okay, so just to show you, this here, this here, this here, same template. Okay, all I did was change the image, change the color of the font, change the font. That's all I did. So the options, I think, are endless. There's just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of ways you can do this. Did you get these templates, Mapwana?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you use them? Have you created a gift voucher with them?
I use them, but I changed it up a little bit, so it's a dollar value.
Yeah,
so
that's okay. Not how you use it, but that you did use that template.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I've got videos recording of how I did them, including how to extend backgrounds. So every video shows you how to do it, how to extend backgrounds, how to change each template, how I designed each template from each design, and then how you can make it entirely your own. Okay, so I have to make it so easy for you that you will go and do this. Right, then we have to talk about how you're going to use them. There are fold-outs, multiple fold-outs, pages. You can use brochures, PDFs. I showed you how to create a grid, how to make like my website, how to create multiple images. The ideas are endless, and because they're in layered Photoshop files, you can turn off any layer you want. So if there's a design in the background you don't want, turn it off. Just turn it off. But what you're doing is you're creating dynamic visual marketing for your brand that is going out via email, and email is still the strongest way to market and connect to your audience. All right. There is headings, pages, half pages. There are so many different ways, and those 4 videos. That is the magazine page that I use in all of my design. Okay, it's simple. I created it, I put the shadow, I put the line down the middle, I put the highlight, so that when you drop an image on, it looks like an open magazine. I just wanted to do that just to create a little bit of a modern, different spin to how I was presenting my images online. It really went crazy, and everyone took off with it, and it was a really cool thing to do. So that template's in there as well. Have you designed an issue magazine? Now, I'm not sponsored by Issue by any stretch of the imagination. If you have been to my website and watched Jill's video, then you'll see Jill's video comes with a magazine. Now, why did I do that? A, it's a plugin, which Dustin, when he designed the page, he just plugged it in as an embedded plugin in my, on Jill's page. 2 is I felt like the documentary was about Jill, but the Issue magazine is about me being a photographer. It's my story, and it attaches to the video. So in terms of multimedia, you can watch the documentary and you can read the magazine. I designed that so quickly overnight that I could go in and plump that up. I could tell more stories about Jill, about Nikki, about Paris, about giving Jill's shoot to her, about the experience that we all had personally, and I should go in and make that magazine better. Because it's something that for $20 a month, $20 a month, you can do unlimited publications. Unlimited publications. And the size of a magazine is not based on how many pages you have, it's based on the size of the magazine. So if you're putting really high-res files in there, you will not get, I think it's 236 meg is the overall size. So if you're saving your images at a lower JPEG, then they'll fit in there beautifully. But why is this working for a lot of people? You've done it, and it looks really good online. You can be private. You can also upload a magazine. You can upload a design to Issue and click it as private so nobody will see it. Upload it, save it, and get it printed and sent to you as a bound book, which a lot of people were doing with 28 Days Workbook. They were putting it online as a private magazine, getting it printed so that they could use it as a posing guide and workbook while they're shooting. Okay, and it really works. Do not put it as a public file. Other people will have access to it. If you are doing something with a copyright on it, make sure it's private. Very, very important. Okay, the Issue magazine, the template I did to make it look magazine had nothing to do with Issue. I was just like ripping off the little black shadow. I was like, oh, I can make that on Photoshop. And I made it on Photoshop, and I used it like magazine style when I did any of my advertising. But Issue magazine was specifically for Jill. So now, in my news site, I'm featuring about 5 other pages with 5 video stories like Jill's, and every single one of those videos is going to have a magazine style about the shoot. So you're going to watch a behind-the-scenes videos, and then you're going to read about it. You're going to read about the experience from my client's point of view, because have you noticed my advertising behind-the-scenes videos don't have anything from my client speaking, talking about their experience, telling what they enjoyed, showing their final images. You get to see 3 images flash up at the end. And so it's like an album that you can flip through an entire shoot. You can get words from the person that you just photographed. You can get their story, their journey, why they came to you for a shoot, what they got out of it, what they love, their favorite images. This is my husband's favorite image. This is my favorite image. This is my son's favorite image. You can write stories about them on Issue and put as many of those magazines online. You can have an Issue magazine gallery on your website that feature a shoot of every person, and you could have the before and after on the cover. So if you want to read more, see more, learn more, connect more, you can read about it. And how exciting is that? And that opens a world of opportunity. Also, ever since Jill's video went up and Issue went online, I started to get followers on Issue because people follow you on Issue. And now I have something like 800 followers on Issue. And so whenever I publish anything on Issue, that's going to go to those subscribers, just like YouTube and Vimeo. So $20 a month, unlimited publications. It's a pretty good deal. All right, this was the Issue magazine that I designed. And you don't need to design it with the line and the shadow in the middle, because when you drop it onto Issue, that is all there for you. What you need to do is just choose your specs, and you can pretty much choose any size. You can have a shorter, wider magazine that suits your website, or you can have a longer, skinnier one. It's up to you. So they make it based on the size, and I tell the story just like a magazine, and it sits just above Jill's video. So if you haven't seen it, I've designed it just like that. It was really neat, fun design. I show the shoot and linear process. She danced under the Eiffel Tower at dawn. You know, that's a double-page spread. And I just featured my work like an album, like a wedding album. Now, what is the one thing all people love to do when you're at an expo and you have albums on the table? Is flip through them. You know, people love to see a whole shoot, a whole story. They really love it, they're captivated by it, and they'll spend more time looking at photographs than they will reading your words. And if you haven't seen it on Jill's page, you just go to my website and have a look under The Light That Shines, a documentary for all, and sitting above the video is a little icon that says, read the story, watch the video. So I've made it really easy for the public to understand. Read the story, watch the video. Okay, there's no mystery like Dropbox. No mystery. It's like, you know what? You can work it out on your own. It's like, read the story, watch the movie. And do you know why I did that? It's ironic, not just because I've been swearing at Dropbox all week, but because when I designed my first website, I didn't put anything on the front page but 3 images and my name. And when you scroll over the image, it changes color. And then obviously it's a lead-in to go gallery, and the word gallery popped up. I watched my 4 best girlfriends, none of them photographers, open my website and go, oh, it's really good. And I was like, you didn't go into any of the galleries? And they're like, how do I do that? And they never touched it. They just opened it and were like, there's no menu, there's no... And so I literally went like, click here. I put an arrow, because I think, you know, it's not always obvious to everybody. Make it obvious what you want people to do. Read it, watch the movie. And it's a beautiful story, and it's a beautiful book, and it's a beautiful version. And in fact, we took that design and we put it into an album, and Celdex, who make my folio boxes with Fineo, printed 2 beautiful big wedding leather albums and sent them to Jill for her and her mum. So Jill has that whole thing in an album just like that. And there isn't a client alive that doesn't want to see their story like that. So this is using 2 major components here. Behind the scenes, telling stories and connecting. But the person who's most connected to the shoot is the girl that's in it. And not because it's Jill, because I could do this with any shoot and I would get this reaction. So that tells me that if you were to create a behind the scenes and you were to feature an Issue magazine of you, Dawn, and your incredible journey, which you're about to share within your business and brand, which everyone's going to hear about this afternoon, then wouldn't it stand to reason that that would have tens of thousands of shares? Yeah. Is that not good marketing, my friend?
It's beautiful marketing.
Okay, so it's the one thing you never thought you would do. It is the one thing you thought was your weakness that's now your greatest strength. And it is the greatest connection that you own. And you can tell that story and share that story in a magazine like this. I'll do the pictures for it. You just write the words. You know, that would give me the greatest joy to capture that. Right? Now, telling the story, telling the story, telling the story, wrap it up with words at the end. I'm more about telling the story and then finishing this here. I'm telling the story with images, sorry, and then finishing it with words. You don't have to be an amazing photographer in order to sustain an income. I've seen people who are average photographers that sustain an income. But you need to stand out in some way. Now, I've probably reconciled myself to the fact that I'm not going to get a lot better at what I do, because I've been photographing for years and years, and I'm always learning new technology and finding new things that I like. But the thing is I don't know how much better I can get within my own genre, because it does have a ceiling on it, and I will keep working in that genre until I don't love it anymore. But the truth is if you want to stand out from a oversaturated market, your words, not mine, I don't think it's oversaturated. I don't see many people that are like me at all. So if you're oversaturated, you're talking about other people that shoot like you, better or worse, for less money. And I choose not to see that. So I would rather you define yourself, connect your marketing, connect your story with what you love to do and how you love to do it, and bring it all together, and then just constantly work at it so you can level up in all 8 areas of your business. And stop going, this is not happening over here, and start telling me what you're doing wrong. Do you have a referral voucher system currently in your business? Are you just hoping people will recommend you? Okay, so remember the slide that said if they're not sharing you on Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, they don't like you, don't like your work? Because they're apathy. They're at apathy. And if they are there, they're indifferent to you. Okay, because they neither love you enough to share you or hate you enough to publicly hate you. You're in between. If I do a photo shoot and they do not want to put it on Facebook, I've done something wrong, majorly wrong. Okay, so do you have a referral voucher system? I just think one of the most incredible things that you can do in your system is to actually apply something that is set in stone. So we had a form that clients filled out in the studio when they walked in, before they had their hair and makeup, or while they're in the makeup chair. Name, email, details, you know, do you want to hear more from us? How did you hear about us? Because we want to reward the person who sent you here. Do you have any friends that would like to be photographed by us? Then, underneath that, so let's say you're doing a family portrait, would you like to come back and do a glamour session, maternity shoot, engagement session, couple shoot, and not based on multiple genres so much as multiple demographics? So if a girl comes in with her 3 girlfriends, fills out a form, and then ticks, yes, I would love to do a boudoir shoot on my own, I'm going to send her a voucher for another shoot. She's just referred herself back as a client. And I'm going to put money on it because she's probably just spent money on her glamour shoot. And so I'm also going to ask who she would like to refer to this shoot, because there's 2 things she can do. She can give me the name and number of a friend that I can send a voucher to, or she can bring back other friends. So if she's there with her family and she sees the girls' day out shoot, where all 4 girls bring wine and cheese and have this wonderful day, then she's referring those other 3 girls to me. And so it opens that conversation. Now, the reason that happened in my business is because it was on that form. And so that form exists in every client when they walk in the door. So it was foolproof. So how many of you are doing that? Well, 284 are doing something. Somebody wrote on the form that if they get 40 likes on their Facebook picture, then they give them a free 6x4. I wouldn't monitor something like that because it sounds really difficult to me, and I don't want to buy likes. Like my picture, like my picture. I would rather make a big deal about the shoot that I just did. I would either rather feature it, blog it, create a story around it, create an issue magazine around it. I would rather make Dawn feels so special that inevitably she tells everybody about me. That's my idea of a referral system, but I can't expect that she's going to do it. And I can't always please Dawn, okay, because there's always going to be someone that you don't please. But the truth is if you're magically hoping your referral system is active, then you're dreaming. Because the best thing you can do, remember I wrote this on Facebook and my blog, is did you enjoy that experience? Do you love your photographs? Yes, the best thing you can do is share me. The best thing you can do for me, thank you. Thank you for loving your photographs. It was incredible photographing you. Like, I loved every minute of it. The best thing you can do for me, Dawn, is share me with your friends. The best thing you can do is share me on your social media. And the best thing you can do for me is talk about me. And if you sincerely say that to someone you have serviced well, do you think they are going to fall over to do it? Okay, so what's happening is, and remember we're all being accountable today, is people aren't setting this up as a system. So it's not happening. Okay, let's say they've already been photographed by you and you're sitting on 800 client database. I know most of you haven't. I wish one of the questions was, have you built a client database and is it current? Because I know there's about 99% of people are going to say no. The truth is how many of those clients could you email or call and say, I am restructuring my business, I'm growing to the next level. Would you fill out a critique form for me about my service with you and be honest with me? How many of those would you actually send them to? Would you feel comfortable doing that to all your past clients?
Maybe not all of them.
Okay, how many?
Maybe the recent ones, but not like in the beginning.
But you've got to find out, the older ones, you've got to find out what you were doing.
Yeah.
And you know what? The recent ones, you'll be surprised.
Yeah.
Because sometimes before you had a goal of money in mind, when you were more shoot-focused, you were more friendly. And the energy was definitely more engaging. It's one of those things. You ebb and flow when you're learning around, I need to make money from this. So you have that smell of need. And then that need of, I'm just loving this so much that I could just do this, 24/7. And that's connectedness. So they're always going to give you better feedback. But the truth is right now, we're going to give you a service critique form at the end of the day, which you are going to go and ask your clients to critique you. And it is going to be hardcore. I think that's one of the hardest things to do. It would be like ringing all your ex-dates and like finding out what they did and didn't like about you, wouldn't it? It would be kind of like, well, ooh. Okay, so do you have a referral voucher system? And the next one is, do you have a reward voucher system for past clients? So the best way to connect with your past clients right now is to send them a gift. Okay, is to send them a gift that will get them to come back to your studio. And if you talk about how much it costs to get a lead, all you're giving them is the opportunity to be photographed again with a dollar value on that gift voucher. Now, you can stay connected to the past client. You can send them the critique form as well. You can send them the critique form and a gift voucher. Because if they didn't like you and they're going to fill out a bad critique and it's online, so they don't have to post it, they can just get on their computer and they probably think they're being anonymous, but the survey comes out of who it was and where the email's from, and they're going to tell you the truth because they're at home, they feel safe. They're going to tick a box that says, yeah, not so much. Who feels guilty filling out surveys? I do. I feel guilty. If I go to complain on a survey form, I feel like I think, oh, I'm being really mean. And so I bump it up to maybe not so bad. I have to be pretty angry to hit, never will I go back there again. Okay, so do you have a reward voucher system? We're going to give you the public critique for that. So we're going to give you a public photography critique form, and we're going to give you a service critique form. And that's going to hurt, because I think the service critique is going to hurt more than the public critique, because the public don't know you. They're just looking at your work and your website, but the service is people you've actually serviced. So that's going to be the biggest eye-opener. So what I've got is those vouchers, which can be designed in multiple different ways. I'm going to just ask questions about the multiple ways we can use gift vouchers to get shoots in, to get complimentary shoots in, to get shoots into your studio, to get bums on seats, to get numbers in, and there is no limit to the design and the creation and the words that you can create around this. And if you can't afford to print these, even though they're high res, they exist online. So the only excuse you have for not doing this is not actively making the time to sit down and design it. Once you design it, I need you to get it critiqued. You can either go on In Bed with Sue, people have been posting their vouchers and other people have been critiquing them, or you can show it to family and friends or people you trust, but critique it before you set it in stone. So let's talk about how it works, and then we'll go to our morning break because we have got so many slides to get through.
Sounds amazing. So maybe we can take a couple questions now, and then we'll get to more questions afterwards. All right. So this question came up in the chat room, and this is from Mara, who says, what do I do if I don't know exactly what I want?
Nobody knows what they don't want. Nobody doesn't know. What?
I think there were quite a few questions that came in like that. So
oh, well, I tell you something. I tell you what.
I think they were kind of stuck on, like, you know, you were very passionate because you know what you want.
Yeah, I want to be a photographer.
And they're like, well, we're not sure exactly what we want. So how do you find that out?
Then write what you don't want. Because all you have to do is look at what you don't want. Because as soon as I write what I don't want, I realize that I'm doing a whole lot of that. Like, I don't want to sell my own work. This is what I wrote. I wrote that, remember the love and the hate list 4 years ago. I hate selling my own work. Now I like it. I hate marketing my own studio. I hate doing my books and taxes. I wrote all the hate list. And the truth is when it comes down to it, most of us are going to write, I want to just shoot. Well, that's where you need to deal with who's going to run the business around it then, because you will not sustain an income or a business if you do not master the other 7 levels. And then most people are prepared to master photography but not Photoshop, or photography and Photoshop, but maybe not the other 6 components. And if you're not going to sustain an income. So what is it that I want? You know exactly what you want. You just don't know how to get it. You either don't know how to get it, don't believe you can get it, can't see a path, or don't think you deserve it. You all know what you want. And remember, I said this at the end of 28 days, what's the $1 million dream? Okay, if you want to first write down what you don't want, then there's $1 million here for you, and you just have to tell me what you would do with it. And it is not personal. This is a business investment. So you have to make a business out of it, doing what you love, how you love doing it, with that $1 million. Write that list. Okay, because I'm going to show you something really cool about a friend of mine who was shooting babies, and now she's shooting pets. And all she ever wanted was to shoot dogs. And she used to shoot for someone else, and now she's self-employed. And she used to not be that driven or passionate about what she did. She never saw that she could make any money being a dog photographer. There was no money in it, her words. And yet she would go to work, and the only time she ever got excited was when the family came in for a shoot and they had a dog. And I said, did the family ever look at you and go, there were a lot of pictures of Jinky, but, you know, you didn't really get much of Bobby. And it's like, and she was like, oh, that's awkward. Yeah, it's like, but he's so cute. No. But seriously, everybody knows what they want. Okay, there's a really big difference between what I want and what I love to do. Okay, I love to transform women and take that shot when you get it. Like, I just love that get. Like that, nailed it, loved it, got it, captured it. That for me is one of my big, like, woo. And then selling it, not so much. Because for me, all the years of my life, hearing their critique of my work made me feel sick. Because I felt like it was a personal judgment to me. And so I learned to put that entice folio out, which softened the blow as to how they look in their photographs, which mean they came back more positive to their viewing. So that made a big difference about what I hated doing and how it was how I was doing it. And in terms of you're shooting the wrong thing, I can only tell you, you have to stop. Because nobody who's shooting the wrong thing is successful. Everybody who is not shooting the right thing is struggling. If you're shooting the wrong thing, you're struggling anyway. If you're struggling, you're not making money. If you're not making money, stop doing it and go and do what you do love, because then you'll actually make money.
Fantastic.
God, that was a long answer. Sorry about that.
I think it was a good one.
Loved it.
BGE Photos says, is it okay to send clients a link to your pricing list on your website, which is password protected? They don't currently have an email PDF.
Yes, well, the thing is if you have it online, then technically you do, because you had to design that page, and that page could even be screenshot, and it's still an email PDF. I don't know that I like the idea that you can see how much I cost, but there's a password, because it's a secret. Because it's a secret, because it's private, because if people found out how much I charge. So only the people that I can say can look in that password. I don't like that at all. What's the first thing people ask you when they ring up to book a wedding? They ask you how much you cost before they ask you if you're available on the day. How much? So it's like, well, I can send you a link to a private password. Somebody will hand you an envelope while you're standing on the corner of 9th and Bart. I want you to take that envelope, walk 15 paces to the right, go up this elevator. We will then put a bag on your head. We're going to spin you around 8 times, push you off, walk over this bridge. We will reveal the price of the wedding to you, but you are not allowed to reveal that to anybody else. Be careful with that. What are you afraid of? Imagine if every photographer in the world put their price list on their website right now. Imagine if we all said, well, we're starting at $400 and we range from $400 to $9,000 depending on how good you are. My name is Sue Bryce. I sit very comfortably in the $3,300 range, and this is my portfolio. I don't know, I don't think it's something I'm afraid of. I'm not afraid of telling people what I'm worth, you know, and people say, what is that going to cost? It's $3,300. It's the ultimate promotion, isn't it? Being able to say your price and feel okay about it and know that you have a product that backs it up.
Yeah, it's that confidence in the product.
Yeah, confidence in yourself, confidence in your product, confidence in your value, confidence in your ability to receive, confidence in your ability to put yourself out there, that somebody's going to go, whoa, that's pricey. And I'm like, yes. I was standing at a bar in Seattle, and this guy walked up to me, and I was standing waiting for a friend, texting on my phone, as you do, and he stopped and he looked at me and he said, are you high maintenance? And I looked at him and I said, like a Ferrari. And he went, and walked off, and I was like, and that man will never own a Ferrari. It's okay. I mean, people will tell you, everyone's going to tell you you're expensive. Everyone's going to tell you you're something. Everybody's going to say, oh, you're expensive. The point is you don't cry about it. You just develop your product until you're worth what you say you are, and develop yourself until you're worth what you say you are.
Okay, did you say you had a couple more slides before we go to break?
No, we can go to break.
Perfect. Then we will. And you want to recap just really quick what we're going to do when we come back?
Yes. So for the next, we're at question number, I think there were 18 questions in the marketing survey, and we've gotten through 6 of them. And so as the questions went on, and by the way, the feedback on the marketing survey was fantastic. Just filling out the survey made me realize what I'm not doing was the best feedback that I got on Facebook. So we're just going to keep working our way through that. And then we've got an amazing section on visual communication. Then we're going to go to public critique. We're going to go to service critique. We're going to go to website critique. But we can talk more about vouchers. I still feel like vouchers is a big bone of contention. I can give you all of these templates and I can give you a million different designs. But unless you're really reconciling how you're gifting them, how you're educating your client with them, I don't think it will work for you if you don't get it. Some people are telling me that they're putting vouchers out there and not getting any response. And I'm like, a voucher doesn't just go out there on email. That'll be 0.01 response. It needs a letter with it. It needs to be sent. Preferably, it needs to be sent in the post. You know, if you can, give it in person. Talk about it. You need to promote the voucher. Don't let the voucher promote you. You need to promote the voucher yourself. So you are the promoter. The voucher is just what they take home with an incentive on it. Stop thinking that the voucher is going to grow legs, a voice, and a whole lot of passion about your business, and then go out there and make it work for you. While you sit at home on Facebook telling me it's not working. So we were sitting at, do you have a rewards voucher for your past clients? And I started to brainstorm. I had this hilarious memory. About 10 years ago, I went to a gym that it was by my studio, and it was a gym that we actually used to market continuously with for about 5 years. And I joined up as a client and paid a membership, and then I moved away from the city. But they gave me a really good deal, this gym, because we always worked with them. So I never thought to cancel my membership or anything like that. And then I got a postcard in the post, and it was this really gorgeous little picture of a dinosaur. And, you know, women were like, oh, cute, dinosaur. And it said, we haven't seen you since dinosaurs were extinct. And I kept it on my fridge, like I put it on the fridge. And to me, it was, that's clever marketing. It's when you connect with somebody, you have a little bit of a laugh, you do it tongue-in-cheek, it's funny, it makes sense. And it was clever enough that 10 years later, I'm still talking about it. So I thought to myself, how many different ways could you invite past clients back by being cute, funny, fun, engaging, cheeky? I mean, if I don't remember you, Christy, from 5 years ago, but I remember that, you know, your 3-year-old was a nightmare, and it was a hard shoot, or, you know, you were a bit flustered. I might remember that about you, but I might not remember anything personal about you. So if I can't say something personal about you, what can I say to you that connects you to me, my business, and who I am? So I started to think of all the ways that you could create the vouchers, the templates that I'm giving you. What fun ways can you use them? Or what way can you use it that is, we would love to see you again. Gosh, your children must be growing tall. You know, isn't it time for that gorgeous family portrait? They're all really generic, but I've got 1,000 of them. So, you know, give me some ideas that you could actually engage your audience that you have photographed before, that you are giving them a $300 or $500 voucher towards being re-photographed. So, okay, before I throw that out there, because the next thing that comes back is, what if my package is $500? Why would I give away a $300 voucher to get $200 back? Okay, let's look at it like this. Whenever I say give away a voucher, my package in the studio before I went out on my own was $1,850. So I would give a $500 gift voucher to get a $1,350 sale from a past client. 2 reasons. 1, I want to service that client. 2, they are evangelists to me if they support my brand. So if they like me enough to come back again, I want to reward them, still get paid, but I want to build off them. So if they get Johnny photographed at 2 and I give them a $500 voucher to come back when Johnny's 3, and they do that, there's a really good chance they're going to come back again when Johnny's at 4, but they're going to ask me for that discount. Okay, every time they ask me for the discount, I'm going to give it to them because they are a loyal client. And in business, loyalty is the greatest reward that you can get in your brand. Now, one of the things you're going to love about Junebug is the brand, Junebug, not Christy and Blair, is Christy and Blair made it their value. One of their values was kindness. Now, kindness is it's in every part of their brand. They've put it in their emails, they've put it in the way they answer people, they've put it in the way they meet people when they're at social events, because to them, Junebug means kindness. It's the kindness and respect that you have when you meet people. And interestingly enough, when she met you last night, Dawn, within the first sentence, you said you're a very kind and generous person. And it's quite interesting. You responded immediately to how she introduced herself to you with the word that she uses in her business and marketing. So you instantly felt from her the one thing she wanted to project, whereas mine is more impatient and get shit done. You know, and it's like, you're really impatient and you need to get shit done. And I'm like, yes, get out of my way. No, seriously, but most of the time. When it comes to work, it is. But the truth is at the end of the day, you know, that is one of the most important things. What is it that you can connect with? What is it that you have? What is it that you can go back on? What will entice them to come back to you? Remember, you're going to flip this out also with the service critique. So you're going to find out pretty quick if you annoyed a lot of people, upset a lot of people, or did not serve a lot of people. You know, the best part about that is you get the opportunity to make it right. Okay, if somebody gives you a bad critique, you get the opportunity now to turn them back into a client. I would send them a $500 voucher and say, let me fix it. Now, why would you want somebody who was unhappy with you to come back to you for you to fix it? Because you could blame them for the problem, or you can take responsibility for what you did wrong. If they're unhappy and they've paid you, you did that wrong. Okay, they did not do that wrong. The customer is always right. You know it. You're a consumer. How righteous are we? We are so righteous as consumers that we expect it. But her anger or his anger will dissipate if you roll over. So if you roll over and say, let me fix this. Okay, not, well, that's not what happened, John. Or that's not how I saw it. Okay, because that person is out evangelizing you in the worst possible way. And if you say, let me fix it, then the opportunity for them to come back to you to fix it is there, and 98% of the time you will fix it and win them over. You know, two of my most loyal followers were my most upset clients when I first met them. They were my greatest lessons into what I was doing wrong in my business and marketing and promotion. So harness them, apologize, learn from it, fix it, jump in, convert them back to dollars. Convert them back into a paying client that likes their work. And you know, you can't please everybody. There are people that will walk outside with a fork and it's raining soup and complain that they're not getting any. I get that. You're going to have to let those people go, but I'm talking about the 99.9% of the others that are paying you. So we're going to find out if they liked us. When they do our critique, we're going to find out what we did wrong. That's going to be a huge eye-opener to our business. We're going to get the opportunity to fix it. So how can I bring these people back to my studio? Okay, I can offer them money, I can call them, I can connect with them. What I don't want you to do is send an email and don't follow up with a phone call. What I certainly don't want you to do is cold call it and not be in a position where you're pitching or selling. If you are pitching or selling, you are going to get no's because people do not have the time to be pitched or sold to. You would get more feedback or better feedback if you do two things. If you connect with them and ask them to fill out your survey, and then if you reward them with a gift voucher that you either deliver, personally hand over on the phone, talk to them on the phone and say, I'm posting it to you right now so that they know it's coming. I'm going to give you a $300 gift voucher. You're an important client to me. We would love to see you and your children again. Even if you update one beautiful photo on the wall and use this voucher towards that photograph, then I will be happy. Take the pressure off them and let them come back. Now, you're saying, what? Redo a whole shoot of somebody just so that you can sell them, what, another $150? Yes, because you got paid to market further in your business. You're shooting, you're doing the work, they're talking about you, they're sharing you on all the multimedias because you've done such a great job of updating that beautiful photograph. They're marketing for you, they're sending you your friends, and you got paid $150 to do it. So next time somebody says, I only got $150 for that shoot, I'm like, wow, you got paid $150 to market your business? Can we flip that out? You know, all I'm hearing is what I don't get and not a lot of what I am getting out of this. So what am I leveraging out of shoots that I'm not getting paid well for? What am I actually getting? Am I Facebooking it? Are they sharing it on Twitter, Pinterest? Am I using it in my advertising, in my marketing, on my blog? Am I putting it on my website? That sounds awfully like leverage to me. You know, and if you can't see the gratitude in getting $150 for a shoot that potentially is going to open you up to 1,000 more bookings, then you're putting a whole lot of bad juju in your business. Why is marketing why does it keep coming back to the personal self? Why does it keep coming back to what you're doing and how you're doing it? How do I make you accountable for that? How do I make you do this? How do I get you excited about that? How do I change your mindset around the $150 shoot? Or even better, the shoot that didn't purchase anything, but you have a model release so you can still use it. How do I teach you that? How do I ingrain that into you to then not go on Facebook and say, I just had a client do an hour-and-a-half shoot with me and buy one 8x10. You sound like an idiot right now. I would have taken the best 8x10 out of that shoot and splashed it on every one of my social medias and went, I did a rocking shoot today. Think anybody else? She didn't buy it today, but I'm not going to Facebook that. I'm going to instead leverage the one power that I got. And the power that I got was I'm working, I'm doing the work, I'm doing it. Look at me now. Yeah, not I'm desperate, I'm suffering, nobody treats me well, and it's not my fault. Cry out all you want, but you need to understand the power of loving what you're doing. Dawn, you're processing. Grab the microphone.
I used to have a home studio. In my home studio, there was 3 pictures on the wall. And clients would come in, and I would show them as those examples. They would see them. And what I never told the clients is that those 3 women were on my wall because they never bought anything, and it pissed me off. So I was like, if you aren't going to buy anything, then damn it, I will use your images to sell others. And it wasn't from a healthy place, I think that's coming from. It was more like, I'm doing something because I was so freaking pissed. But for 3 years, I would sit at my desk and I would stare at these pictures and like, just mad.
3 things. One of them, don't have something in your studio that gives you bad juju. I love every one of the clients that are on my wall. I wouldn't look at them every day. Number 2, if you were my client, if I photographed you, which I did, if I photographed you and you didn't like your photo enough to buy one, but I loved it, who was I shooting for?
You.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you were shooting for the wrong person. How are you ever going to get paid when you're shooting for yourself?
Right.
Because if you love it and she hates it, there's something seriously wrong there.
Yeah.
All right? If you love it and she hates it, you've done something seriously wrong. You've taken a photo for yourself and not as a service to a client. We were just talking about it at break. Blair and I were just saying, why is it that some photographers, she knows photographers that are so gifted and talented that cannot sell their work. They have so much guilt and shame around putting money on something. And I said, amazing, isn't it? When did photography and photographers become about us and our problems instead of being a service we offer other people? Okay, never have anybody in your studio that you look at that you don't like. And third, you will find gratitude in everything, even your bad shoots. Find me the gratitude. I would never have sat there and thought these 3 ladies didn't buy. I would have thought I did something wrong because I obviously love these images, but they weren't sold. So I either didn't educate them or I didn't provide them with the product that they wanted from me. Number 2 is I've leveraged this because even though they didn't purchase, I'm now going to get thousands of dollars worth of marketing out of it because luckily they are beautiful shots that I like and connect with, and I'm going to have them on my wall and market in my business. But if you are still looking at them with any form of resentment, then that resentment is going to be in your business, which it is. Okay, which is why it's a component of the suffering in your business right now, which we're going to talk about later. And that is something that I never want you to ever have in your space again. Because anything that you hold resentment for, you have no gratitude for. And anything you hold resentment for, gallbladder, and that's for anybody who's lost their gallbladder, okay? Anything you hold resentment for, you have no gratitude for. And if you have resentment for it, you are actively pursuing resentment. And you will do it online, it will be in your marketing, it will be in your speech, it will be the way you talk, the way you present to your clients, and everything you do and say. So to actively put it on your wall, like resentment isn't hard enough to work through. You want to put it up on the wall so you can re-empower that resentment on a daily basis. And every day you walk past, you can say, bitch. And you know what? I bet you she doesn't even remember your name. So she's having a good life and you're the one that's still looking at her picture.
Yeah.
Bad Dawn. Do you see? Can you see the connection in what I'm saying? Can you see the connection in whatever comes into your business you need to leverage immediately as gratitude? Okay, you need to look at it and then say, but what I need you to decide today is I need you to look at what you're doing wrong in your promotion and marketing, not how do I market and promote myself, is the one question I got. How do I market and promote myself? Okay, what are you doing wrong to market and promote yourself? Because I look at it like this. All I need to run a business, and I love this, and this will cause a stir. All I need to run a business, so right now if you took away all my money, anything, all my shoes, anything I love, if you took it away from me, all I need to have a business is a computer to store my files and a camera to take photos on. Those are the two things I need to own. In fact, those are the two only things I owned when I started my business. Okay, a reflector, a location, and a makeup artist are things I have to source in order to do the shoots that I want to do. I don't have to own any of those things. I just have to source a location, source a person, source a makeup artist, and source a white piece of cardboard. That's all I have to source in order to achieve the shoot that I want to do. Showed you on 28 days. This is a cardboard V-flat in my bedroom. Showed you on 28 days. This is a glamour shoot in the street, unskeltered location, bad light, let's see what we've got. Luckily, I had an assistant to hold the reflector. Okay, so those are the two things I need to make money being a photographer. Because my voice is marketing enough, Facebook is free, the designing I can do on my computer and Photoshop, but you will not have sustainability, which is an income, until you have a consistent source of people standing in front of you. And you will not have a consistent source of people standing in front of you until you build a folio, build a reputation, service those people, and then like a cog, you're going to turn it every single week until it builds momentum, and you are going to constantly level up. Better branding, better website, better Photoshop, better photography, better service, and you will get hit on so many levels. You'll get hit with tax, and you maybe haven't saved for it. You'll get hit by a spouse, maybe something's gone wrong. You'll get hit by a money loss in some way. You'll get hit by complete lack of creativity. You'll get hit by a client that wants to sue you. You are going to get hit in a billion different ways, but it will be in direct proportion to the amount of success and joy you have as well. Because life, business is 50-50, my friends. And if you're expecting anything different, as many clients as overpay you will underpay you. As many clients that will overpay you will rip you off. As many clients that come in from nowhere without even marketing will also be the hardest ones you market to that don't buy anything. It is a numbers game. But for some reason we're so emotionally caught up in the center of it, and it's the all about me and I'm not worth it in there that just blows me away. All right, the reward voucher. So the vouchers that I've got that originally came from showreels, I'm going to try and do 40 more. I'm going to challenge myself to do as many, and I'm going to put those ideas down. I'll try and get a dinosaur picture. I'll draw one where I can do what I haven't seen you since dinosaurs were extinct. I mean, you never know, it might work. Worked on me. The truth is at the end of the day, I've got to try and create as many options in these vouchers as I can, because as soon as I've said it, it's become a noise in the ear, and unless you've written it down or you buy this workshop and write it and watch it again and write this down, it is not something that happens. Now, this entire PDF can be extracted as a PDF and downloaded when you buy the course. So at the end, we've not only put in the critiques and all the PDFs for the critiques, we've actually put this list here as a checklist. Like, have I done my PDF email? Tick. And I want to see in the next month, in the next 2 months, in the next 3 months, how many ticks are on this checklist. Because I made it so simple for you to do the functionality of it, and now I'm going to tell you to get out of your own way. Now, a really interesting point you said about the woman that said, how do I know what I want to do? Let's look at it like this. There's 3 ways to make money, okay? There are 3 ways to make money. One is you can be a service provider. A service provider is a photographer who takes a photograph and gets paid for that service. Okay, so you are a service provider. You're not a rock star, you're not anything amazing, you're just a service provider. It will be in relation to how much service you provide to how well you get paid. The better your service, the better your product, the more you're likely to get paid, the more likely you get booked. However, I've been also a very good photographer and really bad at receiving money. So really good at spending it, really bad at receiving it. What happens with this flow here? Okay, that's going away from me. It wasn't until I started to go, this is a 50-50, I provide a service, my value is worth that, thank you very much. I know exactly my value, I know what I'm giving you is powerful, I know what I'm receiving for you is my income, thank you so much, gratitude. Only then did I start making money. This is a service provider. The next department over here is a product creator. Okay, interestingly enough, as an educator, I created product to sell. Product is a great thing because it sells while you sleep, but it comes with some massive headaches, just like service. So in order to grow, coming back into the service bin, in order to grow as a service provider, you need to create other people that offer service so that when you take the day off, they still make money. Okay, so as you get more mature in your business, you go and get another photographer, and if that photographer is shooting, you can go to the beach because she's making money. However, that service has to be so refined that it pays the person below you and you. And that's often the problem. So a big business is when you own multiple service companies, and you offer a service to the world. You have a cleaning company with 50 cleaners, and you just run and that. Now that would mean you're a manager. You're no longer a cleaner. Okay, and so my strength is being a photographer. I don't like managing staff, and I don't want to run corporate photography world. Like, that's not where I am. So when you say, what is my strength? My strength is in shooting. Okay, so I made it really hard when I said you need to find somebody who's going to go and run your business and you're going to sell your work, because then you have to get a business partner that's business orientated, but you can just stay the two of you. He or she does all the business, I do all the shooting. That's my strength, right? Okay. Or, like me, you can be a one-pony act and you can learn how to put creativity and value into selling your own work, doing your own social media, doing your own design, because I realized it wasn't that I didn't like it so much, I just wasn't doing it properly. And so there's so many levels to that. The second way to make money is to be a product creator. It's when you create a product and it sells while you sleep. You are not a product creator if you're a photographer. Okay, a product creator is somebody that writes a book or designs a product and puts it online, and while you're sleeping, Johnny in Australia has just bought 300 units. And you wake up in the morning and you've just made $300,000. That's a product creator. And that comes with multiple levels, as you can see in the corporate world. And also, but in the smaller sense, is if you create a product that sells, outside of being a service provider, you make double the income as being a service provider. So there's this really cool photographer in Sydney that photographs newborn babies, and that means she only makes money while she's shooting because she's a service provider, but she also does the little plaster hands and feet, and she packages them in a really incredible way. She does like deep frames in pink, blue, and cream that are just really tasteful and beautiful, and the little baby's hands are there, and some people think that's creepy, and it's okay. But every single client she photographs buys that product. So she's double selling. She's sitting with a foot in each. She's a service provider and a product creator. And then the third way to make money is money makes money. Investments, stocks, bonds, shares, bricks and mortar, commercial property, anything that you buy that you can sit on that grows wealth. So when you ask yourself, what do you want to be or what do you want to do? I've got a friend who sustains a really well-run portrait company in Australia. He turns over about $1.2 million a year, and he is not that interested in capturing, expressing himself, showing women how beautiful they are. He's actually not that interested in taking photographs. He really is just fascinated with the business of it. He services a family portrait market that turns over an average sale of $1,200, and he's doing, obviously, 1,000 shoots a year. So to me, I kind of think to myself, everybody has a different get, and everybody has a different desire, but what you have to do is work through your greatest desire, or work through your greatest strength, or work through your greatest value. So my greatest value is not just photographing women. In fact, I actually don't care. If I realized when I did my values, if you took my values away, if you took photography away, I would still find a way to empower women. I love it that much. That is my power. I just do it with photography. Now, everybody has a reason they're drawn to being a photographer. You know, maybe you lost a parent and you want to see that captured. Maybe you lost weight and you want to show women how beautiful they are. Maybe you just love making people look and feel beautiful. Like, whatever your desire is, that is your greatest value. That is what you need to sort of imbue in your brand and business. Because I don't think I answered that question, and I feel like that is how I would describe myself. The best way to do it is go to Dr. John DeMartini's website, and there is a value assessment or a values PDF, a free PDF you can download from his website. It asks really amazing questions like, how do you fill your space? What is your highest value? What do you say all the time? What is a conversation you repeatedly have? What do you spend your money on? And it's never what you think it is. It's not what you hope to be, it's what you are doing. And you're doing it every day anyway, so you might as well make an income out of it. In fact, the perfect example of that is you, Susan. No, well, it's true, because Susan started shooting, but she can't stop shooting video. And I said to her, why would you do stills if you want to, she lights up when she shoots video. She lights up when she edits video. So we were talking about it a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, I said, how many shoots have you done this month? She said, well, I've been shooting video for 4 weeks. And I was like, I think you need to be shooting video. And she was like, but I have to start a portrait business. And I said, who said? You started a portrait business, you didn't do 1 shoot, and you shot 4 weeks of video. I think that tells me that you are enjoying the video. And she's like, I can't stop doing it. I love it so much. Why would you stop doing what you love? Well, how do I make money out of it? Ah, that's your problem. So that's your problem. Right, that's easy. You know, because I can deal with that, because like you said last night, that is the truth. And when you're dealing with the truth, you're halfway home. What I don't want to deal with is somebody who's telling me something and doing something else. Because you're lying, not only to me, but to yourself and everybody else. Because if you are not doing something, you do not want to do it. So if you're trying to market your photography business to make money, but you're not shooting, you're not sharing, you're not talking about it, you're not loving it, and you're not actually doing it for free, you don't want to do it. You just think it's an avenue to make money. Guess what? You're not going to make money. Because you're not doing it. You don't want to. You're not doing it. You're not making it happen. You are not doing it. So when you tell me that your business is not working, what business? You don't actually have a business. It's a pretend business. You've got a fake website. You're not following your true self. You're not following your heart and not doing what you want. You're certainly not servicing any clients. But you're still putting that special out there, aren't you? Because you're hoping somebody will pay you for what? Nothing.
Sue, can I just say, I was on the phone with Sue, and she said, so we hadn't been together for 5 weeks because I had been off and she had been off, and she said, what are you working on now? And I said, I'm working on my portrait business. And she said, no, what are you working on right now? And I said, oh, I'm editing travel photos. I'm editing travel video. And she was like, yeah, we need to talk.
Yeah.
We need to talk.
Yeah.
So called me out as usual.
So the thing is even now, after 23, nearly 24 years of shooting, I'm going to shoot tomorrow. And I'm going to shoot the next day, and the next day I'm going to have Sunday off, but I'm going to edit the shoots that I just did because I'm going to be so excited about putting them online to show you all, because sharing is one of my values. Connecting, empowering, educating, all what excites me, what I do, what I would do for free anyway when I do it on Facebook and my blog, and I give away all this information and free workshops on Creative Life because I like it so much, I do it for free. And I found what my value is, and then I'm going to do 4 more shoots every single day, 7 days, and I will not complain about it because I will work every day and I will be invigorated, not depleted by what I'm doing. I will be depleted the following 7 days when I then have to do 7 days of sales, setting up, following through, emails. Okay, then hire a studio manager, Sue. But I've been traveling so much, I haven't had a full-time studio manager with me, and so I'm like, I'm alive, I'm dying, I'm alive. I'm dying. I'm alive. Oh, for God's sake. Just hire somebody that can travel with you. And there's a lot of people that like world travel, you know, that would quite happily spin around with me. Like, come on, where are we going now? Well, we're off to Sydney, Australia for all of July. All right, so the point is that, here we are, reward voucher. Okay, so did that answer that question about reward vouchers? I believe that's called a rant. Okay, I'm going to do as many vouchers as I can to lead you into coming up with as many ideas as you can in order to get the people that you've already photographed to A, tell you what they think of you, and B, come back and be clients. I can't believe most businesses, in fact, just about every single business, 956, do not have a reward voucher for their past clients. That's nearly 1,000. And these are only the 1,178 photographers that actually filled out the marketing form. So if it's a really good cross average of what it is that I'm seeing in the industry, then I pretty much ask people this at every talk I've ever given for 3 years, and nobody ever puts up their hand. If you shoot more than one genre, have you designed a PDF for each genre? Do you shoot anything other than glamour? Or are you one of the 84 that only shoot glamour?
Well, a mixture of glamour and boudoir.
Okay, so to me they're two different genres. And I think you should clearly define that. Glamour and boudoir, not the same thing. So beauty photography and boudoir photography is more face and beauty orientated, and boudoir photography is more body orientated, and definitely more details, shoes, stockings, legs, bums, you know, and also, like I said, smaller market. So then there's that third genre where you're doing like a contemporary beauty portrait, but you're shooting the family, like the 4 girls. And that's when you really are just shooting a contemporary family portrait. So how do I define that? I show all three under one umbrella, and that is under beauty and glamour. So it's interesting that you would even choose beauty, boudoir as another category when you could just do glamour and wear underwear. Yeah, so think about that, not as a separate genre, but as something that you can amalgamate. If you shoot more than one genre, have you designed a PDF for each one? 288 people said yes. 890 people said no. And yet, it is free to design a PDF. You don't have to buy my templates. I could offer you 40 templates for $60. You can go and then make as many different versions of that as you like, because you can change boxes, backgrounds, colors, fonts, types, you name it. You can change it. You can personalize it until the cows come home. But this is free if you don't want to buy my templates. So it's free to do, but you're not doing it. Okay, so that's here. Not 890 people on this survey not doing it. Now, if somebody contacts my studio, or if I meet Dawn, I'm going to ask Dawn. I'm going to learn really quickly by my conversation with Dawn. So let's say I've just met Dawn. I'm going to find out 3 things about her. In fact, I know this because I've met Dawn. One is she has children, so she's a mum, so her children will be in one of her top values. 2 is she likes her husband, which is good because a lot of women don't. And so there's a family portrait straight away, not just a girls' day out, because I want him to be part of my family portrait because I love the man and I want him in my life. And 3 is that you've lost a lot of weight, because that comes up in the conversation really, really quick. So my spidey senses for marketing go, I'm defining you. So as I'm talking to you, I'm like, she's a family portrait, definitely a full makeover sequence because she's had a body transformation and she's going to absolutely love it. Dawn, I would love to photograph you. What an incredible story you have. And to me, I already know how I'm going to market to you because your values are the first things that you say and do. Okay, how about we do a beautiful glamour shoot, transformation glamour shoot, where you can show off your incredible weight loss, your new body, and then your husband and children can come in at the end and we'll finish with a beautiful family portrait. Have I not just hit her top 3 values? What will people do? They will accept anything that is their highest value. I'm going to put Dawn, and I bet you Dawn's not in the top 2. I bet you children are first, husband is second, and Dawn is third. So I've hit that right at the right level, but she probably wishes she was first because everybody does. Everybody wishes they were their highest value. And so I'm going to make you the highest value by making it all about you. Then I'm going to capture the love you have for your husband and your beautiful family all in one shoot. And I can tell that after talking to you for 5 minutes. Now, you can tell what people's highest values are because they will tell you in their speech in the first 5 minutes. And you know how you know? They'll ask you about yours. Do you have any children, Sue? And I used to answer that, oh, God, no. And then I realized now their highest value is children, and I've just said, oh, God, no. And so when they say, do you have children? I always say, no, I don't. I love children. I've got 8 nieces and nephews. Now they step towards me because I'm communicating through their highest value. Okay, so straight away. So then the next one is they'll say, how's business? Like, what do you do? Well, that's what I ask people because my highest value is what I do. I love my career. I love business building. So I always ask people about business. Listen to what people say. As soon as they tell you, then they'll say, business is my thing. Oh, tell me about your business. Oh, I'm building wealth. I'm building a business. Rah, rah. They might then tell you about their wife and kids or their husband and kids. But if they don't tell you in the first 5 minutes, you're hearing their other values first. Dawn.
I hear what you're saying as far as you can quickly identify, just because you used me as an example, my specific values, right?
Yes.
And how you could use that to market me in like just a casual conversation. And when I'm speaking with you, it seems very natural and organic. But when I try and envision myself doing, I feel like, oh my God, now I'm talking to this unsuspecting person who just revealed this and I'm scoping them out. And now I feel like almost perverse. Like, I don't know the right word for that, but I feel like...
Perfect. Okay.
I feel like now they trusted me and I'm now using whatever they said against them for my own personal gain.
Let's get something really clear. Nobody is ever, 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 ever dedicated to you in any way, shape or form unless it's to service one of their values. It is impossible for anybody. So it's human nature. I know a lot of people are like, no, that's not true. You get something out of every relationship that you have. And when that relationship ceases to give you what you need, you go elsewhere. So nobody is, we say we're dedicated to people or that we are, but we're not really. So everybody is leveraging, contrasting, comparing, leveraging, and seeing opportunity. My business is women. If I felt guilty for every time I looked at a woman and pitched to her, am I pitching or am I just telling you about what I do?
But that's it. When I'm speaking with you, it seems like you are just communicating. When I try to envision myself doing it, I all of a sudden start feeling like a car salesman who's like going, oh, okay, wait, what does that mean?
Yet, last night you did something that blew me away because you're an introvert. You're quiet, you're shy, you apologize too much. Straight away, I get that you're an introvert, I'm an extrovert, right? So straight away you think an introvert can't market themselves. And I get that question a lot. What if I'm introverted? What if I don't have that personality? An introvert becomes an extrovert when they're passionate about what they do. You did it last night. Because we were talking about what you were doing and you were discussing your wedding business, you were discussing your business, and then I turned around and said, so, what's the dream goal? And you were like, I want to photograph women that look like me. I want to photograph women that have been through what I've been through. I want women to see exactly what I saw when I was photographed, when you photographed me. I want women to share that. And you talked louder, stronger, you were more confident. And we sat there and just smiled at you because you became a different person in 1 minute. Because you were telling me what you truly want and love. And I didn't think there was a pitch in any of it. In fact, I was so taken by it, I just sat there smiling at you. Because I was like, there it is. The thing that's going to make you money. You understand that? It's not a pitch. You're not selling anything. Just tell me what you're doing. Is it wrong? Okay, when I did 28 days in Vegas, I said your greatest weakness is your greatest strength. And a lot of people are like, I don't understand that. And I was like, okay. So one woman wrote, I'm 55 years old and I'm starting a portrait business. I said, perfect. Biggest marketing demographic in the world is 50 plus women. They have the most wealth in the world. Nobody markets to them except for Chico's, we found out. And, Chico's, hemorrhoid cream and retirement villages. And that's it. And they're all beautiful and they're incredible. And do you think they want to be photographed by a 24-year-old that wants to do fashion style shooting? Or do they want to be photographed by a woman just like them? 50 years old, magnificent, fit, healthy, full of life, full of beans, kids have moved out, new life, maybe new relationship, whole new world. And she has income to burn. I said, what you perceived as your weakness is your greatest strength. Why wouldn't you leverage what you've been through? Why wouldn't you do that? I leverage mine. I leverage every life lesson I've learned as a woman to get women to drawn into my studio. It's my thing. Everybody has a thing. Leverage it. And it's not guilty. You would only feel guilty if you felt guilty about receiving from them. And the truth is that the first thing that stops money and wealth is guilt and shame. They're the two things that stop you from earning money. Why? Why are you guilty about receiving? And if you work through that, then you'll just deal with it. I don't expect that everybody I talk to about what I do is I'll book with, but I just love talking about it, not trying to sell it to you. So I'm just going to talk about it because it's one of my highest values. I'm going to do it anyway. And besides, how many people do you know ask if you're a photographer, and when you say yes, go, oh, tell me about that. It's not like you say, I'm a proctologist. Oh no, I'd be like, oh, tell me about that. I'd be like, an accountant. Oh, you're an accountant? Cool. I mean, really? Really? You're a tax accountant? Oh my God, I'd love to hear more about that. Okay. If you shoot more of one genre, have you designed a PDF for each one? That's on the tick list. You're going to go through, you're going to design me multiple genres, you are going to get it critiqued either on In Bed with Sue, private critique session, private critiquing session with friends, with other people, with family, whoever you trust, that's going to look at it from the outside and help you design it if you can't outsource a designer.
So is it better to have just one? Like I have my mother-daughter on one, I have like everything's all on one?
They're not shooting genres, they are demographics.
Okay.
That's a different thing.
Okay.
What you're doing is advertising glamour and beauty as a contemporary portrait session. That has nothing to do with genres of photography.
Okay.
I'm going to show you different genres now. So just to make that clear, a genre is when you shoot newborns and glamour, or newborns and boudoir, and you want to keep them separate. Then people say, should I keep them separate on my website? Well, yes, but in separate pages. You're still under the same banner of Sue Bryce, but you'd be like newborn, boudoir. And if people are like, well, if they don't go together, think about it. They kind of do. Okay, glamour and beauty versus boudoir. If I say I shoot glamour and beauty and I say I shoot boudoir, do I have them as separate genres? I will maintain righteousness in saying that I have a higher demographic, I have a higher marketing percentage than a boudoir photographer, because I photograph more older women, more younger women, and more curvy women than all the boudoir photographers I know. The boudoir photographers have a smaller, more defined market. I have access to women all over the world that don't look like Victoria's Secret models. I've yet to find a boudoir photographer that doesn't feature a whole lot of perfect bodies on their site. I've photographed 5,500 women, and out of 5,500 women, I've seen maybe 2 perfect bodies. Okay, so that tells me that your genre is smaller than mine. I say 97%, but I'm pretty bolshy about that. Like I'm pretty like, I'm a superior glamour photographer. What I mean is I don't want you to alienate a massive market of women unless that's all you want to shoot. Like why would you, because I still show lingerie shoots on my glamour site, but they're just not legs and bums and legs up the wall and bums from behind and bums lying down and things like that. So I'm distinctly not a boudoir photographer. I'm glamour and beauty. But if you want to do both, I think you either need to say, I'm a boudoir photographer and just show more beauty stuff, or say I'm a beauty photographer and just show more lingerie. Because if you were smart, you'd go the glamour side, glamour and beauty, and just show more beauty stuff with lingerie. Or maybe what you do is you create a beauty glamour site and you have a peekaboo gallery, or a saucy gallery, or a, you know, for the girls that want something special, or for his eyes only, or, and that you create like a little boudoir peekaboo thing that's kind of special and on top of glamour and beauty, because then you're not turning away the 23 videos I showed you at the start that you would not get as a boudoir photographer. I showed you the 18 to 30 demographic, the 30 to 50 demographic, the 50 plus demographic. I showed you the couples, men, corporate. All of that exists in my contemporary photography brand, but not in a boudoir brand. So don't limit yourself in your marketing and promotion and then wonder why you're not getting more. But at the same time, don't open up multiple genre advertising if it's not what you want to do. So a lot of people tell me that they have to shoot multiple genres because they live in small towns and it's expected. Yes, it is expected. If you're going to be known as the local photographer in your 3,000 town, then it stands to reason that you shoot pretty much everything. You shoot the family, you shoot the wedding, you shoot the newborn, you shoot the maternity, and now you're introducing glamour because it's fun. That's fine. If you're in a small town and you want to do that, I love that idea. I think it's absolutely amazing. But if you're just trying to open up different avenues of income and you think that you can do that by saying, I'm a pet photographer, fashion photographer, corporate photographer, events photographer, I do wedding, destination wedding, engagement shoots, glam the dress, boudoir glamour, and you know, I'll come to your birth as well. Then it's kind of like, oh, and how many of them do you really enjoy? Because if you're only doing some for money, then you're wasting your time. Okay, so creating PDF around glamour and beauty in boudoir is easy. Okay, because we've just seen you do it, looks beautiful, we're using our before and afters, that's what I've been teaching you. Around families and couples, really interesting. When you photograph a couple intimately together, women will look at that image and say, oh, I want a photo of me and Rob like that. And so she's likely to book you. But you need to lead in your promotion and advertising to wanting to come in for a couple shoot. That's why you can promote couples around Valentine's Day. You can ask every single one of your boudoir and glamour clients if she'd like to come back with her partner and do a couple shoot. If she has a husband and kids, then you're leading into the family shoot. So they're lead-in promotions. And you're already sourcing them from a referred client, from a client that's already been photographed by you. It's perfect. Every woman that has ever come to your studio for a glamour and boudoir shoot has either got a mother, 3 girlfriends, a boyfriend, a husband and kids.
So I've had a couple of people who I photographed doing the boudoir session, and they've asked, like, can I come back with, or can I get a hotel room and bring my partner, my boyfriend, and you photograph us? But I don't feel comfortable. Like, if they're both in their underwear in the bed and I'm there with a camera, I just feel kind of like, this is weird for me.
Well, okay, so there's a couple of things that I used to make really clear. I would always, you're going to love this, I would always look my clients really directly and say, I would love to do some beautiful shots of you together, but I do not do any nude work. I can do gorgeous, intimate stuff if you're in boxer shorts and Calvin Klein and make it look kind of fashion Calvin Klein, but I would put a parameter really up. But if I used to have an amazing black and white shot of a couple in their underwear on the wall, so if that's what they want, go and do it. They're the best shots, because when the men are in the shoot and they enjoy the shoot and they're loving it, yeah, it's only ever got freaky on me once, and I was young. And I didn't know how to handle the situation. So I basically just went, I'm going to give you 15 minutes. And I walked out. And I'm really honest with people. I always say, okay, well, I don't do anything nude. You can keep your knickers on, but I'll photograph in. I'm happy for the girls to be topless. I'll do skin shots. I'll make it look like you're nude if you want. I've only ever photographed one couple nude, and I felt a little bit uncomfortable about it because I was like, I don't need to see penises and vaginas in my daily life. Other than, no, yeah, I don't need to expand on that. And so, of my clients.
I want to keep it
and
classy.
I was just like, that's so odd. It's such an odd thing, but it's a great genre to market.
Right.
Because every girl that's ever done a boudoir shoot, for every partner that's looked at it and gone, look how hot you are, and for if you show that album of a beautiful couple shoot together, and she's like, I want all they want is skin shots, like his arms around hers, her maybe topless. Very rarely do I get more than that or get asked for more than that in 23 years. That is just another $1,200 sale.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to keep it classy. I don't want it to turn into something like it's a soft porn.
Well, then just don't, it's like, I think we need to get the ice bucket, or I'm going to step out for 15 minutes, or but be confident and direct the shoot. Direct the shoot and just keep it very open. I had people that wanted to push the envelope, and they were like, so do you do? And I'm like, no.
Okay.
But 99.9% of them just want those gorgeous skin shots, and there wasn't a bed involved, because I can do that without a bed.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're leading into families and couples with your glamour shoots, your boudoir shoots. You're leading into them. Now, a lot of the percentage of photographers that filled out the 1,178 photographers were wedding photographers. There were a lot of high school seniors, okay, a lot of multiple genres. So again, I've never separated high school seniors from my glamour brand, because this market here bring clients so easily to me, because these young girls love my brand. They want to look like fashion models. They want to look really gorgeous. To me, that is a glamour brand, but I can do a special or a deal or a package for high school seniors. So again, simplify your promotion, but every single thing you decide to do, every shoot you do for your folio, every advertising you do, every story you write, know that the more you photograph 22-year-olds from Model Mayhem Dawn, the more you will not get women like you. And if that's who you want, then the best way to attract the client that suits you the most is to tell your story. Because what you put out, you get back in terms of, this is the client I want. If you're about the transformation, that's what you're going to get. And then if you're really smart, actively seek it. Go to women's groups and do talks. You think anybody in the world wants to hear you speak about losing 90 pounds? Oh yeah. They not only want to hear it, they want to hear about your experience of it. They want to see the before and after pictures. They want to see the video. They want to see how you found your true path, and that was to show women how beautiful they are. What a magnificent connection you have and an opportunity. Harness it. Harness that and then actively seek it out. Kelly Brown just did the newborn class. Kelly's my friend from Brisbane. Absolutely incredible. A lot of newborn photographers were on the list of the people that filled in this form. So let's talk about this. Kelly Brown. Kelly Brown photographs these amazing newborns, and she's an incredible woman, and she has this beautiful brand. How could I create advertising around Kelly Brown? How could I take promotion to the nth degree? Okay, so newborn photographers were like, give me ways to market this. And I go, okay, if you're going to photograph pods, I call them pods, these newborns, you're going to photograph little pods, who's your client? Pregnant women. Okay? Fastest way to attract pregnant women? Maternity shoots. All right? If she wants to be photographed for being in a maternity shoot, then she's your client. Because what you can do is you can photograph her maternity shoot for free in order to get the newborn shoot. Newborn shoot has to be done in the first 10 days. That's the whole point. So when you come back and do your newborn shoot, we'll let you choose your best maternity shot, because let's face it, they only ever buy 1 or 3 small shots of their maternity shoot. You don't want a big photo of yourself on the wall pregnant. You just want a record of it. Or some people do, some people don't. But the truth is, it's the fastest way to get the newborn client. Then, once that newborn client is sold, you can create an amazing membership card for baby. So let's say this baby's name is Daisy. Daisy now becomes a member of the Kelly Brown Club, and she gets a shoot at 6 months, 1 year old, 18 months, 2 years old, 3.5 for this much money. Like, how do I make Daisy my loyal client? I get her while her mum's pregnant. I win her over with a free shoot. I give her a free shoot maternity shot when they come back with Daisy. And then I make it so that Daisy, I'm recording Daisy's first 5 years. And you can create a package that is longevity. Because every single time Daisy gets photographed, now in the next 5 years, that woman will share you and you will become a friend of hers, because the brand loyalty around this will be amazing. Okay? Okay, another idea is I had another friend of mine that was shooting newborns, and she said, I want to approach pregnant women, but I don't know how to do that. And I said, well, the best way to approach pregnant women would be walk up to them in the street and say, okay, don't walk up into the street and say, when are you due? Because you could get punched in the face. But if you meet a pregnant woman and they make it quite clear that she's pregnant, and you know, I usually say to people, unless she's about 9 months pregnant and maybe her waters are breaking, then you say, could you be pregnant? And if she says, well, yes, say, just asking, thought you might have had a big lunch. Don't ask someone if they're pregnant, ever. If you've ever been in that situation, it's horrible. So what I'm saying is you need to create a way to connect with pregnant women, and there's pregnant women everywhere because it's something to do with the water, that you can approach them and say, I'm doing a beautiful exhibition on newborn babies, and I would love to photograph your newborn. Okay, if newborn's your genre and it's what you've been studying to do, because trust me, I wouldn't take that on, but Kelly's the baby whisperer and a lot of newborn photographers love it. Okay, create an exhibition or a book, or create, you know, Daisy's first photo shoot. Think of all the ways it would be special to Daisy's mum. And then create PDF advertising around the beautiful images you have and get that out to people. So now, I'm walking along, I've gone to lunch with a friend, I've met Dawn, Dawn's a friend of a friend. I'm like, hi Dawn, how are you? Chatting away. Dawn says, what do you do, Sue? And I was like, oh, I'm a portrait photographer, I specialise in photographing women, and I tell you my story and you're intrigued and you're like, wow, I have to check out your work. So yeah, my website's SueBryce.com, but don't wait now because I've got an iPhone so I can just show you my entire gallery right now. Look at that, it's so cool, isn't it? That's what I do. And you're like, wow, that's very amazing, thanks. Do you have a card? Oh, I didn't bring one with me. But I tell you what, give me your email address. And that's the biggest mistake everybody makes. I don't have a card. Here, take down my website. No, you give me your email address. Get it. Oh, I must have a look at your website. Give me your email address. I'll send you a PDF. You're making it easy for them. Tell them you're making it easy for them. Well, just give me your email address. Here, look, I haven't got a card on me. Give me your email address and I'll send you my gallery. Save you looking it up. And then if they don't go home and do it, they'll get it in the inbox the next day and you might get another booking out of it. But how many times do we not do that? Give me your email address. I would love to do a shoot with you sometime. Cool, call me. No, when would you like to book it? Give me your free dates. I'll email you mine. I'll email you my available dates. I would love to do that one day. Let's do it. They're the hardest things to say, aren't they? And somebody goes, I'd love to do something like that one day, and you go, you knob? What is that? And then it's kind of like, would you? Oh, imagine if I did it and I could offer it to you, but I'm too scared or shy, so I'm just going to sit here and look over there. Okay, you don't have to be like, hey, what are you going to do? Shoot, let's book you in. I'm going to send you an email right now. You know, just talk about it and just make it happen. It's so funny. Campaign marketing. Okay, this is genre marketing, newborn, high school senior, families, couples, defining that, glamour, beauty, defining that. That is genre marketing. I shoot more than one genre. Therefore, I'm going to create advertising around the genre. I would not say I shoot families and then show these incredible newborn photos. If I did newborn photos, then I would say I shoot newborns, I shoot beauty, I shoot families. I would differentiate those three brands within my brand, inside my brand, and then I would create marketing, promotion, and advertising for every single one of them. Are you all doing that? Well, 890 of you are not. 288 are, which is a good thing. 288 people. Woohoo! Campaign marketing is when you make something up. It's not a genre, it's just something you do. How many campaigns can you think up? Because the most incredible thing about photographers is for a creative bunch, you're not spending much time making up cool stuff. Because I don't see a whole lot of cool new stuff coming out in our industry. And the cool thing about me exploding in the industry was I've been around for 24 years, but everyone was like, where have you been? And I was like, working. But they're like, why didn't we know about you? And I was like, because the industry was trying so hard to just be family and wedding photographers. By the time I came on the market, I'm like, she's different. She looks more commercial, but it's for real women. I'm like, yes, it's exactly what I do. So I created a campaign called Glam the Dress. It's when a bride has really shitty wedding photographs and she comes back and does a glamour shoot with her wedding dress, provided that she still either fits it or can be stitched into it from behind. There are links that I will go to photograph a woman in her wedding dress, and stitching her back into it is not a problem for me. I don't care if the zipper is short by 4 inches. Most women don't get back into their wedding dress, and if they do, they feel pretty damn good. The best time to do it is as soon as they've finished their wedding. And then when all of the wedding's over, what does every single bride, 101 weddings I've shot, every single bride walks in to view their photos, and I said, how did you feel after the wedding? And they're like, kind of depressed. Like everything I have created, designed, prepared my body, my hair, my skin, my nails, my family, my reception, my details, the lace, the veil, the piece that Johnny's mum made me wear, which I hated, but I disguised it in a flower, and the shoes, the Louboutins, the websites I trolled, the endless talking about my wedding to girlfriends who don't care, and, all of that gone, just like that, the next day. And it's like, oh, you should do a glam shoot with your wedding dress. That's campaign marketing. That's when you make something up. You create advertising around it. And then instead of putting it on your Facebook page and say, I'm doing a Glam the Dress special for $75, you instead go and find a woman with a wedding dress who maybe had bad photographs 4 years ago but still wants to wear it. You do the most beautiful glamour shoot of her, and then you tell that story on your blog. Then you share that story on Facebook with friends. Think about it always as creating a campaign. I like watching, any movies where they're like coming up with marketing ideas and marketing campaigns. I was like, how do I get noticed for that? How could I get in the media for that? How could I go to my local paper and say, Margaret got ripped off for her wedding, her husband broke her leg on his honeymoon, 8 months later I've just done this incredible photo shoot in her wedding dress, I've called it Glam the Dress, my name is Megan Smith and I am a portrait photographer, I'm a wedding photographer, and how do I get noticed for that? How can I share that story? How many people will then want to do a session with me? Do you get it? Instead of sitting there going, I put out 50 vouchers and I didn't get one phone call. I'm already leagues ahead of you because I'm out looking for a woman with a wedding dress. I'm excited about doing it. I'm thinking of all the ways I can create it, share it, visually communicate it, put it on all of my social media, do it. And at that moment there, I'm doing it for free. And if you say, I can't afford to do that, you can't afford to not do that. Because sitting at home complaining about it's not getting you paid either. So get excited about what you can create. Okay, how's this one? I photographed this beautiful wedding. She's a beautiful bride. She's a girlfriend of mine. I love him too. Beautiful couple, love them to bits. I want to photograph her mum, which I did. I want to photograph her 4 best girlfriends, because that's all the bridesmaids. I want to photograph the groom's sister, if there is one, the groom's mum, if there is one, and I want to do it all and call it the bachelorette party. If you are a wedding photographer and a portrait photographer and you are not offering a glamour shoot bachelorette party, you are missing the opportunity to double your income. Because the women, once you educate them and say, get this, you girls pay for the makeup artist and you pay for the cheese and crackers and wine, come to my studio and I will photograph you. You will leave that night with your hair and makeup done, and you can look at your photographs, and if you choose to purchase them, I can give you a voucher for $100 towards a folio each, and that's entirely up to you what you buy. So the next question that people ask then is, what happens if they don't buy anything? Well, if you don't educate them and you don't talk to them about the final product, show them the final product, show them how great your photographs are, and if you don't tell them what you cost, there's a good chance they won't. But if you do all of the above, you just gain 10 new clients. And even if you sell one photograph to each girl, you've still made $1,400, and they paid for the makeup. You've also leveraged 10 women in your studio that now own one beautiful photograph. That one beautiful photograph goes on 10 Facebook pages, 10 tweets, 10 walls. Each girl has a mother, a partner, a husband, a sister, a girlfriend, an office full of other girls. Can you see what that is? But we get so stuck on the what if they don't buy. And that means you're not even trying. Now, if you get the 10 in, you don't educate them, they don't buy, your shooting is low, you can get the 10 but you can't seal the deal, you can't shoot it and you can't educate, what does that tell you? You need to work on your education, your own blocks and your shooting. So button off on the marketing, clearly it's a strength, because if you can get people in the door and your work's crap, then clearly you're doing something really good in your marketing. So you have two choices, button off until your shooting comes up, or go and align yourself with somebody who is an incredible shooter that sucks at marketing. Learn how to shoot like them, give them your marketing skills, separate yourself within a year and you both win. Okay, so what I was saying about my girlfriend Christy in New York is, oh, this just makes me feel so cool. Christy is a children's photographer. She doesn't really like her job that much. And she hangs out with 5 of us, and we all have successful photography careers, and she is an employed photographer, which means she gets a wage, she turns up at 9, she does 2 shoots a day, she retouches them, and she goes. Which, by the way, is how I did my first 12 years. My first 12 years in the studio, get paid, go home, $400 a week. Okay, never got anywhere, never saved anything, never made any money, but a lot less stress, you know, and I got to become a good photographer and a good retoucher. Didn't become a good business person, but that doesn't matter. We've always talked with Christy about this because out of all of us big powered business owners that she hangs out with, she's the only employee and the only one that really seemed to have no motivation to grow her business, grow her wealth. And we all talked about it and she said, I'm just not that motivated. It just doesn't really interest me. And I was just like, how can you not be motivated about creating more, being more, you know, learning more? And it's like, that's who I am. She does a job. So if you want to be a photographer and you want that job, you're that person, you just want to go and do a job, go. You can do that. There's a lot of people out there that would employ you. You'd be quite surprised. And so here she was doing her job, and she said, you know, whenever I photograph dogs and families, I always spend more time doing a family shoot. I was like, really? She said, I wish I could just photograph dogs. I was like, why don't you? Well, there's no money in it, is there? I was like, oh, okay. So it gets to the end, she's working through her career, and she doesn't hate it, she certainly doesn't love it, she's not flourishing financially, so she's not growing anything, and she's not terribly excited about her day, and in her young years, she used to be a nanny. So those people ring her up and they go, we have this opportunity to go and live in New York, and the kids are grown up, you know, they're 10, like 9 or 10, would you come and live with us for a year, and just look after the kids after school for a couple of hours? And she gets paid to do this. So she said, fine. I'm obviously not in love with my career. So we start talking, and she's like, you know what I've always dreamed of doing? And I was like, yeah, photographing dogs. So she bought the URL, Dogs in the City. Like Sex in the City, right? Fantastic. She's living in New York City. And now I've watched this metamorphosis. Because this girl that was not that motivated about her job, it's like I said to her we were at dinner and I was like, you need a business card, something really unique, something that you could walk up to people in the street in New York, talk about their dogs. New Yorkers love talking about their dogs, and you can give them a business card. The next day, she emailed me a picture of the design she just sent to Moo. Just like that. Is that a motivated person? I was like, you just designed and sent it away? And she's like, yeah. In fact, she did it so fast, she forgot to put her email and Twitter handle on it. So she had to redo it. But the best part is when you love something, when you choose a genre, when you know that you want to do it, I said to her, you have the ultimate opportunity now. She said, in what way? I said, you live in a city that's dog friendly. There's dogs everywhere. There's also dog photographers everywhere. But she's not looking at the other photographers. She's looking at the dogs on the street because she's so excited by it. She's not looking at what she's not getting. She's looking at what she is. I said, every single day, get up in the morning and spend 2 or 3 hours building your business, you know, the office side. And I said, and then at lunchtime, before you go and pick up the kids, go and walk for 2 hours. Catch a subway, go to a different part of the city, explore it, and every time you see somebody with a cute dog, stop and give them your business card. What is the likelihood that she's going to do that? 100% she's already doing it. And I can't believe this person. I know this person. She's not just someone I'm consulting, she's my friend. And I'd be walking along in New York and she'd be like photographing because she's bought the Twitter handle for Instagram, dogs in the city. And people are like, oh, this is my dog, you know. And it's incredible. You can connect marketing to anything you want, provided you find your power, your strength in it, that you love it, that it's something you actively want to do. But I no longer see blocks around putting yourself out there. I only see blocks around not. Look at this. The first thing she did when she got to New York was align herself with the Humane Society and went and did a free shoot with them to save a dog. To save a dog that was 3 years old that had been abandoned. So she gets 2 things out of that. She gets to help that dog and share an amazing story. And those are the 2 things that are her highest values. She'd save a dog over a human any day. And she got to save this dog, photograph this dog, and blog about it. And she met this pug in the street and photographed him just this week. And it is the most beautiful shoot. And this is Leroy. And she tells the story about Leroy and what he likes and what he doesn't like and his little quirky things. And she's listed that on her blog. And it's beautiful because that's exactly what it's meant to be. It's meant to be everything I'm passionate about and everything I value in my business, my marketing, my promotion, and everything I want to attract. And that it should be so easy to attract people to do it if you are in that space. So I guess the question we have to ask ourselves is, what if we aren't in that space? What if we fall out of that space? How do we get it back? How do we get the love back and the passion back? And how do we revive it when we feel like we can't? And how do we know if we're on the right track? You know that because you want to do it. And how do we change the energy around it, which is a really, really big one. When we come back, we're going to go, we've still got more questions. We've got printed material. Okay, so we just did PDFs. We've got cards, we've got vouchers, we've got brochures, we've got video, we've got show reels, we've got YouTube, we've got Vimeo. We still haven't even looked at your website yet, and we still haven't looked at your photography and your service. The next question on the survey was, what printed material do you have? How many of the 1,178 photographers had a small business card, and only 683 did, so that's just over the halfway mark by about 32. So only half of you have a business card, which means only half of you are in business. And you know, this is something that we really need to action right now. So this is on the action list. Now, Christy, I want to go back to Christy for 1 second. She went to Moo, M-O-O. Overnight, that girl ordered a series of cards that are the highest quality business cards I have ever seen, with the funkiest design for a really reasonable cost. I didn't even look at the website, and I'm telling you, because I looked at the product and went, are you serious? It's like 5 times the thickness of a normal business card. And she was like, so easy to do, so easy to design, so affordable. I still haven't looked at the website. I'll do my next business cards on Moo, because I give away so many cards when I talk and things like that. I need to get 1,000 every quarter. So the thing is this is standard practice for everyone in business. I went to a workshop one day as an attendee, maybe 9 years ago, the year before I started my business, and this guy said, right, everybody put your business card on the table, and this dude beside me pulled out this laminated inkjet. I still see them. People hand me laminated inkjets, even though business cards are cheap. He puts out this laminated inkjet, and I was like this. I instantly went, oh my God, that's such a bad design. Like, I can design better than that. And that was 8 years ago. And the guy said to me, where's yours? And I was like, I haven't done mine yet. And he goes, well, then he's doing better than you. Because clearly he could see the look on my face. But I wanted to put this in because it's really intriguing. After I speak anywhere, I get 1,000 emails saying, where did you get that fold-out brochure from? And I repeatedly say, I went to a printer, I looked at all the different fold-outs you can get. You can get pamphlets and fold-outs and brochures and booklets. And I went, oh, I want my business card to be a cantilever fold-out. Every printer I've ever been to offers it. And yet I constantly see people saying they can't find them, they don't know where to source them, they don't know where to do them. Go to a printer, not a photographic printer, go to an actual printer where you get business cards done, like, you know, the old-fashioned way, when you actually have something that you hold in your hand. So what I was looking at is how many people actually had something that they carried in their bag. Remember, I always carry the gold purse because my business is gold to me, it represents gold to me. 74 people had none of the above. 8 had a brochure. 8 out of 1,178. That's 1,170 people that have no printed brochure, but I know why, because it costs money. And now your marketing exists online. You don't have to pay for printing, do you? Because 10 years ago, 5 years ago, our businesses had to have printed brochures. We spent, I think it was, $2,000 for 10,000 brochures. And it, for me, 7, 8 years ago, $2,000 on printed material spun me out. Like, I remember thinking it was more than I could afford. I couldn't believe I was doing it. But I got 10,000 brochures. And I gave them away over 4 years. It took to give them away 10,000. And my business just grew and grew and grew and grew within that space of time. And that voucher was worth its 20 cents or whatever it was, because for every single person that did come into my studio, that voucher paid for itself in terms of, you know, booking me clients. Anyway, this is really intriguing. I want by the end of your checklist, as you're going through it in the next 2 months, to get on Moo, get on Vista, get on any printing company you can, and at least have $100 for 500 cards off a cheap business card that is a quality that people will hold and keep when they meet you, and you can hand it out to everybody. If that's the best thing you can give anybody or the fastest thing you can give everybody, do it. Do it, and then get smart. Put an image on it that's not a generic photographic image, but an image that people would actually keep. So in the past, I've done a couple of things, like I always put my poem on the card because I feel like people would keep that because it's such a beautiful poem. You can put a beautiful quote on there as long as you quote the source, and you can do a beautiful poem on there as long as you can quote the poem. I love what Hayley Bartholomew did. Hayley's so clever. She went and took this amazing shot of green grass, up close, like macro, beautiful green grass, and then she did that quote and laid it over with beautiful font about the grass is greener. The grass is always greener where you water it, or something like that. And she's quoted the guy who's saying it is, and then she's done it as a double-sided card, and it exists as her business card because her name's on it and her website's on it, and it's straight away, the first thing went on my fridge, and it's still there. It's something I'll keep. So think smart, create a business card that people will keep. I said to Christy, you need to create a card with dogs on it, like a paw print, or something that is really neat, that's really knit, like, oh, that's so cute, like the dinosaur. Haven't seen you since dinosaurs were extinct. But if you put a picture of your child on there, and isn't it a beautiful child, that's your child. I'm not going to keep it. You know, think about it. What would make me keep your card? And even if you can't think of something that would make me keep it, at least put your bloody website on it. Make sure you spell check it. Triple, quadruple spell check it. I once had 2,000 vouchers printed with the word photographer wrong. Photographer. And 10 people spell checked it. But photographer is such a generic word and a long one. When the mind sees it, it just skimmed it because it knows it's photographer, especially when it says Sue Bryce, photographer. 2,000 cards. And I was horrified by it. You know, and that's it, something that I really want you to tick off. Okay, this was the question that upset me the most. This is the question that when I read the results yesterday, I went like this. I'm going to make a cup of tea. Do you have any videos online? Anything behind the scenes, a show reel video, a slideshow video? 17 people do. Behind the scenes video and a show reel? 15. Behind the scenes video, slideshow video and show reel? 35. Wow. Just a behind the scenes video. Just somebody standing behind you with a camera. Put a camera on a tripod. Record it. Record the shoot. Put music on it. Buy music. You don't have to listen to yourself talking. You'll get a whole lot of pictures of the back of your bum. A slideshow video. 207. Now that pleased me a little, but 777 with none? None. And you're a photographer that has a camera that shoots digital SLR and you own an iPhone. So, okay, let's address it. Oh, I did a whole workshop on it. Let's have a look at it. YouTube is the second biggest search engine on the planet. They search you on Google, they go to YouTube, they put in your name there. It is the second biggest search engine in the world. 777 of you do not exist on the biggest search engine of the world, and that's just the 1,200 people that filled in the survey. Okay? Pinterest.
Sue, quick question about
Yes.
video. What is the difference for you between the behind the scenes, the show reels, all those different kind of categories that you were listing?
Yes.
Can you list a quick difference?
I'll explain it by how to make one.
Beautiful.
Okay, so a show reel for me is it's just a slideshow of either still images with footage in it. That's a show reel. A show reel can exist just as footage. So it can, if you're a videographer or a photographer, you can just show footage going into footage, going into footage, going into footage to funky music. And if you're an actor or a videographer, that's your show reel. You show people what you do with your video. A slideshow is just stills. Okay, it's a slideshow that is showing stills that you can do on Animoto. You can make your own slideshow. You can edit it in Final Cut Pro, but it essentially doesn't have any footage in it, no moving footage. Okay, so a fusion would be a mixture of both fusion when you fuse stills and motion together. Okay, one of the biggest mistakes photographers make is shooting vertically and putting that in with their footage. Nothing looks less cinematic than watching footage and then going to a vertical frame. You learn when you're creating behind the scenes that you have to shoot horizontally, because cinema and motion and film is a vertical story in a horizontal frame. So we've got to get away from the look of slideshows, but we have to do that as a progression, because right now we're just photographers. So we have to learn how to maximize and utilize two of the largest search engines on the planet whilst we're learning a video component. So I've got to try and make it so easy that it's actionable and foolproof. All right, YouTube being the second biggest search engine in the world, then along came Pinterest, which now has a video share component. So we used to be able to pin images, and now we can pin videos. Now, interestingly enough, Pinterest has now got the biggest referral traffic in the world. Okay, so it had a bigger video share last year than YouTube. Not a bigger upload, not a bigger watch, just a bigger share, What does share do? It drives our search engine optimization up, because every time you share, you link. Every time you link, that drives your SEO. We're going to talk about that when we do websites. And the thing is now, even if you're not on Pinterest, or you're not sharing your own videos on Pinterest, or you're not sharing others on video, or you don't have a Pinterest page, that is the one that you need to be on. Now, Vimeo is the professional suite. Like YouTube is for the public. Vimeo exists for the industry. So you should be on both as a photographer in the industry or a filmmaker. You should be on Vimeo and YouTube. So everything goes on my Vimeo first, and then it goes on my YouTube second. Now, the best thing about YouTube is its search engine. Okay, it has the most accurate search engine on the planet. So it's the first thing you're going to do when you put your video on YouTube is tag it. Tag, glamour shoot, behind the scenes, makeup, transformation, makeover, Sue Bryce. You can tag my name in your video. That's what other people do. You know, tag Versace, whoever you want, and they're just tag words. They're tag words that when somebody else searches for something, your video will pop up on the right-hand side. What do you do when you watch YouTube? You look down the list to see if there's anything else you want to watch. Correct? Now, what is the most hateful thing you can do on YouTube is when you think you're going to get a video, or you think you're going to watch something and it's a rip-off version, or you think you're going to get the song video and it's just a slideshow. So you have to manufacture and make actual advertising video and then use this, because it is just a phenomenal product right now. So how do we make it? How do we make it easy? How do we make it actionable? I'm not going to lecture you anymore on why you should do it. You know why you should do it. This is on the checklist. You're going to create a Vimeo and a YouTube channel. You're going to subscribe to other people, and you are going to get subscribers. You are going to make a signature showreel video, behind the scenes, or slideshow in the next month. If you can't afford to do this, I want you to swap 50-50 with another photographer that can shoot you behind the scenes, and then you go to their studio and you shoot them behind the scenes. I'm not a filmmaker. I am very, very rudimentary in my skill base. I watch Hayley, but it's just not something. You can watch me shoot for 2 years. Doesn't mean you're looking through the camera and learning what Hayley knows, not what I know. So I have been trying to shoot my own video at that rudimentary level. I've brought it to show you, because I think even at my low skill level, I think I'm still communicating. You can decide. You've seen I Am Dawn. If any of you have seen I Am Dawn on my website, then you'll understand that Dawn's video, although it was shot on a 5D Mark II, and it was shot by Susan and myself. Susan edited it on Elements, not even on Final Cut Pro or any of the big software. It was on Elements, which is like $84. We recorded the voice on GarageBand with no microphone, just talking holding the laptop, and didn't we, Dawn? Holding the laptop and talking into it. But it still communicates something incredibly beautiful. So I've got to show you how easy it is. So I made it one step easier than that. I took the footage from I Am Dawn and sent it to Rebecca, and she threw it on an Animoto slideshow and has sent that back. So I can show you both. I can show you how Rebecca did in 1 hour what an editor I paid $400 for. Now, if you can't afford the $400 of editing, you have two choices. You either learn to do it yourself, find another way to get an editor to do it for you, i.e. swap them for photographs, swap them for stills, swap them for one of your skills, you know, that you have that they could maybe trade with, advertise them as an editor through your business. So there's a million ways to get people to work with you. And if you can't do all of that, then for the small price a month for Animoto, you can create unlimited high-res slideshows in an hour that are going on YouTube, that are being shared and embedded on your blog, that are giving you search engine optimization, that are giving you Facebook, Twitter, a reason to connect, to tell stories for your clients, that it's constantly marketing your business. So I've tried to make it as easy as I can. I can't afford this. I will make you a video, you make me one. Okay? It's that simple. You all know photographers. You all know somebody that would do that for you. The future of marketing and promotion, education, and the future of the world right now is in video. This company exists because you're watching me online, and then I'll be archived as a training workshop. No longer do you have to want to fly to LA and spend $2,500 with me to do a workshop, because I'm not doing that anyway. And even if I was, you know, you have full access to me, and it's archived, and it's on YouTube. And it's incredible. Think about it. Your business now must be advertising on these free mediums. They're free. The more you give, the more you share, the more people want to come back. Okay, the more stingy you are, the more you hold back, the more people won't want to. So don't be afraid of giving that information. And just because somebody watches you shoot behind the scenes doesn't mean they will then go and copy you. But if you have a really good idea for a shoot and you put it on YouTube, expect to be copied. It's the highest form of flattery. Okay, a beginner's guide to shooting and sharing your studio with video. Now, as Dawn will tell you, when I shoot video, I go into an extreme amount of stress. For me, my stills brain, my photographer brain, just hates the new video person that's holding the camera. It's like, because my comfort zone in shooting is so ingrained in me that when I pick up my film camera, I'm just like, my stress level just goes through the roof. But I kind of like that. It's kind of nice to be challenged, don't you think? It's nice to be challenged in a way that you just don't know everything again and you're starting again from that hungry, I want to learn. Doesn't mean you like it either, but I'm starting to like it. So when I did I Am Dawn, this is what the footage looks like in my Finder. So I had a really basic storyline. Dawn's got a before shot. Dawn's got a little makeup shot. Dawn's in hair and makeup. She's putting her dream dress on. She's standing there. She's in her dream dress. And then I take a picture and then I show her the back of the camera. I talked to Dawn about what she wanted to say. We came up with, my name is Dawn. I'm a wife, I'm a mother. She said, I haven't had my portrait taken since I was 17 years old. I was like, awesome, say that. And then we talked about all the other things we could say, existing in photographs for your children, being a woman, her amazing weight loss journey. We didn't need to say any of it. We did not need to say anything about her being a mother or existing in photographs or losing weight or being important, because that video says everything. So I shot it. Susan shot me shooting Dawn. Okay, so both of us are hand-holding and freestyling. So we've got no rigs, no nothing. Susan's got a 5D Mark II. I've got a 5D Mark II. My footage is more stable because I'm on a monopod, because I'm actually shooting Dawn. And so I had to keep really still, whereas Susan's floating. Okay, so we put this together and we edited this little video. We paid to have this edit. No, sorry. Susan edited this video, and then we paid for them to tweak the music and to tweak the, what do you call that? The grading, when you grade it. So when you grade the footage, and the difference between Animoto and the graded footage, you'll see the graded footage looks professional and Animoto just looks straight out of camera. So I don't know if Animoto can grade, but I want to know now, because when you see what Rebecca made in an hour, you're talking about versus 15 hours of editing and paying an editor $40 to $100 an hour. So have a look at this. This is so cool.
My name is Dawn. I'm 37 years old. I am a wife. I am a mother. I am a business owner. I am a woman. I have not had my portrait taken since I was 17 years old. I feel more beautiful today than I ever have in my entire life. And today, I want to celebrate it by having my portrait taken. I am Dawn. I am a wife. I am a mother. And I am a goddess.
I'm laughing because, Dawn, you actually say, don't cry because I'm crying today. You actually say sorry 6 times in that video. Did you notice that? You're like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And then you're like, I'm sorry at the beginning. And then you're like, I'm sorry when you answer the phone. I always tell Dawn off for saying sorry too much. Isn't that cool? All right, so where was I going with that? I made that. It still makes me smile. You need to understand how easy that was for us to do. Susan and I were so new really to doing video like that. I mean, we still made that, and it has so many, it's so basic, and yet it tells a story. And if you can hit a story, that is more important than anything that you've gotten wrong in terms of communicating this for promotion. Let's have a look at the Animoto version, because this has been on my website, my Vimeo and YouTube for a few months now, because it's had over 8,000 hits, so I know that people have seen it. So I know that you're more interested in the slideshow version. Because they didn't have the voiceover, I sent more images. Because to me, what makes that video so powerful is what Dawn says versus her reaction to seeing herself at the back of the camera. But at the end, you only see 3 shots. So with Animoto, I sent the same amount of footage, so I didn't know what part of that footage they would edit. They got to see Dawn's video, so they did get to see the sequence, and this is what they came up with. I'm not even going to look at you right now. What really upsets me about that video, or what really hits it, again, you make advertising that makes you cry, isn't it? Just hilarious. I've seen it 50 times. I haven't had my portrait taken since I was 17 years old. Oh, as somebody who sells portraits and wants people to be photographed, the idea that somebody would not put themselves in front of a camera, to me, so as a woman, I see that and I identify with that, because I know what it's like to not want to be in front of the camera, and I know what that feels like, and that, I think, communicates really beautifully, but that's not manufactured. Those are Dawn's words, and we didn't tell her to say them. We're like, how would you describe yourself? I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a business owner. Okay, cool. You know, I've not had my portrait taken since I was 17 years old. That's shocking to me. It shocks me. But it is the perfect thing for her to say. You know, Dawn's lost 90 pounds. 90. She's lost her like a person that was following her around. And you don't have to tell that story. It's all there. You know, your body is just perfect, and your dress, your dream dress, and everything about it. And oh my God, I love that. Did you like the Animoto edit? Did you feel any different? It still made me feel the same way. Who would agree with that? I want to hear if you don't. Online? Do you feel the Animoto slideshow in 1 hour, that she made in an hour, competed just as highly with the edit, the video edit?
Sue Ewan said that was just as powerful as the first one.
It was. You know why? Because we were so captivated by Dawn. You know, the problem with most photographers, with most photography, is you're trying to take a picture. Well, I'm just trying to get Dawn. I don't really care about the background. I could photograph every person for the rest of my life on a black background or a brown background and just make it's a signature Sue Bryce thing, you know? Because it doesn't matter to me if it's a brick wall or a big building or an epic background or a skyline. All I care about is how that woman is looking at me and if I have accurately caught that. I don't care really about the background or anything else that's going on in this shot. The only thing that even concerns me is her expression, how beautiful she looks. And the cool thing about video is you could look at this image and say, oh, it's photoshopped, and then you see the footage of her standing in there through my camera, and you realize how, you know, transparent that is. It's like a live before shot. Okay, so have I talked you into creating slideshows yet? Have you seen how easy that is? Can you please talk to me about this? I need to know what your problem here, what your block is here, because the truth is that over 2/3 of you are not on the world's second largest platform for marketing your business, and you are creative photographers that have cameras that shoot digital SLR. So I do not feel that I've made it that easy for you. I'm about to make it even easier, because I'm going to bypass that and go to iPhone and iMovie, which everybody owns either on their iPad or iMac. Okay, so before I go to iPhone, talk to me. Talk to me.
So there has been a lot of reactions saying that they did miss the voice in the second one.
Okay, but that could have been easy. I could have actually put a voice in, I'm pretty sure. I never sent them the voice, and I actually never thought about it. So yeah, you're right, I did like her voice. Yeah, that's a good one.
My whole comment, just an editorial comment, mine was like, so if the first one was better than the second one, how does the second one compare to nothing, which is what 2/3 of the people, according to the survey, were
Which is
doing.
what?
So,
Which is what 777 people who did fill in the survey don't have.
Right.
Anything.
Right.
Yeah, so you're exactly right, Russ. Anything else?
There were some comments about the second one being too long.
Yes. Okay, so we have a rule, right, Susan, that we are 1 to 2 minutes. And most songs exist in the 3 to 4 minute range. It's very hard to cut a song off and fade the music. It was one of the biggest gifts to have, to be able to edit music and edit image to sound. It is one of the most powerful gifts you can have. It's very, very hard to do. You do have to fade out and cut off your music and cut down. Now, there is a lifespan on footage. And I see it all the time. You're going to see it again. There's a couple of shots that come up that you will see. And I look at it like this. If you're going to film me walking over to the air and doing a turn, and the scene opens and I start to walk and then I turn this way, the one thing that always amazes me is Hayley would have picked up that edit as you were already walking. Like, she would have picked it up at about there and cut it off right before I complete the turn. But most people start the footage, they do the edit where and walk and turn and stop. That to me is just like a second on either side that you can shave off. And as you start to shave off a second here and a second here and a second here, you shave off 30 seconds and then 40 seconds, and it's dead weight. The first video accurately shows the story in a very small space of time. The second one, though, had more stills, which would have made it longer, fading in, fading out, whereas the first one didn't even need stills. Susan edited the first one. Her first draft, when she showed me, I was like, take that out, take that out, take that out, and she was like, And I was like, just take it out. It's too long. It doesn't need to be in there. You show 2 sweeps over the makeup table. We only need to get the idea she's in here in makeup. You don't need to go, this is the makeup table, and then this is the makeup table with a slider, and then this is the makeup table with a glider. Now this is a makeup table from up here, and this is a makeup table from nice and low. Because we just need one good makeup shot. But Hayley told me to shoot those 5 things so I can see the best one and then just pick the best one.
One thing I learned from that exercise is if I'm bored looking at the footage, or if I'm turning to look at something else while it's playing, then it's too long, and that you've gone.
I actually think
too
you
far.
summed it up. If I check my phone or I find myself texting before the video's finished, it's too long. And you do.
Or it's not captivating enough.
Because that's captivating.
Just a couple more points. 2 people, Sarah Gray Photography and Sherry P, both pointed out that the impact and all that matters in both those videos is the moment of Dawn seeing her pictures.
Yes.
That one moment was what really connected with a lot of people.
So as a photographer, you do know one thing. You're looking at the back of the camera, and you know when you're looking at the back of the camera and you're like, okay, I'm getting this, but she's going to need some Photoshop. So you're not going to show that client. But when you're looking at the back of the camera going, holy shit, she is going to freak out. I could see what I was getting from her. So I said, just stay on me, Susan. I want to show Dawn one of her pictures. And you see that Dawn's sitting there, and then she goes, and she walks up, and as soon as she sees the back of the camera, her whole face cannot contain how she feels about the back of the camera. And to her, that's not a lie, because that's unretouched, straight off the back of the camera, as she is, who she is, right there and then, the most beautiful that she is, and she's resplendent. And then she cries, ruins her makeup, wrinkles up her whole face. It's so cute.
So, one final question about this. Nicole Everson Photography says, I would love to do this, but I am so self-conscious. How do I get past my body issues? I know that there's a lot of people out there who are photographers in part because they like to be behind the camera instead of in front. How do you promote yourself in a showreel while being self-conscious?
Go and get somebody to grab a camera. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's an iPhone or a thing. And I want you to film yourself full length, so standing against a wall full length. And for 1 minute, I want you to talk to the camera. Okay, so I want you to stand in front of the camera and just tell me about your business. It can't be something manufactured where you're trying to tell something to the audience. I want you to just flow. So it'd be like, tell me about your children, or tell me about your high school, or tell me something that you just know as a memory that you can just talk and be inside yourself, not something that you're worried about your outer self. And while you're on that camera, walk around a little wee bit, okay? So have a look like this, have a look. And if you want, do this. It's very liberating. Okay, because that's what you're going to get a lot of in your behind-the-scenes video. And you really need to see what's behind you.
Your favorite shots.
Yeah, because you're going to see it a lot. Yeah, and we don't often look at what's behind us. And that is one of the most confronting things you can do, because when you look back at that video, it hurts, okay? It is one of the hardest things to confront, is that full length. Everybody does it. Doesn't matter how skinny you are, how perfect you think you are. It is hard, you know, looking at yourself. And you're like, oh, force yourself to watch it. And you know what happens? It's really weird. After about a minute, you start thinking, I'm kind of funny. Or I'm kind of connected. I look kind of cute. Why am I talking like that with my mouth? But why am I holding my mouth? I didn't hold my mouth like that. Oh, look at my double chin. Oh, I didn't realize my arms look like that. And then you just relax and you start seeing yourself. And what happens is you stop seeing yourself as an image and you start seeing yourself as a person, just like you do another person. And all of a sudden you get this warm feeling. And you start to really like what you see. And you know what? I forced myself to watch it. When I first sort of came up on the stage, somebody posted a shot of me from low on the stage, and I was 20 pounds heavier than I am now, and I'm going like this, and the light is horrendous. And I actually went past the photo and didn't recognize it as me. And I nearly threw up because I was like, that's on social media, and I look so horrendous. And then I was like, nah, it's just a bad shot. I don't look at other people's bad shots and go, oh, you know, I just think, oh, I don't even think. I'm just like, you just don't really think about it, do you? You don't look at it and go. So I learned that you just have to accept it who you are. You can't hide it. You can't just take photos of this part of your face, put that on Facebook, and pretend you're not self-conscious or you're not overweight or you're not a certain way, and you just got to accept it and move on. It's not about you. It's about the person in front of your camera. Again, get out of your own way because you're making it about you, and it's not about you. So the first time it used to make me, the first year I used to see myself, I'd hate it. And now I can watch my own videos. I can watch the Creative Life commercials and stuff and laugh, and I just have a little chuckle about what I'm wearing. And you know, I see things like muffin top and I think, oh gosh, I could lose a few pounds and do that stuff. But you know, I lighten up on myself. I just go, oh, shut your face. You know, it's like you're helping people, for God's sake. And that's bigger than how I look. And if you're worried about how I look, you're not listening to me talk. So, I don't know. Acceptance. Acceptance in all areas of your life. Oh, I've got so many slides I've got to get through. I've got to stop talking. Oh, I could watch that again. Thank you, Inamoto. You proved something to me today because I'm the anti-slideshow girl. I'm the girl that got on lynda.com and gutted her way through 7.5 hours of video tutorial to try and learn something so basic that I could compete in a market that I felt was where I needed to be. And you've done that for so much faster and cheaper than I could have done that. And I see that ultimately as a solution that is far greater for all of the people out there. And it's affordable and it's fast and you need to get going now. Thank you, Edimoto. Thank you for giving a whole year away. Susan edited Dawn's video shoot on GarageBand, sound edit on Premiere Elements. I am now of the business evolution that I will pay a professional editor, but I'm happy to shoot it myself. So I'm not a filmmaker, and I don't want to make my behind the scenes and advertising too advanced that people think that, you know, it's beyond what I'm capable of as a photographer. But like you said, if you've got good footage and somebody that's just good at picking up sound, you don't have to have sound, you can buy music. But the point is I'm happy to pay an editor. If I was 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, I would be editing all night myself. I am so committed to evolving my business that I would drag myself through editing in order to have something like that on YouTube before everybody else. Now, I am happy to commit that income because I now have it, it's in the bank, and I'm happy to pay somebody else who specializes in that because I do not want to sit up all night doing that. But that's my evolution. Whatever level you're at, decide. And that Inamoto was a pretty good option. By the way, can I just say, in Rebecca's defense, she had no sound, so I did not give her your voiceover, and I sent her that stuff at 10 o'clock yesterday morning. So it's not like she's refined it, tweaked it, got my feedback, come back. She just did it and sent it to me, and I was like, oh, wow. You know, we went through how many edits to get to that one? Yeah, at least 3.
Yeah, maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah. Okay. So I took some more footage myself. I gave it to an editor. I asked him if he would edit something so I can show you. I'm so now addicted to this. I want to do it for every single shoot I do. I'm doing 7 shoots in the next 9 days, and I'm videoing 7 of them. And I don't mean for you guys to learn. I mean like a behind-the-scenes, issue magazine, story. I look at it now as a life feature. I'm kind of so intrigued by it. My clients love it, for starters. And it's the ultimate marketing tool for me as a photographer. So I did this beautiful shoot of the ballerina. So I shot this girl in New York, and I shot her on video and stills. All right? Now, I sell the stills to her, but the video, and I'll give her the video. I'm not going to sell the video to her because the video is like an advertising behind the scenes video. Now, I didn't have time to edit the photographs in it. So you're seeing graded footage with unedited photographs. It's normally the other way around. Okay, you normally see edited photographs with ungraded footage. But I want to show you what I've captured. So I tried to channel my inner Hayley Bartholomew. I did not write a shoot list. Oh, how many times do I have to do that? If you do not write a shoot list, you will screw it up every time. But this is what I got, so I can't wait to share it. So even though the stills are not edited, I'm sorry about that. This is what my editor has edited and just sent me this morning. Ah, okay, wait. I've got to tell you something before I do that. Okay, that's what I've got to do. This is going on all my social media, my video page on my website, my blog, Vimeo, YouTube. I'm now building my subscribers both on Vimeo and YouTube, and they're getting up into the thousands. I'm going to tag and feature this on other blogs and links, and I'm going to try and think of ways I can get this featured on other blogs and links. Okay. I shot this video, that's what I have to tell you, on my iPhone and my digital SLR and the stills. So that's why I missed some things, because I had 3 mediums that I was thinking of and no shoot list, so it didn't hold me accountable. So check this out. So what I did was I got the app 8mm. Now, it does a whole lot of different little features, and it's a funky little old-fashioned style video camera. This is solely, not for your client, this is solely for you to edit an iMovie and put up on your social media. Now, what I did was, didn't have time, I shot this, downloaded it, and Dropboxed it to Susan, and I said, Susan, would you edit this on iMovie? Like on your iPad, just iMovie, just like that. And she was like, sweet. So she picked a song from Triple Scoop. So Triple Scoop is the music I always buy. So I did classical as a search and picked 12 songs, and then I picked 2 that I liked that were kind of music box, because she's a ballerina. I shot this on my iPhone on the 8mm app. Since then, I'm so intrigued by this, but I know that the 8mm has limits. I went and bought Filmic Pro. So Filmic Pro is an iPhone video app, which is on my blog and on my Facebook right now on sale for half price until midnight. That's what they did for us, because I'm going to shout out right now. You can expose and focus at different areas. So you can shoot into the backlight and focus for your client, but expose for the window light, instead of being all the other iPhone apps which just expose where you focus. So it's like miniature iPhone filmmaking. Now, the only reason you would do this is to get it up in your social media with a day, because you can then put this on everything. Facebook, video page, blog, Vimeo, YouTube, send it to your client and edit this. So this is what Susan edited for me on the iPhone. Yay! And it's not meant to be high res on a really big screen like that, because it's shot on the iPhone. So on a Facebook feed, it's absolutely perfect to watch, perfect size. But just how instantaneous that is, and how the iPhone can edit like that. Also, you can shoot in Filmic Pro, so you can shoot at like in your proper video app, and then you can export into 8mm and still edit all of the film looks. So you can do film noir and 8 other looks on it. So it's like an Instagram for video. Okay, and that's just edited on iMovie. I know 12-year-olds that can edit on iMovie. Get your 12-year-old to do it. Pay them $3 an hour. Okay, so I shot this in high res. I tried to channel my inner Hayley, and this is the one where the stills aren't edited. Sorry about that. And you know,
awesome,
it's
too.
not a dance video, it's a shoot video. So the idea is that I show you the power of what I'm experiencing in my shoot, like I'm seeing this girl move, but she's not dancing for me. It's not for dancers. It's for anybody who wants to be photographed by me. And the cool thing was, is I asked a friend in New York just to shoot behind the scenes, and she spent the whole 2 hours walking around behind me just shooting the scene. And so I don't have footage, but I have behind the scenes photos, and they fit in there. They look better when they're graded as good as the footage, don't you think? But it's enough to just show. Now that was just done by me while I'm shooting, and her behind the scenes is just come and do some behind the scenes shots for me. So it's easy, and then I paid an editor to put that together. Could Animoto create that? Yes, they probably could quite easily, exactly the same way, you know, and I just feel like in terms of being able to share, even if you do one a month, you are banking on the second biggest search engine on the planet. You are banking work and links and, you know, and traffic. You're banking it, you're building it, you're building subscribers, and you are competing in today's market.
So the difference between the two videos, the first one is one that, like you said, you would post kind of the same day, and then the second one is a bigger deal, right? So how would you exactly use those two different types of videos?
I think at the end of the day, the iPhone is only going to be good for little clips. What is stronger than that edit was I took a 8mm 30 seconds of her up on point, and she's just doing a very simple movement with her hands and turning on point. And I put that up, just the clip, so I loaded it straight off my iPhone, loaded it straight up onto Facebook and said 30 seconds of what I'm doing today. And that got easy 3,000 watches. And it was just something I instantly Facebook and tweeted. Now, obviously, that's not going to last long because that's going to go on my feed really fast. So, especially if it's a busy feed time, it's going to fly by. But I've got a big traffic audience at the moment on Facebook, so I kind of utilized it and I reposted it. And then I posted that night, so this is what I did, which is really cool. I got the 8mm playback. I pressed pause when I liked the shot. I screenshot it on my iPhone and then uploaded the still and said, go to the video file on Facebook and check out this 30-second clip of this dancer. So I drove traffic back to it, and it was all instantaneous on the fly while I was out in New York. So that more so than the edit, but I just feel like for the people who don't have digital SLR, for the people that do have an iPhone or do have a smartphone that shoots video, the options are there. How do you sell? This is one of the questions back to the slideshow. How do you sell a la carte pricing, individual priced images, or package pricing? Interestingly enough, a la carte pricing came up 191 times, package pricing 209, but the majority are doing both. So I think there's a little bit of confusion about this, so let's talk about it. You could say I am an a la carte price photographer. I have a menu style price list that says 7 by 10 start at $275 and go up to $1,200 for a 30-40. But my folios start at $1,200 and go up to $3,300. But my best package is $3,300, where you get, which is very similar to what Mapuana's done on her PDF. She's listed the a la carte, she's listed the package, but then she's listed the album, she's listed the a la carte, but then she's priced the dream package, which is her ultimate package to sell, right? It is not what you're selling, because your average sale is under that. So you need to work on bringing your average up. So why did I ask this question, and how do I address it? This is the biggest commonly asked problem question in our industry. How do I price myself? And the truth is at the end of the day, I believe there is a basic industry standard. I believe even when you're starting out, you possibly have a part-time job or another job or a full-time job and you're shooting part-time. I believe you should be setting up your gift vouchers now if you're shooting for free and doing complimentary shoots with $1 value on them, so that you're planting that information or that idea into people that they've paid for it or it has a dollar amount to it. If you are charging under $400, which is the big number that all professional photographers hate, the shoot and burn at $165, the shoot and burn at $275, which is a massive part of our market, what I'm trying to do is lift you up over that level. Now, a lot of people said to me, after I talked about this, a lot of people said two things to me. We hate those people under $400, rah, 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 rah. But you all started somewhere, and I bet you it was under $400. I know I did. And then $400 was my first goal. I remember being a new photographer, a newbie own my own business photographer. I was selling shoots 10 years ago, 15 years ago for $1,800 in the studio I was working for, but when it came time to sell it myself, I couldn't get $400. Such an interesting energy. The truth is at the end of the day, if you start somewhere, you start and you learn, because you cannot sustain an income for under $400. It's a joke, especially not when you're new, because you shoot at a lesser, you shoot definitely a lot less sort of in your quality, and then you spend 50 times longer photoshopping it. So you find yourself working for 80 hours to clear about, $150, and it doesn't equate to an income. So the thing is you've got to build up from somewhere. I said around the $400 mark is good to start and go up from there. I could literally have, and I've actually thought about it, I'll ask Creative Live if we can have a forum where we take a cross-section of some of the best in the industry that are, ranging in price from $400 to the $10,000 mark for wedding and portrait, kids portrait, newborn, that we have two people that speak on either end, and that we debate what an industry standard is, and we talk about pricing across the board, because I feel like I can say it until I'm blue in the face, and it is the one thing that people struggle with. I'm struggling against you defending yourself for charging less. I'm struggling against the angry people that are looking down on you who think you should charge more. And I'm also struggling against people who email me and say, how could you make me charge $1,200 for a shoot and I'm not getting any work because I put my prices up? And I was like, well, maybe your work's not worth $1,200 yet. You were the one that was meant to make that decision. I didn't tell you just to pull a number out of your bum and then put it on the internet and say, oh, I'm worth $1,200. I told you it was about your service, your level. It was about you leveling up. It was about you doing this. Okay, video 29 came down to the folio. For me, I said if you are struggling to price yourself, you take one beautiful girl, you create a shoot, and if you're not a glamour or a beauty genre, then you take one beautiful family, or you take one beautiful couple, or you take one newborn, you show the entire shoot, okay, so everything to do with the shoot, and then you put one price on it. You say this is worth $1,200. Okay, that's what I said to do, because that to me is you saying, I'm capable of doing the entire thing, I'm capable of selling this as a package, I'm capable of selling this as an experience, and look, here's 45 images of the shoot to show you how good I am. Like, that was my suggestion. So a lot of people went along and put $1,200 on their PDF price list, but didn't work on their images, their package, or even create a look, a package, an experience, or anything like that. The whole point was not that you changed the number on it, but that you changed the entire picture of it. It was about you taking 42 images of one girl and saying, this is what I'm worth. You know, so, and look, she never changed her clothes. Ah, that's not true. Okay, we did the white look and the black look, but that was it. She only changed twice. I rather changed her hair than her clothes. I wanted to make it about her. You know, this was so easy. I filmed this. This is one of the video downloads. You can watch the shoot. It is the most basic shoot to do. She's standing against a white wall with one reflector that Susan's holding, and you can see Sean's videoing me. So pricing, I think, I'm going to find a way to break it. I'm going to be the one that no longer complains about our industry, because, in fact, I never have complained about our industry. Remember, I'm a cockroach. I came in the industry at 18 years old when there were no women photographers. Okay? I didn't burn my bra. Okay? I'm a strong woman, but I didn't burn my bra. I put gels in it. Okay, so then I came in and I said, well, I get it. It's a male-dominated industry. And now I hear the argument, it's a female-dominated industry. Well, boo-hoo. Try being the other way. I think it's 50-50 if you ask me. And so I remember back then, that old school. I remember coming through the ranks of being a photographer and being treated like total nothing. I remember going to events where the big photographers were and seeing how incredible they were and being treated like the scum of the earth, and none of them educated me. I taught myself how to pose, I taught myself how to retouch. I went to a job interview at the best glamour studio in New Zealand, and I was 22 years old at the time, and I said to the guy, I will scrub the toilet every day, I will do what I have to do to work here. And he was like, all right. He signed my contract for my wage and said, I eat that more in a year. And I was like, I don't care. That's what I want to do. Okay, then 2 years into my fabulous job, they said, oh, glamour photography's dead. We have to rename the business, or else we will die. If we do not evolve, we die. So I evolved. And so I am a cockroach, because I've been through the fallout of my genre. And I still did it. I did a whole lot of other stuff I didn't want to do too, but I still did it. So, you know, I priced myself through it. But I will say two things. I never had an accurate idea of how good I was as a photographer versus what I was worth. I still don't. I don't believe anybody has it. I believe you're either overinflated, or you're completely underrated, or you're completely over-exaggerated to a point where I'm better than her. I don't know why she's so awesome, why she's making money and I'm not. I mean, I've been there too. And then the whole, am I good enough? Am I good enough? Both are pathetic. You're a service provider. You provide a service to a client. If you don't provide that service, they don't pay for it. It's really easy to market it when your clients are happy, because they'll do it for you. So stop making it about, am I better than her? Am I better than him? I'm better than her. I'm better than him. Who cares? God, that's so wrong. It's so misaligned with your cosmic order, which is to sustain an income in a service-orientated business and to build and sustain a small business at home that gets you paid doing what you love well, while you balance your life and your family and building and sustaining an income and a business. It has nothing to do with anything else. A la carte pricing, package pricing. I feel like I'm avoiding it now because I'm gone off on a tangent, but I want you to be worth what you give in time. I want you to put a dollar value on the time that you are giving. If it's based on a wage mentality, start there. Now, most wage mentalities are between $500 and $900 a week. If that's what you need to earn at first to get going, then get you going. You will learn and build and grow. But do not overprice your product or undervalue yourself. You must find that equilibrium. You must. You must. And this shoot, watch it. 29th video on 28 days. I did 29 because I couldn't bloody stop. I wouldn't have stopped. You'd still be watching me shoot every single day if they'd let the camera crew stay. But you know, they were all tired and needed a day off after 60 days. I just loved it that much. I asked you, are you happy with your pricing? 468 said yes, 706 said no. This is really interesting. Of course you're not happy with your pricing. What you're telling me is you're not happy with your income. Okay? Yes, your pricing is probably off. You're not happy with it because it either makes you uncomfortable or you want it to be more. You don't know how to gauge it being more. This is when you go, and you really have to go and look at the industry standard, and if you have trouble gauging that, we're going to help you do that by getting a public critique of your value versus your worth. This is where you pay a consultant instead of go to a workshop. Cancel your next workshop. Take the money, pay a consultant instead. Somebody like these two women sitting here. After the break, you will find out why. Trust me, it will change your world. All right, are you happy with your pricing? No, yes. Most of you said no. Do you have a studio space? This is really interesting. I wrote this on the survey because this seems to be a question, but I can't do that because I don't have a studio space. So I started in my garage, and it was a crappy old garage in the middle of the country with roller doors and cobwebs, and I borrowed furniture. I picked up furniture off the side of the road when the inorganic rubbish collection and painted it white, and I did everything I could to make a studio space and still made $480,000 in the first year of my business. And that was because I finally got out of my own way, started to put myself out there, started to market myself actively, and got a business partner that knew how to make money because I was incapable of making money. She taught me how to make money. She changed my world. That was the greatest gift from her to me. So do you have a studio space? 218 people said yes. So that's close to 1,000 that don't. 523 say no, and 437 said they work from home. Ultimately, what's going to happen is you're going to build your folio. You're going to work from home until you cannot work from home anymore. And then you're going to go and find yourself a studio space. You're going to find yourself a studio space after a good month, when you've got a few $1,000s in the bank and you've had some big sales and you're feeling very inflated. You're going to throw in a receptionist and a couple of other things in there. You're probably either going to get a loan, go into debt, or use all of your savings to service the studio space. And then in about 2 months' time, you're going to have no bookings coming up for the next 3 months, and you are going to freak out. Because that's what happened to me. Then you're going to get serious about your business, your service, what you're doing, because you have failed to do the one thing that you thought to do, and that is sustain an income by marketing and promoting your business. Because that now becomes more important than shooting, and now I've put you off getting that studio because now you've realized that selling, marketing and promotion is now higher on your agenda than shooting. Do you get it? That's called business. Sorry. But if you want one, that's what you got to do. So here's the kicker. There's people that love it, live for it, the get, the market, the dollars, the sales. I have a girl in New Zealand that charges me $30 an hour to retouch an entire shoot. Loves it, wants more work. Really? Yep. Okay. I don't want to do it anymore. Don't have time, so I'm happy to outsource. It's such an amazing thing. But you have to decide right now what's going to sustain an income, how you're going to make that happen, and what do I need to make that happen. And if you do not want to market yourself, sell your own work. Today's your wake-up call. If you are a shooter, you either need to be a paid shooter, you need to pay a business manager. Now here's the thing. The engagement level of lower management, so anybody who's working in the factory, is 22%. So the engagement level of your staff is around 22%. The engagement level of middle management is around 52%. Okay, and the engagement level of a vice president or a CEO who doesn't own the business, who is running the show, is about 75%. The engagement level of an owner is at about 125%, wouldn't you say? So nobody is going to work in your business if they don't have skin in your business. So if you cannot afford to hire someone, and if you cannot afford to pay someone, you've got a couple of options. Imagine that you met somebody really dynamic at small business, really dynamic at marketing and sales, and you say, you have strengths in the areas where I suck. We could go into a business partnership together. Let's try it for 12 months. Let's say you go into a business partnership and you lock down. Now, everybody said to me when I went into my first business partnership, don't do it. You will regret it, you will fall out, something will go wrong. And I turned to my business partner that day and I said to her in the car, nothing you do will ever put me in litigation. And she said, what do you mean? And I said, I would walk away from you. If we go bad, I would walk away from you before I would fight you. And she was like, why are you saying this? And I was like, well, let's get real. Let's go to the worst case scenario. I would walk away from you before I would fight you for my own business. And she was like, okay. And I did. I left New Zealand, started my own business, and now I'm here. Perfect. Okay, what did she teach me? She taught me how to make money. She gave me a greater gift than anything I could have given her. Well, I know it was 50-50 actually. It was a 50-50 exchange. So that's something that I really need you to work on. Video number 26 on 28 days was shooting glamour and location outside and shooting into the backlight. We took the beautiful Amanda Cairns and we drove around Seattle until we found places to shoot here outside. Can you create a brand being a location photographer? Yes. Can you do it with glamour? Yes. Can you do it with children? Yes. Newborns? No. Weddings? Yes. Can you do it with boudoir? No. But you can do hotel rooms, motel rooms. There is always a way to make it work if you see possibility. One of my friends shared a studio with 5 other photographers. They got 1 day a week each. You know, she had 1 day a week to book a shoot, and she always booked 2 on that 1 day. And they shared it until 2 of them became more successful than the other 3, and then squeezed them out, and they got 2 days a week each, and then the 3rd person got 1 day. And they did that until 3 years later, she got more successful than the other 3, squeezed them both out and took over the lease. She's been there 7 years on her own, her and her husband, because she became so successful, her husband left his job and went to work for her. So there's always a solution, but you need to go and look for a solution. There's always a way. What service can I offer myself if I can't do cash? Remember when I was down and out, I retouched people's photographs. It was easier to retouch and to sell my services as a retoucher than it was to peddle myself as a photographer. Shoot me now. I need more confidence to put myself out there. False. 259 people feel quite good about it. 911 didn't. So confidence to put myself out there means you need more validation, Because the truth is, the only confidence you need is to be able to build a service, and the critique this afternoon is going to highlight where you're going wrong very, very quickly. What are the blocks and obstacles getting in my way? I asked on the sheet of paper, on that survey, I asked what are the blocks and obstacles getting in the way, and I got 1,178 paragraphs on everything that you can't do. And none of them were real. All of them were just mindset, lies, blocks, small thinking, apathy, self-hate, ego, competition. Remember this? The fear video? That's all it was. It's a lie. It's a lie you've told yourself so you cannot succeed. Right, don't cry because you're going to make me... I'm crying today. I'm in a cry kind of day. All I can tell you is this. Blair and I have been talking about it a lot. We talked about it again last night. All I can say is this. When you decide you want something, you will actively pursue it every day. Okay, you will get roadblocks, you'll get smacked down, you'll get tripped up, you'll get punched in the face time and time again. It will be as equivalent to the amount of joy, the amount of positive that you get, because everything in life is 50-50, but we measure our success by how much pain we're getting. We measure our relationships by how much pain we get from them. We never measure our relationships, our life, or our businesses by how much joy it brings us. Never. So you will become as successful as the amount of pain that you are prepared to endure. The bigger my profile got, the more I was on stage, the more I put myself out there, the bigger the criticism got, the bigger the trolls got, the bigger the pain gets, the bigger the demands get, the more people want from me. You know, I'm a generous person, but there are just times where I have to stop and go home and just leave me the hell alone. Well, you don't have the right to do that. You're Sue Bryce. You know, and I was like, and then I realized that for one troll that hurt my feelings, 1,000 people have emailed me to say, you've changed my life. You changed my life. I didn't change your life, by the way. You did. I was just talking. You listened. All right? So thank you, and I appreciate that. Very rarely do I go above equilibrium. Very rarely do I over-exaggerate myself. I'm a very humble person. I know where I came from. I'm grassroots, baby. I'm blue-collared parents. I've got no education. I'm happy to say it. Somebody told me not to say it. I'm never going to stop saying it. My name's Sue Bryce, and I'm from Pukekohe. You know, and I'm okay with that. And the thing is every now and then when I do pop up over equilibrium, I will get hit. I will attract criticism, and it will hurt, and it brings me back to equilibrium, but it never drops me lower. Because you guys also support me like nothing I've seen before. I get support, and overwhelming support on my social media, on Facebook, the letters, the stories you share with me. I read every one. They change my world. That is such a beautiful paradox. But if you expect a perfect relationship with only support and no challenge, then you're living in a dream world. If you expect a big business that's going to give you only support and no challenge, you're living in a dream world. Everything is 50-50. You're just measuring it on the wrong side. That's why gratitude brings you back to equilibrium, because you can measure them both and go, ouch, awesome, ouch, awesome. Just awesome. You know, it just is. It's not ouch, it's not awesome. Okay, when you get hit by a troll online, trolling, there's people out there that just actively want to troll you. That's okay. Can you imagine their businesses are really successful and making lots of money? Because, you know, you've got time, right? So you've got time when you're really successful to go and troll and hate on other people. It's okay. They're just bringing you back to equilibrium. Accept it and go, ooh, have I been above that lately? Because clearly I needed something to bring me back down a peg. Boom, there it is. Thank you. And when the people build you, feel only gratitude in here. Don't inflate. I'm so awesome. I'm so awesome. Just go, wow, thank you. Gratitude, gratitude. If you maintain that equilibrium, then you're like me. I very rarely get hurt or criticized, and I very rarely feel overinflated. So I feel very lucky, grateful, true path, liberated, empowered, inspired by what I do. I just love that, and I'm never going to live a life that's not that. Ever, ever, ever again, ever. You can't make me ever be that again. It's too amazing. Go back to this video every time you feel blocked. Deal with the block. It's on the path. Kick it out of the way. Keep going. It hurts. You just stubbed a toe. Next, level you up. What could I do next to help you more? Tell me. What can I do now? I can do anything on there. There's 23 shooting videos on there. Every one of them pertain to a demographic that will attract you more clients. There's marketing material on there. There's marketing demographics. There's Photoshop tutorials. Yes, you need to deal with your production because it is your service and your referral system and everything that will bring you work. The money block is something you need to deal with personally. You need to value yourself and your work, and you need to do it without ego. It's not about being validated. It's about knowing that you're providing a quality service. If I focus more on making my clients look and feel beautiful, it's that moment when Dawn sees the back of the camera. If I focus more on that part of it, then I will enjoy every shoot that I go to. If I focus more on trying to make a picture that Dawn's going to buy, then I will not. I will fail at that because that is not my highest value. My highest value is to see her moved by my photography. You know, we were talking about there's no pitch, there's no marketing pitch, there's no promo pitch, there's only enthusiasm, right? I've always said it, there's no pitch, it's just enthusiasm. Change your pitch to enthusiasm, talk about what you do enthusiastically, believe it on the inside. You know mine. Can't even say it. You know mine, I keep saying it. It's like, it's all I want in this world. It's for every woman on the planet who's ever looked in the mirror and not felt good about herself to feel it. Every woman just like me, woman just like you. Every woman deserves that. It's what we want. It won't be aligned with everybody's values, and that's okay. But just about 2 billion of them. Right? Dawn.
Okay, so I'm just going to kind of circle back if I can for a second, because I was listening to everything you said, and everything you said was 100% on point with where I am. I actually had a whole bunch of business, and I started a studio, and now I'm like, oh, crap. How am I going to sustain this? I got to pay rent. I better buckle down, man up, put on my panties, and just go for it. What do I got to do? It's about the business. I got to make the sale.
I think it's put on your man pants, not put on your panties.
Whatever. One of the things that the three of us were talking about right beforehand was, and I know I feel as I'm listening to all this, because I'm going, yes, I can do that. Yes, I can do that. Yes, I can do that. Okay, that I need to work on. I need to get over that. I'm totally in line with everything you're saying. And there is this one thing that keeps hitting me is, how do I reach these people? I work out of, when I'm not in the studio, unless they're in the studio, I have very little contact with people in general. I drop my kids off to school, I go back to editing. Mm-hmm. And then unless they're in my studio, I don't have a place where I go and I just socialize with people.
Do you know why? Because you're the family first demographic. Okay, so I break down all 4 demographics in 28 days. What is family first? She's time poor.
Yeah.
Because she has a family and the family come first. She goes from home to school to home.
Yeah.
She is the biggest internet researcher of all 4 demographics because she's at home. The first thing she's going to do when she puts her kids to bed is go online. You know why? Because she can't go out. I can go out. I can pick up my keys and my wallet and walk out the door at any time because I don't have children. You can't do that. You go out online. So all of your marketing is online.
It
yes.
is, and it has been. And
Yes.
I have erred greatly in a lot of things I've done, which I can move forward and correct, which I know will help and to resolve and for me to grow. In lieu of that, I've always felt, whether wrong or right, that it's almost like a potluck in the sense that you're throwing a bunch of stuff on the wall and hoping that some of it sticks.
No.
That it's not very specific.
Okay, let's be a little bit more specific.
Okay.
This is how specific we're going to get. I just posted Dawn's story on my blog.
Oh my God.
Dawn...
It's my doppelganger, not me.
Well, it's got your name on it. So I didn't post your website or anything like that yet.
Okay.
Because you're a work in progress. I could not read out the story today because we don't have enough time, and I could have spent the whole day tomorrow doing it. Dawn has a really unique story, and she's tracked it from starting to failing abysmally. Well, actually starting, I love her story. It's long and it's worth the read. It's on my blog. It's In Bed with Sue, inbedwithsue.com/blog/. I've just posted it at lunchtime, and it says Dawn's journey starts here on Creative Live, May 22nd. And so what we're going to do is, I was so taken by this story because it was so painful to read, but so perfectly true. And not many people are prepared to be that honest. And Blair said it last night, when you're that honest, half of our job is done, because there is no BS. You are to the point. This is where I'm at. This is what I'm struggling with. Help me. Oh my God, I'm closing the door. I'm stuck and I'm broken. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. I posted your story on my blog. I did ask Dawn if I could do that. And we're going to, Junebug are going to consult her regarding the wedding side of her business. I'm going to consult her regarding the portrait side of her business. And we're going to see if Dawn can turn it around. Because Dawn's done something that most people, that will ring true for a lot of people. She moved to a new city. She went from a small city to a big city with some of the best wedding photographers in the world. And when she got there, she hasn't had one wedding booking in that city since she got there. So as far as she's concerned, she's dead in the water. So when you read her story on my blog, you're going to see why she's dead in the water. Because everything about her language is, I was never going to be able to make it. This was never going to happen for me. So how does she get noticed in San Diego? As a new photographer, a completely new brand, doing a new website, introducing a new genre into her business, and we're going to track it. So it's going to unfold on my blog, because I feel like some people don't understand how hard it was for me everybody just thinks it looks so easy for me. I can stand up here and cry. I can tell you the story. Oh my God, over and over again. I clawed my way through the first 15 years of my career. Clawed, desperately, clung to survival for getting paid. And yet I stand here now, the successful end, and you all say, but you're Sue Bryce. Oh God, if you only knew the irony of that statement. So what if I can show you through Dawn and you see her truth, because she's failed so badly and so perfectly at the same time. Yeah. I'm about to show Dawn that her greatest weakness is her greatest strength, because I believe that is everybody's answer, and you need to find what that is. And if you need to know, it's the thing that has been in your life for many years that you struggle with, and you have to find a way through it. And I believe she can turn it around in a city as big as San Diego. I believe that. So read her story and follow from here on in. But what you're asking me for specifics would come down to a consultation. Now, I worked that out about you in 5 minutes. They worked that out about you in 5 minutes. They read what I read. We were not together in the same room. That's why we, me and these girls, do what we do. Because to me, it was in your face, your language, your body language, the way you apologized in your work, in your website, and you reeked of it. To me, it was written all over you. Defeat, no purpose, no idea. How do I move forward? I'm stuck. How do I take action? Where do I go from here? And exactly what you just said is not specific enough to me. Well, if they're $250 an hour to consult, then you would have to find $500 in order to get 2 hours of consulting from 2 people that will change your life. But I bet you could find $500. Either a shoot will pop up, something will happen, you will get that money, and you will be able to do 2 hours consulting with them. And then you'll create an action plan that is specific to you. What I'm telling you, all out there, is you can shoot by practicing to shoot, but no more going and learning to shoot in person. Do as much as you can in real time. I want to see you shooting. So if the workshop is not a shooting workshop, if you're not actually shooting, if you're watching someone else shoot, don't waste your time. I want you to start shooting and shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot and spend your money on refining how you're going to share that, how you're going to package that, how you're going to produce that. And if you find that that's not your strength, that you can't be all those things, then you need to move on and let somebody else be them for you so that you can be what you are good at. And so I'm going to enjoy watching your story unfold and get specific about that. And that's going to come down to a consultation with both of us. Okay? So just so we're clear, this is Blair and this is Christy from Junebug. So most of you as wedding photographers probably knew Junebug before you even knew me. So it's kind of neat that I got to meet these girls. So I knew Junebug because I'm connected in my industry in terms of, who's who. And 2 of my darling friends who have supported me on multiple workshops is Tiffany and Mark. Angela's from LA. And they're my dearest friends who I met 3 years ago. These girls photographed their wedding 10 years ago. So we talked about that, and I said, who was your wedding photographer? Oh, the girls that own Junebug? And I was like, well, I don't know what Junebug is because I'm not a wedding photographer. And so I make it my business to know the industry. Now, I met these girls at Mystic. In January, Walter Van Dussen runs this amazing little wedding photography meet and greet sort of workshop for about 300 photographers at Mystic every January, and it's really quite incredible. And I got to speak there this year, so did the girls. They got to speak on search engine and website, etc., etc. So we ended up flying back to Seattle together because I was coming back to do a show. So I flew back with the girls, and I got talking to them, and because my highest value is business, I started to talk to them about business. Now, both of them have great highest values around building business, consulting business, but the truth is the strength of these 2 women is that, and the power of these 2 women, and that's something that I was talking to you about too, Dawn. Most people do not know where their power is. They don't realize where their power is. And these 2 built something that was incredible, and it's something I've never built. I've never built an online presence or a blog like that. My business existed in me taking photographs and me trying to get noticed for that. So when I started my new brand, I went to them as consultants, and the more time I spent with them as consultants, the more I was blown away by the power of how well they know our industry. Now, I know the glamour industry and the portrait industry and the wedding industry very well because I've been in it for 23 years. They know it even better than me because they're actual wedding photographers that built Junebug. So the thing is they can consult on the most incredible level. But the truth is when I started to read everything that they have, I'm like, you could apply that to portrait. Because you can apply every part of it to being a portrait photographer as well. Then when I did the survey, I noticed most of you were kind of wedding photographers as well. So I was like, well, I asked them to come along today so that they could share with you the ultimate in eye-opening. So let's talk about that.
Yeah.
All right. The one thing that struck me about these women that really, really shocked me was they are so knowledgeable about what people are doing wrong and what people are doing right. Now you see it all the time. They're doing something wrong, they're doing something right. And now I need to set in stone what I'm doing wrong so that I can make it right. So I asked them what, instead of teaching you about search engine, because nobody goes and does it, I instead asked them, would they critique, could they tell me how they would critique a website? Like, what's wrong with this website? And you need to know if you are doing this, and they're going to tell you why. Yeah. Okay, so let's go from here, girls. So, the website review checklist, your path to a powerful, profitable website that works. Their business is their website. Your business is your website. But for some reason, because they've monetized their blog and they have money from members and vendors, etc., they have refined that, whereas we have not. We're just the crappy online gallery that is doing a whole lot of things wrong. So this is where their business review was. It starts with, do you want to read it? Because you're more than welcome to read it. It's your review.
Yeah, and I really want to say, too, that our approach to this whole concept, this website review checklist that we've put together, it's not that it's a exact perfect formula. It's not a you absolutely must do every single one of these lists. This is what we think about when we think about websites in general, our own, other people's. We look at hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of photographers' websites every month, every week. It's a huge part of our job. We analyze them, and these are all the things that we think about when we look at everybody's website. And we really honestly apply this to our own as well. Yes, our website is our business, but it's always evolving. There's always more you can improve and do and develop. So don't get too overwhelmed by this list. It's really long. It's really in-depth, but it's not a perfect formula. So just take it one piece at a time.
The thing is to be honest with you, there's got to be 100 things on this list, and I probably have 3 of them. I'm suffering in so many of these areas, and I had no concept of that.
And it's just a tool. It's a great tool to make your own decision about what works for your business. Not everything works the same for every business. There is no right or wrong exact way to market yourself, to have your website. These are all just things to think about so you can make the choice for yourself and understand why you're making that choice.
But it's all about marketing and promoting. So the whole point is these are going to get in the way of you successfully marketing and promoting through your website. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to get this critique with the course. You're going to get it and you're going to tick it off. That's the first thing you're going to do is you're going to go to your website and you are going to do these things. Now straight away, instead of looking at something you don't do, I'd see if you do it because I'm just like, whoa. I love the first one because the first one we had a conversation with for an hour. And the first one is, what is the business name? Is it the name of your brand? Does the name put limits on the photographer's market internationally or intentionally? Or
intentionally or unintentionally? Are you limiting yourself with your business name without even thinking about it? So really going back to to the basics.
Yeah, but the truth is I went to buy a new URL for a new business that I'm starting. The .com was gone, so I bought the .me. I'm thinking, oh, how wonderful! I get this beautiful name .me. It's kind of cool. It's a neat URL. Blair looked at me straight away and said, you can't trademark it, you can't trademark the name, somebody owns the .com, they're sitting on it, they're not going to sell it to you, and then as soon as your site blows up, they'll put porn on it, siphon it, get your traffic, and get all that, and siphon from your website. And I just looked at her and I went, oh, right, so...
I guess we'll start over with the name.
I guess we'll go back to a new name. So that's the first thing on there, and I kind of think now, it's so involved that I thought we should maybe read it out, but I think we should stop when there's something on there that we really need to look at because there's so much on there, it's like, oh my God.
Definitely. So we start, the first page is just a list of real website basics. Like Sue said, what is the business name? Does it fit the brand? Does it put limits on the photographer's market, intentionally or unintentionally? Does the business use a tagline? Does it explain and enhance the brand, if there is one? What's the website URL? Is the website a .com, like we were talking about with your new business? Are there websites with similar URLs on the market? And if so, could they cause brand confusion and/or siphon off some of your traffic? What search results are found when the photographer's name and the business name are found? Simple things like that. Googling yourself, Googling your business name, what comes up? Does the website use Flash or other components that aren't seen on every platform, on your iPhone, on your iPad? And when was the last time that the design, fonts, text, or the image galleries were updated?
That's page 1, and there's about like 20 more of those. But the most intriguing thing about that is, think about this. We found a URL that was for my business. We changed the name of it because we had to in order to suit the URL. We then purchased 38 URLs around my URL so that when my .com blows up, the people around it, the spelling mistakes around it, everything goes towards my traffic. Now, to buy, that's actually quite cheap. And that is smart, amazing business, and I never considered it. So many people, if you think of a cool name, have already bought the .coms because they're $12.95 on GoDaddy, and they'll sit on them and renew that membership every year, and they can sell them. It's become a business, but now it's become such a big business, it will actually interfere with traffic going to your website. And I never knew that. And it just has absolutely blown me away that in order to buy a web address, I had to buy 38 other web addresses to protect that web address.
And for something we talked about a lot with you and is great for other people out there starting businesses, if you can think of any extensions, the way that you might want to grow that business in the future, if there's a related name, I mean, we own so many different variations of Junebug, not just Junebug Weddings, but Junebug everything you can imagine, right? Junebug Business, Junebug Consulting, things that we're passionate about, and we could see early on, maybe someday we want to do that.
And who's done that? Like out of everything, I've bought maybe about 9 URLs in the last 10 years that relate to either photography or myself or just an idea. I bought Glam the Dress, I bought Fusion Video or Moving Image or Fusion Image, I bought that. But the truth is how many people have actually protected the URL, bought around the URL, and bought extensions of the URL in terms of projecting where your business could grow. Mm-hmm. Because imagine that you build a wedding business that's really incredible and you're called Romance Specialist, and then somebody sees your website and they buy Romance Specialist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's another romance specialist, and
yeah.
They sell adult toys.
Mm. Yeah. So they're siphoning your traffic.
Oh, yeah.
It's already
and
happening.
That's such an interesting thing because I didn't even know that. Anyway, I want to keep moving because you're going to get this critique and you're going to work through it. But I want to stop where it's like, oh my God, you need to pay attention to this. Right now, you need to probably go and buy any extensions around your URL that you haven't thought of and protect your URL. In that sense, and then if you can think of anything that you potentially want for the future, try and buy the .com and everything around it. And when we say everything around it, the .net and the .info were important, but everything else was kind of, the extras were not so important, correct?
Correct. It's going to be different for everybody. Mm-hmm. It's going to be different for every business, but you at least want to get your .com, the .net, the .info, just a couple of them in there to make sure that you're protected.
Yeah.
So part of my job every day is to look at websites, and I probably look at anywhere from 2 to a dozen every single day, and that's part of our world's best wedding photographers hot list. So for what I'm looking for is I'm critiquing whether somebody fits that profile. However, I get to see all different kinds of websites, and I just am interested if they're working. I really am passionate about helping people be successful doing what they're doing. And one of the great things about the internet is that you can do most of all of your marketing off of your website. So it's, Sue's coming up with so many brilliant ideas of ways to market and promote yourself. You can't do them all in one day. So let's just take everything slow. I know for a lot of people, you can get overwhelmed, and then you think, well, I need to get all of this stuff done, and there's too much to get done, so I won't do anything.
So I'll go on Facebook.
Yeah, so I'm just going to go, I'm going to go get distracted now.
Never mind, I won't do any of it.
So I think the best thing that you can do is just to create gentle to-do lists with reasonable time frames.
We've done that.
So that you can make yourself feel like you are progressing and just get started. That's the main thing. It's not to do everything.
See, Blair's such a supporter. You can do it. Be gentle with yourself. Do a gentle list.
She's got the writing crop.
I've done a to-do list
Gentle,
at
not
the
gentle.
end, and it's going to be like, tick it off.
So get to it. So the first thing I think of, obviously, is I get the URL and I think, does this make sense? Do I know what it is? If somebody's saying that, I am San Diego wedding photographer, is that all they are? so I'm like, oh, I expect to just find weddings, you know, that kind of thing. So I'll look at the URL, look at the name, does it make sense to me? I open up the site, and the first thing is, does it load quickly? Because I'm busy and I usually have multiple windows open at the same time. So if it's loading, please wait, you know, I am not going to wait. I'll go back and review that later.
30 seconds is your average wait time for a person, a general public loading your website. If your website takes longer than 30 seconds to load, they're gone already.
You mean 3, honey, right? 3?
3 for an email. 3 seconds for an email, 30 seconds for a gallery load. If your gallery hasn't loaded in 30 seconds, they're out of there.
Oh gosh, I'm out of there way before then.
Yeah.
Way before then. I
just
think
like,
something's
I'm out
wrong.
of here.
I honestly think the website's broken
Wow.
at that point. So
30 seconds. I'm way more patient than you then. I'm like, I'll wait 30 seconds for someone, but
really, that's good.
3's harsh.
Is there a splash page, and is it necessary? Sometimes people have a splash page and, you know, they have this beautiful website hiding behind it. So they have this little tiny photo, and it's like, enter.
They have to because they got a
And-
stupid flash site, and then you couldn't view it on iPad or iPhone. So they went and got a splash page to
Yes.
counteract their flash site when everyone knows that HTML has a higher search engine optimization.
Absolutely. And so
Is
a
it
lot of people
necessary?
are sitting on flash sites still, and they really need to be converted.
So the
It's an
deal is,
obsolete
get it off
technology.
now. Get
Yeah.
rid of your flash site now. Go to HTML, even if it's WordPress based, so that your search engine can be around the words and text on your.
Yeah, and WordPress base is great.
There are amazing templates out there available for photographers of every kind now. They're so fantastic what's available.
And interrupt
Beautiful.
us
Could you
with any
guys
questions.
clarify really quick what a splash page is for people who may not know?
Sometimes if you go to a site and you're not quite at the website yet, there's a screen that you arrive at first that you then have to click enter to get to the actual website where the navigation is, where the galleries are. And oftentimes that was, for a long time, the standard with templates. You could choose either an HTML version or a Flash version. Or it's a page that first says, do you want to go to my website or to my blog? And if you have that, just think about, do I need that? Do I like it? Do I think people are really interacting with it well? Is it still necessary?
And how many splash pages do you see with paragraphs of words on them, which they're trying to be HTML search based? So what they're doing is trying to get all the right words on that one paragraph, and it just ends up being a dull page that opens up with one logo on it and a whole lot of words that don't mean anything for your business. So
Yeah,
it's kind
and
of
it
like
cheapens your brand when you see that. When you see
Immediately.
the search, the keywords over and over and over again,
Yes.
it just it cheapens the brand. So you want to be, use your writing creatively, because obviously you do want to use keywords, and we'll get into that later. But you don't want to just say the same thing over and over again because you're not actually talking to your audience. You're trying to talk to a Google search engine, and that is not your client. So does the homepage make a strong first impression? So in 3 seconds, as soon as you see that image, you start making all kinds of assumptions about the photographer. Are they good? What do they charge? How long have they been in business? It just, you can't help it. You just start making those kinds of assumptions, just the way that you would when you meet someone in public, and the way we size each other up, and what's going on with them? I think they think this of me. You may be wrong, but you have a strong first
well, let's
impression.
face it, your homepage is your face
Right. It's just like
and your outfit.
Yeah, it's just like there you are, So they're meeting you. It's that hello, first impression.
So I'm just thinking about my homepage. So I'm a bit flashy and overdressed, maybe, but there's some substance in there. Okay.
Okay. Is the site overall design visually compelling? Does it look like it's really professionally done? Do the fonts look fresh?
Wouldn't you agree most are overdone, and they just need to pull it back?
No. I see a lot of times where there's fonts used that look really pedestrian, like the design isn't finished off. I see websites that, well, they do one or two things. Sometimes they try to do way too much. They're just giving you too much information all of a sudden, and you don't know where you're going. Your eye doesn't know where to land. And sometimes they're so simple that you don't know what to do next. So there's kind of a happy medium.
I think there's such a balance for photographers to find great design that supports your photography, but the photography, your work, is what should shine, should speak for you. This should be the strongest part. So you don't want it to be too simple, so it's boring and it doesn't kind of work well, but you don't want it to be so much font and text and design that it totally overpowers the photography and doesn't let it speak for you, because that's your voice.
Okay, I want to go to this question here because this one intrigued the hell out of me. So what does it communicate about your brand skills, market, and quality? Yeah. And the nav bar, navigation. Navigation is so important because you cannot get around a website without it. But I'm just kind of like, yeah, that's cool. I could rate myself on every one of those things and definitely sort out the navigation. But this is the one that really got me. How many portfolio galleries? How many images? Okay, so when I do my web stats, everyone goes straight to my galleries. That's just the way it goes. They're always going to go to your gallery first because they want to see your work. So the first thing I did was put my gallery on my home page. I've done it in 3 different ways. I've had my website load with a video that plays, and if you have slow Wi-Fi, that doesn't work in your favor. I've had it so that my gallery loads as a flash gallery, but it's the new flash gallery that works on iPad and iPhone, and that was up until about 6 months ago. And now I have a grid, you know, of multiple images because I got bored and just threw this up, but it's kind of like a splash page now, really, when I think about it, when I saw that question. But the truth is I wanted to just put up something that was, and the weird thing is you might be bored with your website, but the people looking at it for the first time aren't. But when you say the image gallery, shouldn't that be the first thing on the menu? First thing you're going to do is direct them to where they need to go. And I just see so many people have gallery on about number 5 and 6. Shouldn't be gallery the first button that they see?
It really depends on you as a photographer. We actually say that in navigation, you want to direct them where you want them to go. Are you selling yourself based on, do you really just want the photography to speak for itself? If that's the kind of photographer you are, then yes, absolutely. Put in that first position in your nav bar, make your galleries right up front, get them in there because that's your voice.
Yeah, my second gallery is before and after. So I speak to the work and then I speak to the transformation. I let the images do that, and then video is the third one.
Yep.
So it's all visual up until that moment.
But some photographers want to, they want to speak in words first. They want their bio to come first. They want their approach, their concept of photography, the way they work with you. They want to talk to you about that experience and then show you the images. So we really think that you just want to make that informed decision about where you want them to go next and put your nav bar in that order that really communicates your brand and your strength the strongest.
Can I ask you a question? I have a pet hate about pages. I hate the whole, my name's Millie and I eat cupcakes and like to kick water in the rain, and I love puppy dogs and fluffy bunnies, and you know, and I drink a bottle of vodka on a Friday night and humiliate myself. I just I hate that. I'm just like, oh my God, you sound like an idiot. I hate it, and I hate it when people don't put an image of themselves on their website, because I've seen people have an image of the camera over the face, or worse, this one, which really gets my goat. You know, or this one, you know, like, look at me behind my camera. I just feel if you're going to be a photographer, you should stand up in front of the camera and be prepared to be in front of it. Whatever your body issue is, whatever your age is, whatever any of your demographic is, you should have a beautiful portrait of yourself, or at least a nice enough portrait that you can put it on your own website. And I just don't want to harp on about yourself. That's how I feel. Can you tell me? Because that is, I tell people that. Whenever I do a workshop, if somebody asks me about website, there are 2 things I feel really strongly about. Don't put too much crap on it. Less words, more images that tell stories, and don't harp on about yourself. Tell me what you're going to do for me as a client.
Well, the About page is something that's really dear to my heart. I write bios for people a lot because it's one of the things that's difficult for photographers a lot of times is visual artists is they're not good writers, and none of us are good at everything,
at
right?
Writing. Most photographers.
Not all of them, but yes. I mean, I would say that that they're not great writers, and great writing is a big skill, and
especially
most people don't
yourself.
Have every skill. And then when it comes to writing about yourself or critiquing your own work, it's super tough to do. I think that's the hardest thing for any photographer to do, is to be able to put into words what they do that's distinctively different than what other people do.
Okay, would you write about the person, or from the, like, I have been a photographer for 23 years, or Sue Bryce has been a photographer for 23 years?
I think there's a lot of young photographers on the market who their client are people who really want to be friends with them. So there's lots of different things that are going on depending on who your client is. So what we find is that today, and especially with photojournalists, the people who are hiring them are actually trying to develop a friendship. So letting them know about who you are is just great, but what does it have to do with them? And that's what I see getting missed a lot. So when we've done public speaking, that's one of the things we really focus on is if I read, I love my dog and I like coffee and, my favorite color is purple, it's got nothing to do with the client, right? But if I love my dog and I can't wait for you to bring yours to the session so that we can get beautiful pictures, right? Then it becomes about them. So if what you love has something to do with the way that you're going to connect with them to deliver product or customer service, then it makes a ton of sense. But it just has to be really well written so that they can connect and that everything that's in your bio is speaking to them about what they're going to get from you and why you're the one to deliver it, why you're the specific person to deliver it, no one else.
But hang
you.
on, when you're the person writing the bio, so if you were writing my bio, would you put I or Sue Bryce?
Maybe for you, Sue, at this level in your career, you have such a distinguished career. I would have to really, obviously work with you to look at it both ways, but I could see doing it in third person. Most of the time I see doing it in first person. So
you're saying third person would be more for somebody with a profile as opposed to being newer, you're like, my name is, I have, instead of Sue Bryce has been a photographer for.
Right.
Because I'm like, it's so funny writing about yourself in the third person, so you obviously want somebody else to write about you.
You want someone else to write it. But, those things can work when you've won a lot of really big, prestigious awards. And it's hard to say about yourself. I mean, there becomes a point where your career is so prestigious that, what are you going to say? Well, I am, the most amazing photographer in the whole world as evidenced by my multiple awards.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the images behind you right now have all won either gold and silvers at a national level in Australia and WPPI. So these are my awards images because we put something up on the wall. These images do not make me money. Okay, these images win me awards. There's a very big difference between winning an award and making money. My clients don't care about me winning awards, so unless the award is something that really helps my client base, I don't want to talk about it or harp on about it. In the sense, I will share it with the photographic community, but not so much my client community, because my clients don't care. I think awards are public masturbation. And I don't think they earn money, and I think they're just a big fest. And so, and as she says, Australian Portrait Photographer of the Year 2011 and 2012. The thing is what awards did was get me noticed. But it's on my website, but I've tried to make it really low key. I feel like if you put and harp on about all of your achievements, you've still neglected the simple truth, which is what you are going to give and get your clients.
Yeah. Well, with awards, it's interesting because we see a lot of people shoot for awards these days, and we're a little concerned about it. And we have a huge contest called the Best of the Best, and
which is fine when you're doing models, but not when you're doing weddings, right?
Yeah, but it actually disturbs us if we think someone is trying to shoot to win that award, because they're supposed to be shooting for their client, and then if they happen to get this really kick-ass image and they want to send it into the Best of the Best, then great. We want to see it. It's one of our favorite things to go through all this gorgeous imagery because we love gorgeous photos.
Most national competitions, though, are real weddings only.
Yeah, exactly. We just did one on engagement photos, and it was great. But we see a lot of people shooting for. There's a lot of awards, and we see people shoot for that, and that'll never make you a living because you have to shoot for your client. But what awards do, I think, happen is if you have beautiful imagery and then the person's connecting with that and they want to hire you, it's that little bit of extra confidence. So I don't think you should play them up big because that's not your sale point. But if somebody is looking at you and another photographer, seeing all those, Australian Photographer of the Year 2 years in a row, and then they're looking at somebody else who, maybe I'm going to have this other Australian studio do this work, I think they might go, well, wait a minute, I really want that award-winning photographer to do it. I think it's that extra cherry on your sundae, but I don't think it's something that you need to stay focused on.
It also comes with a bit of pressure because there's a lot of sub-awards out there which are like everybody wins. It's like everybody gets a trophy, and then it's like you'll see a really below-average photographer advertising, I've won 28 national awards at the Pretty Flower Awards in sort of Canberra, and you think, I think everybody got a ribbon at that one. And there's a big difference between the national awards and the sub-awards.
Fantastic. Just before we move on, we're talking about like what order things should be in. How about the actual landing page itself? Jerome Leon is wondering, should we put our blog page as landing page or put the gallery portfolio as the landing page?
Not the blog.
Is it the same considerations as you're talking about, like what you want them to consider?
I'm going to say not the blog. What are you going to say?
I've seen some blogs that are done really beautifully.
But you
that
are a
could
blog.
be that. But we don't even open with our blog, and
Yeah,
that's
well,
really
there you go.
unusual for online magazines. Most of them open with a blog. We open with our homepage because we have so much content, and we want to direct people to various kinds of content. We have 2 blogs, actually. So I see it get done occasionally, but I would agree with you that I want to fall in love with the imagery. I mean, if you just showed me the gorgeous photos that you've been showing today, and I just saw 5 of them in a row, you've already have me.
Yeah.
And now if I know where to go, if I know how to navigate your site, then I'm ready. You've hooked me with those images, and now we're on a journey.
Just for those
landing
people, just
or
to
gallery?
anticipate the question, for those people who their blog is not so much words, but it's their images, it's their last shoot. What about that?
So the big thing about the blog and opening with the blog, it is so visual, but it's changing all the time. And it's not designed quite like a homepage where you open up where right above the fold, the first thing you see is one big, beautiful image. Your blog probably has kind of a banner at the top. It's got a bit of a nav bar, and then a little lower is going to be whatever your most recent post is. So the biggest thing, the biggest piece of advice, simplest thing about blog posts is what is that first photo? That is your homepage.
Should you put the
any
photo
given
above
moment.
the text then, so that the first thing that loads, if you do load onto your homepage, is because I put my photo at the bottom of the words, and so if I write a full blog post, you won't see an image until you scroll down.
I mean, I think you just need to look at it like, okay, if someone has never ever come to my site before, they're trying to learn about me, this is their first impression of my business. What do they see when they arrive here? Do I like it? Am I happy with it? Does this communicate my brand? Are they going to hire me? Are they going to connect to me? That's your homepage.
Unless somebody's got some pretty unique styles of work. I get on blogs that have 30 images posted from one wedding, and then the next blog post is another 30, and the next blog post. I'm bored.
Editing.
I'm bored. I'm just so bored. I'm so bored right now. I'm going to leave your blog, and I'm not going to come back because you've got nothing interesting to say. It would be like dating a really hot guy with no brains.
Less is more.
All right. Does the website showcase full wedding galleries, full favourite galleries, portrait, fine art, commercial, fashion? In the favourite galleries, how many times are the subjects shown? That's an important one.
That's a really big one.
So
We see
don't
that a lot.
overkill one subject.
Yes, because you may be showing, I mean, we all know, we've been there, we were wedding photographers, there were weddings that we loved those people, we became friends with them, we fell in love with those moments, but we were there in those moments. The people who weren't at that wedding, who don't know that couple, they weren't there.
See 120 images.
Yeah, they don't know why those photos are so special if they don't totally stand alone as killer images that just speak for themselves. And what happens is if you
Or maybe you could
post
feature a gallery that's an entire
There you go.
wedding. So if you
Yep.
love a wedding so much, then you've got your feature gallery, which is the best of the best, and everyone can take one good shot at a wedding. What you need to see is a full wedding from start to finish. So you
Agreed.
can feature maybe a separate gallery that is a full wedding shoot, start to finish, album design, and maybe feature that.
It's really important to show both. We really recommend that
Same
highly
with a
for
portrait
people.
shoot, exactly the same with a portrait shoot. If you're not featuring an entire portrait shoot somewhere on your web page, and I'm saying it out loud because I'm not doing it yet, so I'm going to go and do that, then you are not...
The danger about showing too many of the same subject in the favorites gallery is that it can communicate that you haven't shot that many weddings, or you haven't had that many clients. You don't have enough work to show, so you show the same woman, the same subject 8 times in a gallery that's supposed to be showing a lot of different subjects. And so it just starts to confuse the reader.
Do any of your photos look dated? Is the website highlighting the work? Have the galleries been edited by friends, families, peers? That's all standard to me. You're going to tick it off though. Is the website text concise, well written, free of typos, grammatical errors? Has the website text been edited? Does the photographer's bio attempt to connect? Does the bio instill confidence? Does the bio instill confidence? That's an interesting one. Does the tone of the bio match the photographer's brand and working style? Does it help potential clients understand and look forward to the experience of working with them? Is there a pricing information published on the website? Yes or no?
Most people don't show their pricing.
Yeah, but
And
yes or no?
they show a price range. And there isn't a yes or no.
Okay. No, for you personally.
They'll show a price range. Most of the people that we promote are on the very high end. And so they'll say prices starting at,
Yes.
and that's actually a good move for
I
them.
love that. When I put that on my website, things changed for me. I wrote commissions start at $1,200. I realized I was at a level where I didn't want to get tire kickers anymore. It's one of those things, you've got to really put your tough pants on when you do that, because your instant feeling is that business drives away from you, drains away from you. But at the same time, it is one of those things that if you do not do that, then you are not going to create, you know, that sort of drive that traffic that you want. I actually love commissions start at.
It's good because it does give information to your potential clients, and it's kind, I mean, for lack of a better word, to show them commissions start at $3,000. If that's out of their budget, then you've saved yourself time. You don't have to answer that inquiry and say, gosh, sorry, you know, here's my pricing. It sounds like it's out of your budget. They don't have to go through the time of asking you and then feeling like, oh gosh, you know, really disappointed. So it's a kindness to show them that, but you don't have to put every single detail on there. You can work your packages so you can customize them later for each client.
Is the pricing high-end, mid-range, low? Does a photographer offer packages, a la carte, service, or both? Are the options easy to understand and clearly defined? It's exactly what I talked about. Offering a la carte, offering packages, showing the whole shoot, showing what it's worth, showing the experience. Are there additional products, services offered? You know, just in this alone, just the critique alone, the questions that they would tick off when they're looking at your website, I can already see more marketing ideas. Like for starters, I just said, why don't you show a whole wedding on your website? And I was like, oh, same with a portrait shoot. Oh, wouldn't that be good if you showed the whole service, the whole experience, which is also a show reel. But what if you showed a show reel and an issue magazine of an entire shoot from start to finish, and then put a package on it and said commission start at $1,200? Wouldn't it then stand alone as its own gallery page that's not just the best of, but an actual visual presentation of an entire shoot, or an entire wedding, and a commission starting with, so you're selling it, you're promoting it, you're showing it, you're viewing it, you're getting people excited about it, bang, right there and then. Raves and press. Does the website contain raves? Does the website contain press page? Has the photographer won awards? Is there an appealing headshot video clip of the photographer? Does the website have submission forms to gather information about potential clients? No. Are client forms easy to fill out and submit? Is there a thank you page? I will say one thing about the filling out and submitting is I get really annoyed when I just want a freaking email address or a freaking phone number, and I have to fill out this form and press enter, and for God's sakes, just tell me your goddamn phone number so I can ring you. Because I get that really gets my goat, because it's like it is a mystery, and then I have to fill out a survey in order to get in contact with you. And I don't actually feel like I'm getting in contact with you. I feel like the submission form can be a bouncer, and you're like, I need to talk to Justin Bieber, and it's like, lady, you're going to stay right here. And I'm kind of like, well, come
Bouncer
on.
is that's right. I mean, I feel like that about websites that I see. I don't understand it. Why you would have a submission and you would have this break so that they can't get to you, because obviously what you want them to do is to get to you quickly.
Don't get me wrong, I don't have my phone number on my website anymore.
Well, phone number, that's one thing. I mean, I understand people want to keep their phone number separate,
email on
but
every page.
I think there should be your email contact for sure, because it just doesn't make any sense to me that you wouldn't want to get someone to get a hold of you. Going back to pricing a little bit, I also want to say if you're running a big studio and you're competing on price, then it's okay to put something about discounts on your site, but very few people are doing that, and so I would never put that anything is on a discount on your site. What Sue was saying is you can send vouchers to your clients, and that's a special thing that they get because they have a loyalty relationship with you, but you don't ever want to set pricing and then say, well, I've already discounted it before we've talked. It doesn't make any sense, and it tells people that you're not confident about what you're doing.
Does the website offer alternative ways to contact the business? There it is. Does the website communicate what people expect in terms of response time? Is there a frequently asked question, downloadable PDF that delivers the company policies and complete services offered? Price list, PDF, behind the scenes, video, PDF, download, what's going to happen, how is it going to happen, online brochure, all of that is easy for you to design. The templates are on there, 40 of them that you can create 20 different ways. There's hundreds of them.
It also gets them excited. If they know what's coming next, they're hiring you because they want to work with you. They want to be seen by you as a photographer. And if you can give them more information about what's coming at that shoot and get them excited, they're going to be so much more present. I mean, that's what you want, for your client. So help them.
When
help
people
them contact
see
you.
my videos and they ring me and I'll say, I can do that for you. And when I say I can do that for you, they go, And that's the whole point of them ringing me, is they hope that I will do that for them. So I'm like, I can do that for you. Are you excited about that? And I'm so excited by that. Blogging. Is the blog hosted under the same URL? Is the look of the blog cohesive with the photographer's website? That is very common, that the blog would look different from the main website, because often people add blogs, or they have an HTML site and they've put in a WordPress plugin for a blog that looks different from their website. That was the one thing I did, try to uniform my website. Is the navigation of the blog easy to understand? Mine's not. So I'm going to update that soon. Is the blog updated regularly? Yes. Is there a blogging strategy in place regarding weddings? Portrait shoots are published and saved for other publications? Yes, because we've been talking about that all morning. Does the website use URLs, permanent links using keywords, dynamic URLs, links generally containing numbers more than words? So that piece was in Russian.
Getting into SEO now, so.
Okay, talking about search engine optimization, it starts to get Russian.
Okay, so search engine optimization for me is like, I can't even think of a good synonym. Basically, this is where, if you're coding your own WordPress site, you need to learn. If you're not coding your own WordPress site, you need to ask these questions to the person who is. Does the photographer have access and edit websites metadata? Does every page on the website have a unique page title that is optimized for search engine traffic in less than 70 characters? Does every page on the website have concise, compelling meta descriptions that explain and sell the content in less than 160 characters? Does the site's content contain the same keywords as the page title and meta description? Does the photographer have a keyword strategy for building titles and content? Image files used during using descriptive keywords. Does every image on the website contain effective alt text? Are there internal links between related pages of the website? Do the hyperlinks contain keyword-rich anchor text? Do each blog post focus on one topic? Are blog post titles written using descriptive keywords? Do the blog posts contain text, I said sex. Text as well as images. I try and put as much sex as I can onto my website. Does the site have an XML site? Of course not. Has it been submitted to Google via Google Webmasters Tools and website traffic being monitored via Google Analytics or another trafficking program? The problem with it is this. Every question that I just read then, I don't understand. And it is just so much easier not to learn it, because if we sat here and read it out to you and explained it to you, you'd all be bored to tears. So what we did is they made this to give you so that you can go through and tick every one of those lists. And when you get to the search engine, you need to either go to the person who's coding your site, and if it's you would know what most of that means. And if you don't, you need to make it your business to know.
Even basic understanding of SEO, just the basic kind of
Keywords.
terminology, the keywords. What's a page title? What's a meta description? Like really the simplest things. We can give you a list of 5 of what the most important things are to know, but just understanding that, again, so you can make an informed decision and know when you're making a mistake or not, or when you need to ask for help, really.
Well, the difference is this. Your website is a thumbprint, and unless you go up and thumbprint somebody, they're never going to have it, right? So in order to find you, they actually have to have a reason to find you. So it needs to be linked, or it needs to be on the biggest search engines there are. And that's why YouTube's not only the second biggest search engine on the planet, let's face it, Google is the biggest search engine on the planet. And this entire search engine is based around getting a higher rating on Google and making that work.
So a question came up in the chat room, and this is one of the questions that I always have. All of this information is amazing, but how often should you change your website, or change it up, or change the photos, or change the information?
I think once a year is quite suffice. I think once a year is probably about as realistic as you're going to get. I think
you don't think that's too much? That's
how about adding new work to your website?
I mean, you don't want to change. Yeah, well, you don't want to change up your whole entire website, redesign the whole entire thing every year. I mean, I think. And everyone out there, all the photographers, it's an industry of artists. So it's so much going to be connected to that, and if they feel like this really represents their current artistic expression. So some people are going to change it up all the time. I want to start from scratch, and I hate my website, and I have to change it. As long as the work in your galleries is really representing what you do best and what you want to do more of. That's a really big part of it.
Too, I think.
Yeah, it matches, the branding matches, you feel like it represents you, you feel like it's pulling in the kinds of clients you want and the kinds of relationships you want.
So
if it's effective.
Do you know how many people you ask what their website is, and they'll go, "Oh, but don't look at my site."
I know.
Yes.
I know.
And you'll go, "Well, don't look at my site," and they're like, "Yeah, I'm changing it." I'm like, "When is that? Like when I lose 30 pounds? When I lose 30 pounds, I'm going to do a photo shoot with you." Well, you could just do a photo shoot now.
But one of the best reasons to update your website is what Christy said, is to get more of what you want. So as you start to do more of the work you love, and as an artist, you're evolving. So when you're adding more of the kinds of work you want, let's say you want to do more destinations. Well, don't wait. If you do a beautiful destination wedding, get the destination up there, because that's going to get you more of what you want. If you want to do more fashion and you do this great fashion shoot, get that up there. Because that's what, that out picturing, you're communicating visually, and so you're communicating, this is what I do now. And the more that you can put up what you're really in love with, the more you're going to get what you really love.
First of all, multiple genres on a single website. What's your opinion? How do you feel about that? How can they do it best?
Separate the galleries, separate the PDFs, separate the behind-the-scenes videos, but have it all under one umbrella. If I was to shoot a family and a glamour shoot, they'd still look like my work. It would just be, and so currently I have a gallery that has couples on it, a little bit of family, but mostly glamour. So I cover one specific genre, but I really like the idea that it all looks uniform. But if it's going to be newborn and seniors, separate the galleries, separate the galleries, separate the PDFs.
I think that's right, especially if they're related like that. Those are all kinds of portraits to take, right? If they're, on the flip side of that, if you are do newborn photography and you also happen to do landscape or architectural, commercial photography, totally separate websites, separate brands. You have entirely different clients. That makes perfect sense. But if it's all, like what Sue was talking about.
And one last one, just about how important is it for websites to be mobile friendly?
Very.
That's easy.
We're working on ours now. One of the things I want to say about the search engine optimization too, if you don't do anything else, start naming your images with your name and a descriptor. Because
I have no search engine on my website whatsoever, and Blair said you have a really good photo search coming up when I search your name. And she was like, how are you doing that with no search engine? And I was like, I just put Sue Bryce on all of my images. Yeah, everything that goes on Facebook is titled, so when I took a photo of Susan Roderick, I go Sue Bryce, Susan Roderick. And then I take a picture of Dawn, I go Sue Bryce, Dawn. Like, I don't care that it's Dawn's name on my image, I care that it's my name on my image. And you'd be absolutely amazed when people steal your images, how they don't change the name of the image, and you can find it really fast. Okay, they also wrote that entire survey, and you're getting that with the course, which you tick off. And then they wrote the customer service survey. So listen to these quick questions. Were your inquiries responded to in a timely manner? Do you know how many people are going to fail on that one? Did you feel heard, understood throughout the process of us working together? Did we fit in well at your wedding, or did we make it work at your portrait shoot? You can just change that for portrait and wedding. Did we make your family and guests feel included, respected, and comfortable? Were you thrilled with your final images and your album? Would you recommend our services to family and friends? And would you hire us again for other occasions? Okay, those really will make and break your business. So right now you need to understand that. Portrait. Were your inquiries responded to in a timely manner? Did we communicate clearly how to prepare for your photo shoot? Did you feel comfortable, respected throughout the process of working together? Were you thrilled with your final images? Would you recommend our services? Would you hire us again for portraits or occasions? I think you could add a couple more things in there that are significant to you. Did you feel prepared for your photo shoot? Was your pre-contact and pre-consultation for the shoot enough to make you feel comfortable about your session? Did you enjoy your session? Did you enjoy your sales session? Did you feel that you were listened to? Did you feel that you got the product that we said we'd deliver? Overall, give me any feedback that you can. Could you please write any feedback?
These are great too, because they can also bring in raves for you. If you did a great job. Big raves. And you can direct them. This is just a template, a place to start. like Sue said, customize it, make it your own, ask the questions that are really relevant to your business and important to you. And then if you've done a good job at those, you're going to get the kinds of raves you want, and you can put those on your website to build more confidence for your potential clients. So it's a great tool to learn from and hopefully to get good raves from, too.
I think you're going to get quite a good 50-50 of both, right? So you're going to get a bit of a shock and a bit of an ego stroke at the same time. The public customer service. The public customer service survey was the one that I really wanted to do. I put on my Facebook page, are you willing to put your money where your mouth is? Would you put your photographs up for a public critique? I had this vision that I would get a whole lot of people from the public, you know, like pay a whole lot of street people that hanging out in Seattle to come in and publicly critique all of the work. So I put that on Facebook, and about 796 people emailed me and said, please critique me, please critique me, please critique me. And obviously, that's not going to work. So I thought, how do I get you to get a public critique? And I came up with a really cool solution. So the girls have also created questions around this. So if you had no prior knowledge of my business, what would you think about my business, the name and the URL? Okay, how do you feel about my homepage and the design, and what does it say to you about my overall brand and style? These are not consultation questions. These are for the general public. So I'm going to show you what to do here. In fact, if you want to just come on this side, Blair,
Sure.
I can show, because I've got it on the keynote, and I want to show you this before we wrap it out. Okay. All right, so is it easy for you to navigate my website, and can you easily find what you're looking for in order to make a decision about hiring me? And when you look at my portfolio, are you impressed with my work throughout? Or do you feel I need to edit and enhance my visual presentation? After viewing my work, in what price range would you expect to find my services, budget, mid-range, or high-end? Is my text informative, well-written, and engaging? Does my biography instill confidence and trust? And does my contact page encourage you to connect with me? Are there any typos, broken links, or grammatical errors? And do you feel that my text, image, logo, and design work will work together? If you were looking for a photographer, would you inquire further about my services? Okay, now, let's look at this. So you could send that email out to a whole lot of people, and you would get 1% maybe return it, because they're going to have to go out and write that information. They're going to have to look at the website, look at the question. But what we're going to do is get them to open your website and then tick some buttons. So I've put this in the keynote so that you can make this happen. Your service critique is easy. Your public critique is easy in terms of setting it up privately. I want you to go to Google. I want you to go to Google Drive, and then I want you to click on Create. It's going to create a form for you. This is how I created this survey that you all filled in for the marketing survey. It's completely private. The data gets collated back to me. It's entirely free to do. This is how easy it is. Go to Google Drive, click on Create. Once you click on Create, you choose a theme. This never used to be there. This is new yesterday. They just launched it while we're taking screenshots. You can actually make it look pretty. And you can make it, or you can just choose the standard template, which is the survey form that you filled in when you did the marketing survey. Choose a theme, select OK. I've chosen default here. Okay, here is what your form looks like. You can give it a title and start to add questions. So you can add questions. There are multiple choice questions. You get all the options of how many multiple choices. Make it so easy for people just to press a button. You can say, how do you rate my work? You can go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 10 being, I'm the superstar, next brilliant photographer of the world. 1 being, oh my God, I would never hire you, you suck at photography. You can make it funny, you can make it rigid, you can make it, but what you have to do is give them options that they can just pick one. Okay, and then you can really tailor this form. You can select your type of questions. Okay, so you can have text, paragraph text, multi-choice, checkboxes, choose from a list, scale, grid, date, and time. Use multi-choice as an example. Craft the question around the kind of information you want. How would you rate my work? Don't put how would you rate my work and let them fill it out. How would you rate my work in terms of what you know as a professional standard? 10 being the best, 1 being the lowest. And if you get a whole lot of 5s, then you're going to be really sitting mid-range, aren't you? Okay, so really, really important. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this at my level of photography. This is for the general public. This is not for your client base, not for your friends, not for your photography friends. This is for people who do not know you, or they know of you but do not know about your business. This is how they're going to rate your work. Okay? So you can put up an online gallery on Facebook, put the link to the survey, so it's not even your website they're critiquing, and just ask for an image critique and see what you get back. Don't ask Auntie Margaret. Auntie Margaret thinks you're the best thing since sliced bread. Don't ask 20 other photographers, because you're going to get a very mixed range between jealous, not wanting to build you up, and not wanting to be completely honest with you. How many times have you seen somebody say, "Oh no, it's a good job, you're doing well," and they've walked away and they've gone, "Oh." You know, you need to be honest with people, and that's what the general public will do for you. So from here, at this stage here, using multiple choice as an example, craft the question around the kind of information you want, and there it is. All right, so here, from here, we've got the photographer's critique. This is what it looks like to the person who's getting it. Okay, so this is what the form looks like. Once you get that, this is what they see. Okay, so they click. So this is what it looks like to you: outstanding, exceeds expectation, acceptable, poor. You've made that, and this is what they see. They just see the dot, you put in the dot, and then you send the form. The form sends, and it collates the data, and you put this link, and okay, so once it sends the form, it sends it to Google Docs. Then you get a link, and now nobody gets that link unless you send it to them. So you copy that link, and if you go and smack that on Facebook and say, "Survey my work," this is the gallery that you're going to be surveying, then be prepared for a survey that's going to go out. But if you want to just privately email this link to people you know, trust, or people in your circle, then that's fine. You get that choice. Okay, you can decide who to share this link with. You can also make it private and only invite people that you want to fill out the survey. It's not a anonymous critique. You know, when you get the data back, you get the name of the email from the person who's critiqued you. So if somebody writes something horrible, you do get their email back. I mean, it collates the data. All right, so there's the link. You can send that link out. Then you can choose the response destination. Okay, you created and shared the form. Now here is how you view the responses. So you choose how you're going to see it. A spreadsheet is the easiest way. So if you have Excel spreadsheet, you let the Google Doc give you the results on spreadsheet, and then you can collate the data, and then you have a public critique, a service critique, a work critique, a complete, anything you want to make. That document is there for you now for people to fill in about you, so that you can learn about yourself, your business, what you're doing wrong, about your marketing. They can, how about this? When you create your PDF price list, send the PDF to 20 people you know. Make a little survey about it. Is it easy to read? Do you think it looks professional? Is the price list, is it too wordy? Blah, blah, blah. Make a little private survey. That quickly, it takes 10 minutes. Send it out to those people with the PDF and critique it before you send it to your clients. How awesome is Google? Right? The only thing that you might run into a problem is when you actually get to Google, I believe you have to either log in or sign in, so you may have to get a Google email address or a Gmail address in order to do that. That's very smart for Google. All right, a spreadsheet is the easiest way for you to see your responses. So what happened was I had 1,178 people fill out my marketing survey, and then it just went like there was like 600 no's, and you just highlight the Excel sheet and it just counts them for you. And it means if multiple people are filling out your form, you can collate that data really easily. All right, your response shows up here, and that's it. All right, so here's my checklist. Let's take action. This is going to be downloaded to you as a PDF book. Okay, this PDF here, everything today, is like a book, and when you get to this page, you're going to mark it off. Let's take action. Blog, write a recipe that suits you and stick to it. I want you to stick to it for 4 months. Just try it. Commit to 4 months of blogging twice a week, something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. It must be a recipe that works for you. Mine was blog etiquette. It worked. Bounce it off through your Facebook, your Twitter, and all of your social media. Social media, write a recipe that suits you and stick to it. Be funny, be positive, be engaging, share images every week. This is your Tick list. I want to see a shoot on your social media archived to your blog every single week for the next 4 months. Design, critique your PDF, your email, and your price list. Create a survey, finish the design, send it out for critique to however many people you want on a free Google Doc that is fast, professional, and easy to set up. You've got the map on how to create it right there. Tick that off. Design and critique a PDF gift voucher, complimentary dollar value, or purchase. Okay, so that means you can set up a gift voucher that says a photo shoot with me is $1,200, put $1,200 on the gift voucher, and then sell those gift vouchers for $1,200. You can set one up with a dollar value on it, so you can say my package is $1,200 and this is $300 to remove off it for your reward clients, or you can do a complimentary gift voucher with images to be purchased afterwards a la carte, or package. But either way, I want you to design, critique it, do a survey if you have to, send it out to the people you want so that you finish doing at least 3 styles of vouchers. I have given you multiple templates to do this. And words. Issue magazine, design and embed, $20 a month, unlimited publications. It exists on Issue as a website. Go and check it out. I know that you've all jumped on because at lunchtime when I posted Dawn's story, I got about 10,000 Issue emails come through. So Issue should call me. They really should call me. Issue, call me. Okay, I want you to design it and embed it in your website. I want you to create issues. I want you to create stories around behind the scenes videos and every other part of your advertising. Design a referral voucher system. Create a system that suits your process. Entice your images on Facebook. Use the blog. Share it. Critique form. Would you recommend me? Create this form now. Send it out to your past clients. Please rate me. Please recommend me. You know what? If somebody who serviced me as a client, who I was mildly happy with, I was indifferent to, emailed me and said, I'm really struggling to build my business. And I'm trying so hard to make my business work, but I would really love your help. If you could help critique me, then I can be a better photographer and business person. What would you think if somebody opened that up to you? Do you know how many people, some will ignore you, some will be like, okay, I'll do that, and some will be like, oh, I want to help this person. Do you know how many people are natural supporters and natural helpers? You're asking for help. You're not standing up there going, rate me. What's that website where you, it's like, how hot am I, or something like that, and you put it on and people like go, you're a 9. And it's like, you're a 3. And it's like, oh, you don't want to be there. You want to be at the help me, I'm building my business, or help me, or I loved photographing you and your family. Would you recommend me? Would you fill out my survey? Would you rate me, please? Can you help rate my business? Reward system for past clients. Design those vouchers. Stay connected. Fill in my service critique. Design critique a PDF and a voucher for each genre you shoot. Okay? 946 of you are not doing this. You've got 4 months. Printed materials. I want everyone to go to Moo or Vista and get at least a small standard business card in their wallet. 678 people on the survey didn't even have that. You're trying to exist as an online business, and yet the biggest marketing tool you have is face-to-face and speaking about what you do. Videos online, behind the scenes, show reels, slideshows, Vimeo account, YouTube, share and embed, link and tag. It drives your search engine, it drives customers to you, it keeps you excited, it keeps you shooting, it keeps you something to blog about, something to Facebook about, something to talk about, something to link, something to YouTube, something to share. And the best of all, it will bring you work on the second biggest search engine on the planet, including Pinterest Share. I cannot reiterate how important this one is. I'm addicted to this. My profile is building so fast, not just in the photographic community, but in the public as well, because my work is on Pinterest, my videos are getting watched, people are hearing my message, it's strong, it's clear, it's concise, and I am not an expert at video. Okay, so you saw how Animoto created the same emotion for Dawn in 1 hour that my editor created in 14 hours. Okay, you know the price saving on that and you know the how-to. I have made it so easy for you to achieve that. It's just ridiculous. 778 of you do not exist on YouTube or Vimeo. You're photographers. acquire, hire, share, refine a studio space? Okay, I need you to work on this. The answer to this question is there is always an answer. Make it happen. And if you have to work from home, you get the dog out of the house, you get the baby out of the house, whatever you have in there that would interfere with a client having the experience that they want, get your children and pets away from your clients, because not everyone likes your children or your pets. I know you love them. We don't want them crawling on us. You know, think about it. I love my cats more than I love most people, and I've seen clients actually physically go, I don't want that cat near me. I was offended. Imagine if they said it about your child. I don't want that child near me. They're there for their service. They're not there for yours or to love your children. I need you to acquire, hire, share, or refine your studio space. And if you cannot do that, you're blocked, and you need to find an answer to that. So drop and give me 20 ways that you can make that happen, because I bet you there is an answer to that. I bet you if you manifest it, you will come up with the best studio space you could have possibly ever imagined at the price that you dreamed of. Isn't that funny? You got exactly what you asked for, no more and no less. Have you identified, unblocked, and removed the obstacles you've created in your business? You've done that. This is not about what you're not, this is not about what you can do to market yourself. This is about what you're doing wrong. Okay, this is about what you're doing wrong. You've got to tick it off. You've got to go through this list. You've got to make everyone happen and get excited about every single one of them. Re-rate your business monthly, quarterly, biannually, annually. Re-rate where you're at. Level up. And if you'll find that some areas will lag, some will bounce high, but the truth is if you're not breaking it down and looking at it simply for what it is, and if your problem is in shooting, buy more shooting videos, go to more shooting workshops. If your problem is marketing, stop going to shooting workshops and get into marketing workshops. Watch Creative Live, it's free resource. If you like it, you buy it. That's the best part. Share, learn, share, share, share. Okay, practice or outsource, practice or outsource. Get your shit together. The faster you turn this over, the faster you'll get paid. The faster you'll get referred. The quicker you will get admired. I will spend an hour on Skype to the person who puts out a public review to over 100 ex-clients that says their production and turnaround was 10 out of 10. I'm yet to see a studio that can do that. Or that's assuming you want to spend an hour with me on Skype. We can just hang out and drink wine. Yes, brand schmand. Okay, my website's white. I bought my logo for $25. Brand schmand. My work is my brand. Okay. These girls have refined that process. Yes, I have a very staunch, simplistic view of that. But, you know, at the end of the day, your brand will reflect who you are, what you sell, and what you do. Bring your shooting up, bring your sales up, bring your staff management up, or don't manage any at all. I suck at managing staff. I'm an absolute robot at work. I want to work for 12 hours a day. I want everybody to do the same thing. I don't want you to bring your drama at work. I want to get it done. So I'm a bad boss. Okay, but I'm a good business person. Money, money, unblock, unblock, re-rate, check. Your biggest marketing challenge to overcome is you. Your biggest personal challenge to overcome is you. Your biggest marketing challenge to overcome is you. And I've read all 1178, what is your biggest marketing challenge to overcome? And it's always you. What is your unique marketing challenge? Was a different question. So what I'm going to try and do is break down the most obvious ones, or the most interesting ones, both, and I'm going to try and feature as many as I can in my blog over the next month so that you can at least get those unique questions answered. If it only comes up once out of 500 questions, I may not answer it because I need to help more than one person, and there's very few there that looked that unique. In fact, they were all things like, I don't have a studio and I live in a small town. And that's not really unique. That is right. Okay, so take the problem and make it work for you. You will always maintain your equilibrium. Any time that you rise to success, you can get hit, you can get success. Oh, gosh, it just makes me all like, woof. But you will get an equal amount of pain and joy in your business, and you will only measure it by how much pain you're getting. You'll have big money weeks that will make you feel special and important and successful, and then you will have dreadful money months where you wonder how you're going to feed your children. It will frighten you, but nothing will motivate you more than the need to get off your ass and go and make it happen, and nothing ever works when you come from a place of resentment and fear. Everything you do must be turned into gratitude, and everything you do must be re-empowered and reinvigorated. And when you feel that you cannot do that, when you feel like there is nothing left, reach out, because there are so many people in this industry that are prepared to help you. And if you look at the power of what these women can bring to your business, your website, reinvigorate, you see your strengths, put you on your true path, that $250 is a joke. But when you've got nothing, you feel like $250 is so far out of your reach. And it's not. It's one shoot away from all the answers that you need right now. Do you get that? Reach out. Connect and reach out. That's it. I want to get paid doing what I love, even when I don't love it. And which sometimes you won't, because it's not always fun being the boss. And you're the only employee. Yeah. The only thing that stands in the way between you and wealth or receiving is guilt and shame. Deal with it. How many times do we have to say you're worth it? Just understand. Your children deserve to be fed. You deserve a roof over your head. You deserve to not have any fear about where money comes from. You deserve at least to have a comfortable life. If you believe that, you will create that for you. And with love and gratitude, for listening to me again for another whole day and overtime, I leave you.
Thank you so much, Sue. We want to say thank you to, obviously, Sue. We want to say thank you to Christy and Blair from Junebug Weddings. Thank you to the audience members who were able to make it out here for this, and thank you to everyone at home for joining us today.
All right, well.
Do you want to read something from the internet?
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I was just like, oh, I love her,
I
and
know.
I love them,
I know.
and I love them. I love you guys.
Everybody.
You and me both.
All right, back to business. Okay, I do want to read a quote from the internet, and this is from Lexi Anderson, who says, somehow, some way, I was able to dedicate most of my day to your workshop with my 3-year-old and 7-month-old watching the show just has enraptured me. I thought I had things pretty well figured out, but you gave me the greatest wake-up call I could ever ask for. I am so excited to put my new knowledge to use when I move to a new state next month. You are truly an inspiration, and I love your emotional enthusiasm. I love that about you too, Sue.
I love hearing all that from people who have been watching. I noticed as we were watching that the workshop today was a good mix of both the concrete of here's the voucher, here's the website, here's all the things that you need to do, and those things that you need to change inside. Because this is my thing that I took away from this. I think the key to being able to sell your work is believing that you have something worth selling. So here's the question for you. Do you have something worth selling? Do you have something inside you that you can give to your clients? If you do, and you want them to be able to see that, this workshop that we've been doing today, this might be the way to help them know that. This might be the way to get yourself out of your way and let your work speak for itself. Let the passion and the gift that you have to give come out. So if you want this workshop to be able to remember, to be able to have that tough love, to be able to have Sue smack you with the writing crop every time you need it, you can purchase this course for $79. Or if you purchase it by the end of the day today, you can get it for only $59. It includes, in addition to the videos, it also includes PDFs on how to create the Google survey for public critique, stages of business marketing, marketing checklist, how to create an Animoto slideshow, and a website critique PDF, which we went over during this segment.
Oh, that's right. Animoto actually wrote the PDF on how to create the slideshow.
So
I didn't show that.
It's straight from the source.
Yeah.
We also have the sample Animoto slideshow, And Sue is giving you 40 marketing templates. So you don't even have to think for yourself on that one. You can just put in your stuff and go. This is a course, this is a resource that you may want to own, and if you do, I recommend strongly that you buy it today at that $59 price. So we hope that we will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific. It's going to be an exciting day around here because we have pet photography with Arika Dorf, who was the winner of the first ever CL Spotlight. So we are very excited to have her and all of her animal companions and friends in here for the next 2 days, so starting at 9 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you then, but for Sue Bryce's marketing promotion, this is a wrap. Thank you, everybody.